Chapter 80. For the president, a journey that felt like a year was just a matter of chatting with the others. In the time it took to chat, it had already passed. It had to be said that the airship speed was indeed extraordinary. It was not to say that it was faster than a plane. One had to know that even if it could fly, it was still a ship. If it was faster than a plane, then the group of people standing on the deck would have been blown to God knows where long ago. The reason why it was said to be fast was because it would be enveloped by a magic array every once in a while. As the airship was wrapped in the magic array, the people on the airship would feel their vision blur. Then the scenery outside the airship would completely change. Those magic arrays were actually large-scale teleportation magic arrays. It could be said that no one in the Spalier world knew how big it was. After all, no one had ever reached the end of the Spalier world. Therefore, no one knew how big it was. They only knew that it was very big. Wu Yan had only been in the Spalier world for a few months, but Wu Yan knew the size of the Spalier world from the system. It was bigger than 10 Earths. In such a big world, the airship was the fastest means of transportation. It wasn't because of how fast it was, but because of the teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky. These large-scale teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky were all built by the huge forces in the Spalier world's long history. They were built with a lot of manpower and money in order to allow the airship to have the ability to travel to all parts of the world. Usually, the teleportation magic arrays were hidden. Even if a person who could fly passed through them, they wouldn't have any reaction. On the airship, there was a small activation magic array. As long as the airship came into contact with the teleportation magic array, this activation magic array would be activated. It would summon the teleportation magic array hidden in the sky and provide people with teleportation services. Therefore, only the airship could use these teleportation magic arrays. If they were to use the plane in Wu Yan's world, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to fly from the supply town to the small ring mountain range at the fastest speed. But with the help of the airship and these teleportation magic arrays, such a long distance was shortened to 2 to 3 hours. When the airship passed through another teleportation magic array, the old man stood at the bow and told everyone that they had arrived at their destination. What appeared in front of them was just a very ordinary mountain range. The mountain range wasn't high or low. The mountain range wasn't long or short. It was almost ordinary. When they saw this mountain range, everyone on the airship had the same thought at the same time. Could there really be treasures here? Even Wu Yan and the others had the same thought. Everyone, we are about to land. Please get ready. The airship's speed began to slow down. Above one of the mountains, the airship turned around and slowly descended. People disembarked from the airship one after the other. There wasn't any order to speak of, and it was just individual movements between groups. Fortunately, the airship had landed in a fairly spacious area. Otherwise, there was no telling if these people would be willing to squeeze together. There are too many people, so it seems like it will take a while for everyone to get off the airship. However, this has nothing to do with Wu Yan and company. They are the first group to get off the airship. As for the reason why, are you feeling better? After being carried off the airship by Ikaros found an inconspicuous corner and put something in her hand on the ground. Chuju's legs are still a little weak, she can barely stand. When she was put down, she stumbled and sat on the ground. Hugging little Liren, she gasped for air. Mikoto quickly went up to her and patted her back. As for Wu Yan, he watched helplessly and gloatingly from the side. Ikaros stood beside him with an expressionless face. Alright, I'm fine. Don't worry. Seeing little Liren and Mikoto's worried faces, Chuju forced herself to lift her head and forced a laugh. Her face is still a little pale, but compared to when she was on the airship, it's a lot better. After everyone came down from the airship, Kaishu-sama stood up and recovered some strength. Those who got the map should know our route. Those who didn't, please follow our auction house. Everyone, let's go. Maybe it's because they're about to enter the treasure location, the old man didn't bother with formalities. Seeing that everyone is here, he led the auction house's people and set off. Seeing this, groups of various sizes also began to follow. The group of people began to walk towards the location of the treasure in a grandiose manner. After patting Chuju's back and receiving a nod from Chuju, Wu Yan said to everyone, "Let's go too." "This is the treasure location?" Mikoto looked at the empty space in front of her. She was depressed to the extreme and confused. Wu Yan's group attended the auction 3 days ago and saw the treasure map. Not to mention Wu Yan, who has perfect memory, even Kaisha-sama can remember a bit of it. Needless to say, Mikoto's calculation ability is one of the top 7 in Academy City. Mikoto can say with certainty that this is the treasure location indicated on the map. The problem is, there's nothing here. Forget treasure, there's not even a tree. Seeing this situation, anyone would be depressed. Those with bad tempers have already gone mad. Suddenly, the entire group was filled with angry shouts and questions. Some of them even went to the auction house's people to settle the score. This group of people seemed to have started arguing with the auction house's people. The old man leading the auction house seemed to be explaining something to the crowd and then continued to lead the auction house's group forward. The depressed and doubtful crowd could only follow the people from the auction house with a skeptical attitude. Until a stone tablet appeared in front of them. "This is the treasure location?" It's the same sentence again, but this time, Mikoto didn't say it with a depressed tone. Instead, her tone was filled with confusion. "Looks like it." Wu Yan nodded and he gestured at the old man with his lips. "Look, that old man seems to be doing something new." Chuju, Mikoto, and the others looked over and saw the old man leading the auction house's people to the stone tablet. The group then spread out and surrounded the stone tablet. The old man gently placed his hand on the stone tablet. At the same time, a few of his sixth-order companions behind him also placed their hands on him. Following suit, the entire auction house's team put their arms around each other's shoulders. Everyone saw that when the old man placed his hand on the stone tablet, a burst of light emerged from the place where his hand came in contact with the tablet. Then, the old man was surrounded by light. At the same time, it also dyed the person who placed his hand on the old man's body. In an instant, the auction house's people were all dyed in light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "They're gone." Hinajuku stared blankly at the place where the old man disappeared. Everyone else had the same expression. Only the group of people who were talking to the old man didn't have any change in expression. They even imitated the old man's actions and touched the stone tablet and disappeared. Looks like the stone tablet's function is to teleport people to the treasure location. Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other. Their gaze towards the stone tablet became a bit more relaxed. As more and more people were teleported to the treasure location, the place became more spacious. As time passed, except for those who were more timid and suspicious, most of the people left. "Should we go?" Chuju looked at Wu Yan. Mikoto and Liren had the same thought. Ikaros, from start to finish, didn't look away from Wu Yan. Seeing everyone's questioning gaze, Wu Yan thought for a moment and nodded. Then he led them up. Before being teleported, Wu Yan secretly glanced at a certain place. There are the 3 dangerous life forms that Ikaros just told him about. Chapter 81. When they came back to their senses, Wu Yan and the rest found themselves on an empty stone floor. "No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a treasure location." Mikoto wrinkled her nose and snorted as she looked at this place. Wu Yan looked like he already knew this would happen. He calmly scanned the surroundings and sighed. "I knew it, things weren't that simple." Hinajuku walked around the area, her yellow-green eyes constantly turning around. She didn't know what to look at. After all, there was nothing here except for rocks. After walking around with interest for a while, Hinajuku finally spoke. "Where are the others? Why are they all gone?" Wu Yan and Mikoto were shocked. "Yeah, why are we the only ones here? Could it be that if we touch the stone tablet at different times, we'll be transported to different places?" Wu Yan stroked his chin. Looking at the stone floor that couldn't possibly fit 10,000 people, he pondered. "There's no way out here. How are we going to get out?" Chuju frowned. "Could we have been tricked by the people from the auction house?" Mikoto was unusually irritated. Blue and white sparks danced on her forehead. Sis Cannon wasn't a patient person to begin with. Hearing Sis Cannon's guess, Wu Yan waved his hand. "No, it shouldn't be possible. If there were only a few of us, we might have been fooled by them. But this time, we aren't the only ones who came. You should know that there are quite a few people in those groups who have great backgrounds. Then what's the situation now? There's no way out. Do we have to open up a path ourselves? Mikoto narrowed her eyes. The electricity on her body began to flow. Why don't I blast a path out? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Listening to Sis Cannon's dangerous words and looking at the stone floor without an exit, he could only sigh. There's no other way. Let's give it a try. You should have done this a long time ago, Wu Yan said, and the blue and white lightning around Mikoto's body surged. With an excited smile on her face, Mikoto waved her hand. Countless bolts of lightning burst out from her body and gathered in her palm, forming a ball of blue and white lightning. She randomly chose a direction and the lightning in her hand turned into a powerful bolt of lightning and shot it out from her hand. Boom! The electric shock hit a stone wall and made a loud noise. Then it was covered by dust. The electric current flickered twice and gradually weakened. Mikoto looked at the dust-covered area of the attack. Her hand brushed her bangs, and the electric current flickered with her movements, looking incomparably cool. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and was speechless. He could see that Mikoto was very happy after releasing this attack. Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a dangerous person. She could not be Sis Cannon without violence. After a while, the dust settled, and a black hole appeared in front of everyone. Heh! Mikoto snorted proudly. Like I said, the path is paved by oneself. How can you walk on someone else's path? Let alone Wu Yan, even Hinajiku and Liren looked at each other, speechless to the extreme. Chuju suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Looking at the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto, she exclaimed. Hearing that, Wu Yan and Mikoto also looked at the stone wall. The scene that appeared in front of them stunned them as well. They saw that the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto's electric shock seemed to come alive. The surrounding stone wall wriggled and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the damaged area was repaired. The hole also gradually disappeared. Mikoto looked at the restored stone wall in shock. Could it be, this is another wall monster? If only it was. Wu Yan looked at the restored stone wall and smiled bitterly. If it was a wall monster, then we could take it down. But this stone wall in front of us doesn't even have a level display. In other words, this is a normal stone wall. Normal? A stone wall that can grow on its own, how is it normal? Alright, maybe Sis Cannon was shocked by the fact that her attack didn't have any obvious effect. Sis Cannon was speechless. But in a blink of an eye, Sis Cannon became angry again. Beep, 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 the electric current exploded again. Mikoto held an electric ball in her hand. She looked at the stone wall and said coldly, I don't believe. Then she threw the electric ball in her hand and it hit the stone wall. It could be seen that the attack this time was stronger than the previous one. Another explosion was heard, and dust flew up again. However, to everyone's disappointment, this time, there was no need to repair it. The stone wall was completely intact. Wu Yan quickly stopped Mikoto when he saw that she was about to take out a token and fire a railgun. Forget it, Mikoto, no matter how much you attack, it will still grow back. Let's observe carefully before we take action. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only retract her electric current. She looked at the stone wall as if she was looking at her nemesis and gritted her teeth. This damned wall is so annoying. Chuju sighed and knocked on her head in frustration. This attack is useless and there's no way out. What should we do? Wu Yan's eyes flashed helplessly. Ikaros, who had been calculating since the beginning, stopped her complicated calculations and pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. She pointed in a direction and said to Wu Yan, Master, there are some words. Words? Before Wu Yan could react, Mikoto ran over impatiently. Hinajiku quickly brought Liren along with her. Wu Yan yelled out and helplessly pulled Ikaros along as well. What Wu Yan didn't see is that when he pulled Ikaros' hand, Ikaros's eyes flashed a few times. She looked at the two hands holding each other and her free hand touched her chest. What a strange feeling. Destroy the stone wall in an instant and the exit will appear. The group of 5 looked at the words written on the wall and exchanged glances. Destroy this place in an instant. Chuju opened her arms wide like she wanted to hug the entire stone wall. She forced a smile. Destroy it all? It's no wonder she reacted this way. This place isn't very big, but to destroy it in an instant, at least she doesn't think she can do it. Wu Yen was also troubled. If he wanted to destroy the wall, he could do it, but to destroy this place in an instant is no doubt a pipe dream. At least for now, he can't do it. Plus, he only has one large area of effect attack, and that's not enough. Wu Yen and Chuju felt that they couldn't do it, so they looked at Mikoto. Feeling Wu Yen and Chuju's gaze, Mikoto suddenly felt the pressure and smiled awkwardly. If you want me to destroy a place, I can. But if I destroy everything here, looking around the stone wall, Mikoto could only smile bitterly. The railgun's advantage is its penetrative power, but it's not good for area of effect attacks. We don't know where this place is. There's no way to summon lightning. In fact, Wu Yen didn't intend to rely on Mikoto cannon. After all, he knew her from the bottom to the bottom and didn't have much hope in her. Although Sis Cannon was displeased, she didn't have a large area of effect attack. She could have used Thunderstrike, but this place looked like a secret chamber. Who knew if it was under the sky? She didn't even know if it was under the sky. If it's not under the sky, then lightning strike won't come. Plus, this place is so sealed, it's hard to say if they can sense the electromagnetic force in the sky. Thus, Wu Yen turned to Ikaros, who is standing beside him. This is also why he wasn't in a hurry. If Ikaros didn't have a large area of effect attack, then she wouldn't be Ikaros. She's the Queen of War. Ikaros, can you do it? Ikaros raised her head. Her eyes were calm, but everyone felt that the atmosphere had changed. They could also feel a sense of pressure from Ikaros' body. Ikaros didn't answer, but Wu Yen already knew what she wanted to say. Please, Ikaros. Yes, Master. Chapter 82. In front of Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren's eyes, Ikaros took a few steps forward. At the same time, her body emitted a dazzling light. Variable wing system restriction, remove. At this moment, Ikaros' voice was no longer soft and soft. Instead, it's mechanical and old-fashioned. As the light flashed, Ikaros' casual dress slowly faded away. A set of white light armor slowly appeared on the surface of Ikaros' body, covering her whole body. Her pink wings spread out, filling everyone's vision with feathers. The pink wings emitted a faint blue light. With a stretch, they turned into a pair of light wings, gently fluttering behind Ikaros' back. Sky Queen mode. Her indigo pupils turned a deep red. A circle of light floated above Ikaros' head. Her hair also expanded a little. This series of changes happened in less than a second. At this time, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren were all stunned. Even Wu Yen was a little dazed. If the usual Ikaros was a pure and beautiful angel sent down by the heavens to appease the world, then at this moment, Ikaros was a god who was angered by mortals and wanted to punish them for their foolishness. This is the true form of Ikaros, the angel of war, the queen of the sky. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto could feel the endless pressure coming from Ikaros. This is the aura of a true powerhouse. Even Mikoto felt like she's nothing but an ant in front of Ikaros. The difference between a Tier 8 and a Tier 7 can be seen from this. No matter how complicated Wu Yen and the rest felt, Ikaros doesn't have the ability to read people's minds. She only knows that her master told her to destroy this place. The light wings behind Ikaros didn't move at all. Just like that, Ikaros flew to the center of the stone ground. Artemis, permanent homing missile. Like a voice from the heavens, countless missiles appeared out of thin air around Ikaros' wings. Under her control, with a flap of her wings, the missiles were sent flying out. Boom! 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 The missiles flew out from all directions and bombarded the stone ground, creating a series of continuous explosions. The stone walls that were blasted apart were blown to smithereens. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Wow! Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Liren let out a scream. The stone floor was shaking under Ikaros' attack. The three slender girls swayed left and right. Their bodies couldn't stabilize for a moment. Wu Yan's expression turned serious, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled the 3 slender bodies into his chest that is a lot fatter than theirs. His expression is serious, as for his heart, not taking advantage of the situation, bastard. For some reason, Ikaros's indiscriminate attack didn't hit Wu Yan's location. But that didn't stop the stone ground from collapsing. All the stone walls collapsed, they shattered so much that even the glass beads are bigger than them. The ground where Wu Yan and company are standing on was also unavoidably shattered by the tremors. Oh my god! When the ground cracked, Wu Yan missed a step and tilted his body. He couldn't control his body anymore. Taking a look below, Wu Yan was scared out of his wits. Underneath the cracked ground, there's a bottomless hole. The 3 girls screamed again, even Wu Yan screamed in pain as they all fell down. Master! Ikaros's light wings turned and shot downwards. In an instant, she was behind Wu Yan and hugged him. Only then did Wu Yan's group avoid the tragic fate of falling to their deaths. F***ck me. Wu Yan cursed as he stared at the ground that he couldn't see. He cursed in his mind. I was wondering why there would be such a kind reminder in this treasure trove. Turns out it's a trap. And such a big one at that. If it wasn't for Ikaros, we would have fallen to our deaths. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Chuju and Mikoto so he wouldn't accidentally let go of them. He couldn't help but gulp in relief. That's right, no matter what, this is a treasure trove. They wouldn't have put the treasure here with the intention of letting others take advantage of it. So there must be a trap. This is too high. Even the brave sis cannon felt a chill down her spine. She hugged little Liren tightly and stuttered. Liren, on the other hand, wasn't afraid after the initial scream. She widened her little eyes and looked down. As for Chuju, well, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and faint. Let me say this again, President is afraid of heights. President is afraid of heights. Because it's important, I have to say it twice. Thank you, Ikaros. Adjusting his thumping heart, Wu Yan thanked Ikaros gratefully. Thank you, Ikaros, Sister Ikaros. Ikaros didn't seem to react to everyone's thanks. She just stood there stunned. But Wu Yan knew she didn't know how to deal with such a situation. As a life form created as a weapon, it's obvious to normal people. But for Ikaros, it's definitely a first. This made Wu Yan secretly decide to protect this angelic girl well. Well, for now, it's not certain who's going to protect who. Even in the future, Wu Yan might not be able to compete with her. After all, even if Wu Yan is the main character, self-proclaimed, Ikaros is also the female lead in her world. That's why when Wu Yan and Mikoto thanked her, Ikaros couldn't act like she didn't know what to do. But her eyes flickered a little and she said, yes, in a small voice. Is Chuju okay? Mikoto blushed a little at being hugged by Wu Yan. But when she looked at Chuju and saw her rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, a little speechless. What do we do now? Mikoto looked at the darkness below and asked Wu Yan. What else can we do? We can't go up, there's no reason to give up just because of a little trick. So we can only go down. Thinking about the consequences of following that hint, Wu Yan's teeth itched. He's itching to skin the bastard who set this up. Here again, it's clear that Wu Yan is a very stingy person. That's all we can do. Helplessly sighing, Mikoto looked at little Liren who's still looking down with great interest. She secretly admired her courage. Looking down from such a high place, it's very disturbing. Then let's go down quickly. Otherwise, when Chuju wakes up, she might faint again. Wu Yan ridiculed. Mikoto could only laugh dryly and little Liren giggled. Go down, Ikaros. Yes, Master. Ikaros's pupils have returned to their original indigo color, her light wings have turned back into a beautiful light pink color, the halo on her head disappeared and her hair became smooth again. However, she's still wearing that revealing white light armor. Those 2 large mounds pressed against Wu Yan's back, making him feel good inside. After all, there's no need to use force. If it's just flying, she can do it in normal mode. Using Sky Queen mode to fly is a bit of a waste. Under Ikaros's lead, they flew down. Looking at Mikoto, who's secretly swallowing her saliva, and little Liren, who doesn't seem to care, then looking at Chuju, whose eyes are still spinning, Wuyan suddenly had an idea. Should he take advantage of Kaisha-sama's unconscious state to take advantage of her? This is a very serious question. Chapter 83. Wu Yan felt that after jumping into so many traps in his life, he should be good at dealing with traps. But today, Wu Yan felt that his previous thoughts were too sweet. Even though he didn't know how much time has passed, but from the way Wu Yan's arms are weak from carrying girls around, it's clear that it hasn't been a short period of time. But still, there's no end in sight. It's like a bottomless pit. Not only is it big, it's deep enough to send chills down one's spine. Even after flying for so long, there's still no end in sight. Just as Mikoto was about to complain, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Ikaros. Stop. Spreading her wings, Ikaros braked and came to a steady stop. What are you doing so sudden? Mikoto rubbed her head and gave Wu Yan a dissatisfied look. That sudden braking caused her to hit Wu Yan's chin. She didn't think about who would be more hurt from the collision. Take a look at the walls. The stone walls that didn't change in the slightest are now filled with countless holes. They're densely packed like a hornet's nest, and they're all the same size. A weak wind blew from the tens of thousands of holes and gathered at the center of the giant pit. Who knows how the wind changed direction, but the wind all strangely flowed away. You can see the wind with your naked eye, but it didn't touch your body at all. This scene surprised Wu Yan, and company. Mikoto turned to look at the countless holes until she felt dizzy. She retracted her gaze, speechless. So many holes, and they're all the same. Which one should we enter? Wu Yan frowned when he heard Mikoto, and he turned to ask Ikaros. Ikaros, can you see if there's any hole that's special, different from the others? Ikaros immediately activated her Sky Queen mode's crimson-red pupils. One could see a lot of light flowing through her crimson-red pupils and swirling around the holes. Calculation results. Similarity 99%, 0 error. In other words, all of them are the same? Wu Yan couldn't help but have a headache. Even Ikaros couldn't find anything in these holes, let alone him. He believed Mikoto was the same. At this moment, Chuju, who was in Wu Yan's arms, moaned. Hearing this moan, how could Wu Yan not know that the president was about to wake up? If he woke up at this time, he would definitely faint again. At that moment, Wu Yan hurriedly said, "Forget it, just go in and take a look." This idea was immediately approved by Mikoto and Liren. After being carried for so long, they were starting to feel a little uncomfortable. If they continued to fly, they didn't know how long it would take. Waiting any longer wasn't a solution. Ikaros blankly glanced at the numerous holes and randomly chose the nearest one and flew in. When they landed, Wu Yan and Mikoto sighed in relief. At the same time, Chuju woke up. Looking blankly at Wu Yan and Ko surrounding her, Chuju slowly sat up. Mikoto, why are you guys looking at me like that? Being stared at by so many people, even the domineering president felt a little unnatural. Oh right, just now. There was nothing just now. Chuju, it's better if you don't think about it. Wu Yan felt helpless against the president's fear of heights. That's why he patted Chuju's shoulder and said with deep meaning. Ignoring the question marks on Kaisha-sama's head, Mikoto and Liren, who were trying not to laugh, Wu Yan stood up and looked into the hole. Other than the stone walls surrounding the cave, there's nothing else special about the cave. He scratched his palm. Let's go in deeper, maybe we can find a way out. Since you made a treasure map, why didn't you mark out the location of the treasure? Mikoto complained. Wu Yan could only bitterly smile. Barging into someone's treasure trove, can't find the way out, and now she's complaining about the owner of the treasure. Sis Cannon sure is in the mood. The group of 5 once again set off. Fortunately, this hole wasn't as cratered as the previous one. At least it wasn't endless. After a while, Wu Yan's group walked out of the hole. Well, it's not that they walked out, but they found a way out. The 3 teleportation circles in front of them. Exchanging glances, Wu Yan led Mikoto and Ko to the 3 teleportation circles. Which one should we take? Chuju played with her hair and asked directly. These 3 teleportation circles are exactly the same, How should we choose? Mikoto sighed. She couldn't see any difference between the 3 circles. Sizing up the 3 circles again, Wu Yen was helpless. He had no choice but to use the same method he used before. That's true, they're exactly the same. Why don't we just pick one like before? That's the only way. Everyone sighed in unison. They were already pondering in their hearts. Was it a mistake to choose to interfere this time? The moment they stepped on the circle, it activated. With a flash of light, Wu Yan's group was teleported away. The scene that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group shocked them. Mikoto couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face paled. Hinajiku immediately pulled Liren into her arms and covered her eyes. She closed her eyes too, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. Wu Yan's face was also green. Corpses. There are corpses everywhere. And all of them are the corpses of the people who came to search for treasure. These corpses were densely packed on the ground. Their bodies were pierced by numerous stone spikes. Blood flowed all over the ground. Some were even nailed to the wall by the spikes. Some were unlucky enough to have their heads pierced by the spikes. Looking at the corpses in front of them, other than Ikaros and Liren who was obediently lying in Chuju's arms, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Even the air smelled of blood. After all, the people who died here were almost 70% of the people who came to search for treasure. What the hell is going on here? Why did they become like this? Even though it wasn't the first time they saw corpses, Mikoto and Chuju still couldn't react. They came together not long ago, rode on the same airship, entered the treasure trove together. But now, these people are all dead. So, the 2 kind girls couldn't accept it. They bit their lips tightly. If they used any more force, their lips would be bitten open. Why did so many people die? What happened to them? Wu Yen clenched his fists and his face turned green. It's not that he's a coward, it's because the unknown is the scariest. Before he can figure out the cause of death of these people, even if it's Wu Yen, he's still a bit scared. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of ka sounds rang out, as if something had cracked open. It was originally very weak, but as time passed, the ka sounds became louder and more frequent. In the end, it became a continuous series of ka sounds. What is that sound? In front of them are countless corpses, on the ground is a river of blood. In such an environment, to suddenly hear a strange sound would make anyone's heart beat faster, let alone a girl. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but move closer to Wu Yen. Their bodies began to lean against him. They kept looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. Wu Yen was a bit embarrassed, but he's a man who's been through a lot. If he can't be relied on by women at this time, then he really doesn't deserve to be called a man. Blocking in front of the 2 girls, Wu Yan's sword and scabbard appeared in his hand. Wu Yen held the hilt with one hand and sheathed the sword at his waist. Chuju, Mikoto, don't get too far away from me. Let's observe the situation and take care of the little girl. Ikaros, take care of Chuju and Mikoto. Got it. Yes, master. At this time, the source of the sound finally appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Chapter 84. Next to the pile of corpses, the rocks that Wu Yen and the rest thought were normal rocks started to vibrate. At this time, Wu Yen and the rest noticed that the strange ka sound was coming from the rocks. More and more stones began to tremble, and after a series of ka sounds, the surface of the seemingly ordinary stones actually began to crack open. Wu Yen hugged the girls and took a few steps back, staring at the rocks on the ground. The Nietono Shana in his hand had already been pulled out by a small section. At some point, the ka sound on the rocks suddenly stopped, and the rocks behind them also calmed down. But Wu Yen and the rest didn't think that nothing had happened. The sounds on the rocks did stop, but the rocks were still vibrating. Mikoto, who was standing behind Wu Yen, had a bad feeling, but as soon as it appeared, she calmed down and immediately spoke. Something's coming. Just as she spoke, a muffled sound rang out, and Wu Yen and the rest saw a spider. A spider made of rocks and bigger than a child. After a muffled sound, the trembling stones on the ground exploded, and such a stone spider crawled out from the exploded stones, trembling in fear. When it raised its hideous face, Hinagiku and Mikoto both gulped. If it wasn't for the fact that they've seen demons 10 times more hideous than this in the demon cave, they would have screamed out loud. A series of muffled sounds began to ring out, as if someone was setting off firecrackers. Every time a muffled sound rang out, it would be accompanied by the explosion of a rock. Then, similar spiders would crawl out of the rock. Small stone spider, level 30, stone spider, level 35, large stone spider, level 40, an army of stone spiders lined up on the ground in a disorderly manner. Some of them were relatively small, but they were still a dozen times larger than normal spiders. These were the small stone spiders that crawled out from small rocks. Some were several times larger than the small stone spiders that crawled out from larger rocks. However, there were a few that were even larger than a child. They were the large stone spiders that crawled out from the largest rocks. These are the cause of those people's deaths. Seeing the appearance of these spiders, Chuju and Mikoto were no longer afraid. Of course, the unknown is the scariest, and when the unknown appears, the fear in one's heart lessens. As for Chuju and Mikoto who have seen the monster army, they wouldn't be scared by mere spiders. Even though there are girls who are afraid of these insects, and Mikoto and Chuju are one of them, if they really had to face them, they would only feel a little disgusted. Before Wu Yen could reply, Ikaros, who was standing behind Wu Yen, took the lead and walked out. Deep red pupils appeared in Ikaros's eyes. She looked at all the spiders and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll kill you." Unknown life form detected, hostility confirmed, strength D, danger C, determined to cause damage to master, eliminating it. Variable wings restriction lifted. Sky Queen mode. The powerful Sky Queen Ikaros once again appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Her blue wings of light unfurled, and Ikaros faced the spiders with her back facing Wu Yan's group. Her calm voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. "Master, Ikaros is about to attack. Please retreat to a safe area." Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, but it was a strange smile. Wu Yan didn't listen to Ikaros and retreat. Instead, he stood beside Ikaros and under Ikaros' puzzled gaze, he rubbed Ikaros's fluffy hair after entering Sky Empress mode. "Ikaros, your master, I'm not just your master." Ignoring the stunned Ikaros, Wu Yan walked in front of Ikaros and he lifted the Niatono Shana. He chuckled. "I'm not some weakling, I can fight. Ikaros, I hope you remember that I'm not just your master, I'm also your comrade who will share life and death with you. Since we're comrade in life and death, how can I be left out of the battle? How can I let a girl like you charge into battle alone?" Her eyes flashed, Ikaros looked at her master's back and lowered her head. "I understand, I can't. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Ikaros. Just remember what I said today, one day you'll understand." Repeating Wu Yan's words twice in her mind, Ikaros replied in a soft voice. "Sir, but don't forget about me." Chuju and Mikoto, who were reduced to background since the beginning, couldn't help but shout. Making their presence known, Mikoto took a big stride to Wu Yan's side, her face showing some dissatisfaction. "You said comrade in life and death should fight together. In the end you still forgot about us." Wu Yan's face started to turn awkward, he half-heartedly said. Well, don't mind the details, so our existence is just a detail." While saying this, Mikoto's body started to glow with electricity. "Stop fooling around, they're coming over." Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto fooling around like there's no one else around, Chuju rolled her eyes at them and quickly reminded them. While they were talking, the spiders were already closing in on Wu Yan's group with their long, thin legs. But they seemed to have sensed that Wu Yan's group wasn't as easy to bully as the ones they killed before, so their speed was very slow. "Mikoto, Chuju, remember to protect the little girl." Seeing this, Wu Yan put away his playful smile and turned serious. The stone spiders in front of him are no different from the monster army from before in terms of both quantity and quality. Of course, he wouldn't dare to be careless. But he wasn't as cautious as before, after all, the quality and quantity were the same. But Wu Yan's group was different. Not to mention that Wu Yan was only level 30 at that time, even Chuju was level 35 now. Although they had to take care of little Liren at the same time, it didn't affect them at all. After all, they had the goddess of war on their side. Chuju, don't go too far away, take care of the little girl. And Mikoto, don't charge, stay beside Chuju and the others so that you can take care of them. Chuju and Mikoto nodded silently, indicating that they understood. After a long time without seeing Wu Yan's group move, the spiders who weren't very intelligent started to get impatient. And so, the spiders opened their mouths and spat towards Wu Yan's group. Stone spikes shot out from their mouths, attacking Wu Yan's group. Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Ikaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group in an instant. Facing the stone spikes that blotted out the sky, Ikaros spoke softly and a blue transparent barrier formed in front of her. All the stone spikes landed on Ikaros' absolute defense, but they didn't even cause the slightest ripple, let alone break it. After a series of cracking noises, all the stone spikes were blocked by the absolute defense. Just from this scene alone, Wu Yan could see that Ikaros' absolute defense circle was also a C-grade equipment, but in terms of defense, it was above his mental dragon armor. But the real advantage of the mental dragon armor was that it was a completely automatic defense. It didn't need Wu Yan to control it. Even if Wu Yan himself couldn't react in time, the mental dragon armor would automatically open up, unlike the absolute defense circle which required Ikaros to use it. Artemis, permanent rear-end missile. The barrier was retracted by Ikaros in a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, the rear-end missile was fired, blowing up the front line of spiders. Chapter 85. What destructive power! What an AoE attack! This wasn't the first time Wu Yan saw Ikaros' homing missiles, but seeing it again, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As expected of the Angel of War, the strongest Sky Queen, under Ikaros' homing missiles, the stone spiders were smashed to pieces, leaving behind a pile of rocks. Wu Yan wondered if these spiders were actually spiders, or stone. As soon as the spiders in the front line were killed, the spiders in the back rushed forward like a swarm of bees. They stepped on the bodies of their companions as well as the bodies of the treasure hunters and rushed towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed and with a lift of his feet, he charged towards the spiders. The distance between Wu Yan and the spiders was just a short while before they encountered each other. Facing a giant stone spider charging at him, Wu Yan raised his hand and smashed it into the spider's disgusting face, sending it flying. As soon as the large stone spider was sent flying, a few spiders and smaller ones brushed past the body of the large stone spider. With a leap, they opened their mouths and shot several stone spikes at Wu Yan. With a flash of silver light, Wu Yan pulled out the Niatono Shana and with a horizontal swing, he smashed all the stone spikes into pieces. The stone spiders and smaller ones that jumped over were cut in half by Wu Yan with a few swings of his blade. The sound of wind came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan had just killed a few spiders, and he didn't have time to pull back his sword. Several spiders attacked Wu Yan from behind. At the critical moment, Wu Yan turned around, and a black sword minced all the incoming spiders, leaving no trace behind. In Wu Yan's left hand, which should have been empty, a black katana appeared out of thin air. The blade was pitch black, and if one looked closely, they could see that the blade was vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Hefting the black blade in his left hand, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. This iron sand sword created with superpower coupled with high vibration speed, in terms of sharpness, compared to the armaments of the masses, it's not inferior in any way. With two swords in hand, Wu Yan swung them twice, and another two spiders were cut in half. He then charged into the group of spiders, and with each swing he killed a spider. In an instant, a large number of spiders died under Wu Yan's sword. With the Kendo mastery ability, using two swords was a piece of cake. If it wasn't for the fact that the iron sand sword was as sharp as a common armament and it could be made at any time, Wu Yan wouldn't have put the Kusanagi sword up in the auction house. Tish using someone else's ability, and using it so happily, Mikoto was still standing in the same spot, protecting Liren. As long as there were spiders that attacked, they would all be electrocuted by Mikoto. At first, Mikoto was worried that these spiders were made of stone, and that her electrocution wouldn't work. Reality proved that the spiders were somewhat immune to Mikoto's electrocution. It wasn't until Mikoto increased her electrocution to LV5 that the spiders were electrocuted. She took the time to glance at Wu Yen, and saw him holding the iron sandsword in one hand and the iron sandsword in the other, and was happily killing the spiders. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Of course, Mikoto was just jealous of someone's luck. After all, it took her a few years to level up her superpower to LV4. Unlike Wu Yen, with just a card he was able to steal the fruit of someone's hard work for several years. Not only that, he used it so skillfully, the iron sandsword is more useful in his hands than in her own. Luckily this person is Wu Yen. If it was anyone else, Mikoto would definitely challenge him to a duel. Yan's swordsmanship is really good. Chuju was standing not far from Mikoto, and the white cherry in her hand danced as she cut down a level 30 spider. Just from this one move, it was clear that Chuju's strength was much stronger than when she was in the demon cave. She was even stronger than Wu Yen at that time. Of course, Chuju didn't think that her swordsmanship was as good as Wu Yan's. After all, Wu Yen directly received the Kendo Mastery ability, and his swordsmanship was comparable to those Kendo masters who spent their entire lives practicing their swordsmanship. Chuju, on the other hand, had only been learning swordsmanship for a few years. I need to get stronger quickly, otherwise, when the day comes, I won't even have the right to stand next to him, let alone. Hinajiku's face turned red as she thought of something, making her look very cute. A strong electric current suddenly flashed by Chuju's side, and turned a large spider that was about to ambush Chuju into dust. It also gave Kaisha-sama a fright. What are you doing, Chuju? Spacing out at a time like this? Not far away, Mikoto retracted her lightning arm and shouted at Hinajiku, her voice full of ridicule. It's rare to see Kaisha-sama spacing out like this. Chuju's face turned red again, and she quickly put on a serious face to deal with the incoming spiders. Compared to Wu Yen and Hinajiku, or even Mikoto, Ikaros is a lot sharper in her attacks. Floating in the air, Ikaros's crimson eyes lit up with 2 circles of light, and like a sniper rifle's scope, she scanned the spiders below. Every time Ikaros chose a position, a large number of missiles would appear behind her. With a thought, the missiles would rapidly bombard the numerous stone spiders. Every shot would kill a group of stone spiders. It could be said to be extremely sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about Wu Yan's group, Ikaros, who only cares about her master's safety, might have pulled out Apollo under the forced slaughter, the number of spiders kept decreasing and decreasing. By the time the last spider died under Wu Yan's blade, only 10 minutes had passed. Realizing this result, other than Ikaros and Lirin, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto were a little dazed. The number of spiders is terrifying, even compared to the time when they fought against the demon army in the demon cave. This number isn't any weaker, and their strength is even scarier than the time they fought against the demon army. Such a terrifying group of monsters, in the end, could not even last 10 minutes under the attack of their side. Last time, the battle went on for several hours. Even Resplendent Breath couldn't last until the end of the battle. Wu Yen and the other 2 had to take the brunt of the attack head-on. But this time, they finished it within 10 minutes. Although, without Ikaros's combat power, they wouldn't be able to win so easily. Still, Wu Yen and Ko couldn't help but feel excited. Because this means, they've become stronger. Last time, Wu Yen was level 30, tier 4, wielding a common armament, sword mastery, and chaotic return to Horizon Dance. This time, Wu Yen was level 50, tier 6, wielding 2 rare armaments, sword mastery, chaotic return to Horizon Dance, and Electromaster, LV4. Wu Yan's strength has indeed become a lot stronger. Last time, Chuju was level 18, tier 3, wielding a common armament. This time, even though she's wielding her own Chuju, but this time, she's level is 35, tier 4. Her strength has improved, there's no doubt about it. As for Mikoto, even though the difference between the 2 battles is only 1 level, her improvement isn't as big as Wu Yen and Chuju's, but it's not small either. After all, the difference between two high tiers, even though it's not that big, it can't be that small, right? This set of data, plus this incisive battle, is telling Wu Yan's group, you've become stronger. In his excitement, Wu Yan let out a long laugh towards the sky, revealing the joy in his heart. As for Mikoto and Chuju, of course, they're not as relaxed as Wu Yan, they're girls after all. Both of them just looked at each other and smiled, expressing their happiness. Little Liren's eyes were covered by a handkerchief so she couldn't see the corpses on the ground, but Wu Yan's sudden laughter gave her a fright. She's patting her chest cutely. Hikaros tilted her head, there's a few question marks on it, looking at her master going crazy. Chapter 86. After a while, Wu Yan finally stopped laughing. He rubbed the corner of his mouth that was hurting from all the laughing. The joy in his eyes was still there, but it was more or less gone. Because Wu Yan knows that even though they've gotten stronger, there's still a long way to go before they're truly strong. His path to becoming strong can only be considered to have just started recently. Chuju and Mikoto also understand this logic. Not to mention Chuju, even Mikoto felt that she's still far behind. Whether it's Ikaros in front of them or Accelerator in Academy City, they're all much, much stronger than her. If she wants to save her sisters, she'll have to at least reach rank 8 level 70 before she's qualified. Of course, that's only qualified. After all, even if she can defeat Accelerator in the future, in order to save her sisters, she'll have to be prepared to become enemies with the entire Academy City. Wu Yan did say that the sisters are an important part of Alistair's plan. If he wants to save them, he will have to make an enemy out of Alistair, the angel that Wu Yan said is Alistair's ally, and he will have to make an enemy out of the entire Academy City. He had to become even stronger. As for Chuju, her reason for wanting to get stronger is much simpler. She wants to catch up to Wu Yan and be qualified to stand by Wu Yan's side. That's all she wants to get stronger. Chuju looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned. She hugged the well-behaved little Liren and said, Yan, let's leave this place quickly. I don't like this place. Mikoto also frowned. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and immediately looked away. She looked at Wu Yan and waited for Wu Yan to make a decision. Okay, let's move on. Knowing that Chuju and Mikoto still can't face this kind of scene, Wu Yan decisively said, since the cause of death of these corpses is clear, there's no need to keep them here. Wu Yan's group was very careful as they walked on the stone path. The corpses on the ground could be said to be scattered all over. Even if Wu Yan's group had walked a long way, there were still many corpses on the ground. It could be said that the entire stone path was filled with corpses. Although the number of corpses decreased significantly as they walked, Wu Yan's group's heart was raised even higher. Because as Wu Yan's group went deeper, the number of corpses on the ground decreased, but the strength of the corpses increased. In the beginning, the corpses they saw were those below rank 5. As Wu Yan's group went deeper, the corpses on the ground became stronger. So much so that even the rank 6 that Wu Yan's group thought to have the strength to harm them were dead. Rank 6, that's the same level as Wu Yan. There were only about 100 of them in this treasure hunting party. What's more frightening is that Wu Yan's group saw more than 30 rank 6 corpses along the way. That's almost a third of the rank 6 corpses. How can Wu Yan's group not be vigilant when so many rank 6 corpses died in this party? So, along the way, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were constantly using system perception. Ikaros even alternated between using system perception and her own perception, constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anything from happening to Wu Yan's group. Perhaps only little Liren was the most relaxed. Previously, in order to not leave Wu Yan's group, she forced Wu Yan's group to bring her along. Now that she's here, in order to not cause trouble for her brothers and sisters, she was unusually obedient. She didn't say a word and just quietly stayed in Chuju's embrace. Because of this, Wu Yan agreed to bring her along. Of course, just being obedient was enough to keep Wu Yan from bringing along a powerless little Liren. If it wasn't for the items he exchanged from the system yesterday that could guarantee that nothing would happen to little Liren, no matter what, Wu Yan wouldn't have brought her along. The stone path isn't a straight path either. Instead, it twists and turns. Wu Yan and Co. are getting dizzy from all the twists and turns. Just as Wu Yan and Co. made another turn, more stones appeared in front of them. This time, Wu Yan's group wasn't naive enough to think that they were ordinary stones. Stopping the party's pace, Wu Yan's group immediately took a few steps back. Even their nerves were stretched taut. There was no way they wouldn't be. Their previous experience had taught them that the bigger the stone spiders that came out from them. And now, the stones that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group were even bigger than the ones they had encountered before. At the same time, the stones once again made kaha sounds. After a series of muffled explosions, more stone spiders appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Looking at the stone spiders in front of them, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take another step back. All of them were giant stone spiders. All of them were level 40 stone spiders. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and rubbed his shoulders. With so many level 5 stone spiders, it was no wonder that even level 6 stone spiders had died. They must have been unlucky level 6 stone spiders that were surrounded. For the treasure hunting party to be able to reach this point, they must have killed a lot of stone spiders. They had the advantage in numbers, so the number of stone spiders they had killed was definitely more than what they had killed. Even so, there were still so many stone spiders coming out of the stones. How did they get through this stone path? But there was an 80 to 90% chance that they had forced their way through. After all, they had a dozen level 7 stone spiders and a few level 6 stone spiders. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Wu Yan's group would still encounter stone spiders. They must have not killed all of them, so they broke through and escaped. At this time, Wu Yan was extremely glad that he still had Ikaros with him. Without Ikaros, Wu Yan's group would have to use the items they had exchanged for to leave this place safely. In a flash, the giant stone spiders, perhaps relying on their large size, charged towards Wu Yan's group with their long and thin stone legs. But no matter how fast they couldn't be faster than Ikaros. Sky Queen mode activated, and Ikaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Absolute Defense Circle was activated, and all of the giant stone spiders were sent flying back at a speed faster than the speed of their charge. Mikoto! Now, let's take care of them together. Wu Yan raised his hands, and electricity appeared in his palms. Under Wu Yan's control, electricity flowed into the ground, ignoring the hard stone ground and drilling directly into the ground. Seeing Wu Yan's actions, Mikoto understood what he wanted to do. She raised her hands as well, and blue-white electricity crackled. It was much stronger than the electricity in Wu Yan's hands. In a flash, Mikoto's electricity flowed into the ground as well. Under the guidance of Wu Yan and Mikoto's electricity, small particles rose from the ground and floated around Wu Yan and Mikoto, forming a huge wave that rolled up like the wind. Countless black iron great swords formed in the air, floating above Wu Yan's group. The swords were pointed at the flying giant stone spiders. Before they hit the ground, Wu Yan and Mikoto threw out the iron sand swords. Ikaros's eyes flashed, and missiles as many as the iron sand swords appeared in the air. When Wu Yan's group threw out their iron sand swords, Ikaros also fired her missiles. Go! Iron sand swords, Artemis! Instantly, the iron sand swords flew back, and the missiles came flying. The giant stone spiders that were sent flying didn't even have time to hit the ground. They were either pierced full of holes by the iron sand swords or destroyed by the missiles. Seeing their companions die, the remaining giant stone spiders didn't retreat. Instead, they rushed forward as if they'd eaten Jinkala. Of course, these spiders didn't even get close before they were blown away by Ikaros' permanent homing missile. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Ikaros dealt with the Stonehenge army that was enough to cause a lot of trouble for him and the treasure hunters. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ikaros really is the best fighter in a group battle. Chapter 87. Along the way, Wu Yan's group of 5 encountered no less than 10 waves of stone spiders. These stone spiders were all great stone spiders above level 40. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse the treasure hunting team in front of him. Why didn't they finish off all the spiders before leaving? Wu Yan's group didn't waste any time when they encountered these great stone spiders. They used their iron sand swords and permanent homing missiles to destroy them before they could even get close. If it weren't for the fact that the spiders had only emerged from the rock for a short period of time, Wu Yan would have finished them off before they came out of the rock. Of course, it wasn't without benefits. The chairman alone had risen to level 49, the pinnacle of stage 5. This was to be expected. The number of stone spiders they encountered this time was simply endless. Wu Yan didn't know how many had been killed by the treasure hunting team, but the number of spiders they had killed was definitely uncountable. Among them, there were a bunch of level 40 great stone spiders. With so many of them, if it wasn't for the fact that the gap between stage 5 and stage 6 was too thick, Chuju might have broken through long ago. Thinking back, Wu Yan had relied on his ability feedback to reach level 50, stage 6. Since Chuju had risen to the pinnacle of stage 5, Wu Yan naturally leveled up as well. Although none of the stone spiders were of a higher level than him, the sheer number of spiders had pushed him to level 55. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. They were all humans. While others had leveled up more than 10 times, he had leveled up 5 times. It seemed that the difference in experience between stage 5 and stage 6 was really huge. Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. If Wu Yan wanted to cry, then Sis Cannon should find a higher place and jump off a building. He hadn't even leveled up once. After moving forward for a while, Wu Yan's group discovered another phenomenon. There were no more corpses on the ground. There are no more corpses on the ground. Chuju let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Even though she was no longer the same as before and had seen a lot of things, Chuju still felt uncomfortable when there were corpses around. If there are no more corpses, then that means no one died. If no one died, then that means there are no more spiders in front of us, right? Mikoto brushed her bangs aside and said with a smile. Seeing that the two girls were happy that no one died, Wu Yan smiled inwardly. They were still so kind, Chuju and Mikoto. Just as Wu Yan was about to say something, he felt someone tugging at his shirt. When Wu Yan turned around, he saw Ikaros tugging at his shirt and pointing to the front. Master, we've discovered a large number of life forms in front of us. Based on our preliminary calculations, it's the same team that set off together. Hearing this, Wu Yan and the others were stunned. We finally caught up to the previous team, Chuju said. Ikaros spoke again. Master, a large number of life forms have encountered this group. Another large number of life forms? Is it the stone spiders? Ikaros. Wu Yan looked at Ikaros and said. Ikaros's eyes moved in the direction she was pointing at, then she shook her head and nodded. The life forms have the same reaction, but the energy levels are different. It's stronger than the previous ones. Hearing this, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other and said. The life forms have the same reaction, which means it's definitely the stone spiders, but stronger. Looks like the previous team has encountered something even more troublesome than the giant stone spiders. Yen, should we go help? Chuju said immediately. Since they've encountered something even stronger than the giant stone spiders, then it should be easier to fight it together with the rest of the team. She doesn't want to fight the spiders that were already killed by others. Plus, she hasn't done anything since the start. It's no wonder the spiders were wiped out by Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Ikaros before they could even attack. Kaisha-sama doesn't have any long-range attacks, she only has swordsmanship. So, she's been lurking around, a classic example of leeching experience, but even if it's a good thing to leech experience, Kaisha-sama doesn't feel good about it. It feels like she's unnecessary. Mikoto was also itching for action. The stronger the spiders, the more experience they'll get. Along the way, Wu Yan and Chuju both leveled up quite a bit. She's the only one who hasn't shown any signs of leveling up yet. So, when she saw Wu Yan and Chuju leveling up, she was eager to level up as well. Wu Yan looked ahead, glanced at Ikaros, then at Chuju and Mikoto. After some thought, he said, "Let's not be too hasty. Let's go check out the situation first." Check out the situation? Aren't we going to help? Mikoto sighed in disappointment at Wu Yan's words. Isn't that a little inappropriate? We came together after all. Chuju walked up to Wu Yan's side and said hesitantly, "If they went up and didn't help, the team wouldn't agree. With the mindset that one more person is one more cannon fodder, they'll force them to go up and kill the enemies." Wu Yan's group wasn't afraid. After all, they have a peak rank 7 Mikoto and a high rank 8 Ikaros. But even if there's no big trouble, there's bound to be a lot of small troubles. Who knows if they'll use their numbers advantage to trip them up? Of course, Wu Yan knew what Chuju was trying to say. But personally, Wu Yan didn't support blindly going up to help. The team ahead is made up of countless smaller teams. There's no way they're united. They're bound to be suspicious of each other and try to trip each other up. Some of them even want everyone to die so they can take the treasure for themselves. Under such circumstances, if Wu Yan's group went up like this, it'll make the already murky water even dirtier. They might even get splashed on themselves. Let's wait and see. Wu Yan clapped his hands. He still thinks it's better for them to wait and see. But what if they force us to go up? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest, lowered her head and thought for a while. Wu Yan laughed at Mikoto's words. About that, as long as they don't discover us, won't that be fine? Don't discover us? Chuju and Mikoto were surprised. But this is a stone path. I believe the situation ahead is the same. There's no place to hide. How are we going to hide? Even if there's a place for us to hide, they have dozens of rank 7. Can we hide and not be discovered? Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto who are talking, he laughed and puffed out his chest. The hermit has his own plans. With the system, nothing is impossible. I've prepared a lot of items before coming here. Now there's one item that can be put to good use. Oh! The two girls' eyes lit up. Of course they know how magical the system is. Especially the items section. There's all kinds of strange items. The list of items has dazzled them before. Wu Yan didn't keep them in suspense. He took out a large cloak from his interspatial ring and held it in front of the two girls. What's this? Chuju and Mikoto reached out their delicate hands and touched the cloak. They asked Wu Yan curiously. Can't you use the system's perception? Why don't you see for yourself? Waving the cloak in his hand, Wu Yan felt that rather than saying it himself, it's better for them to see it for themselves. The two girls looked at Wu Yan and doubtfully opened the system's perception. Cloak removal has the ability to conceal the existence and aura of everything within the cloak. 3,000 item points. In other words, it can make us invisible? Mikoto looked at the cloak with interest. She wanted to see if it was really that magical. Well, you can say it like that. Although the specifics are a bit lacking, it's not impossible to understand it this way. Wu Yan was too lazy to explain. How interesting! Chuju said with a smile. Wu Yan was speechless. So to Kaishu-sama, this is only at the level of interesting? Chapter 88. At this moment, a chaotic battle was taking place on a slightly dark and wide stone path. A large group of armored warriors, some wielding swords, some wielding axes, and some wielding spears, were charging at the front. They were fighting a group of monsters here. These warriors would occasionally use battle techniques to deal damage to the enemies in front of them. As for those who just used battle techniques, they would wait for their do-chi to slowly recover while raising their weapons and attacking the enemies from time to time. Behind these people, there was a group of mages wearing light robes. Unlike the warriors who were fighting in close combat, their weapons were more similar. Almost all of them were magic staffs. Furthermore, they did not rush forward like their companions. Instead, they raised the magic staffs in their hands and muttered incantations. After chanting a spell, these magicians would shoot out fireballs, icicles, and wind blades to bombard their enemies from afar while also supporting the warriors in front of them. Compared to the simple battle techniques of the warriors, magicians have a variety of magic. What kind of scene would it be if a group of magicians were to use magic together? Just like in front of them, the sky was filled with wind, rain, lightning, and fire. Everything was dazzling. Instead of saying that they were fighting, this scene would make most people think that it was simply a banquet. And what were their enemies? Stone spiders. A group of stone spiders that were about the same height as an adult. When these giant stone spiders were fighting, they didn't have a clear division of labor and variety of attacks like the warriors and magicians who were fighting them. They only relied on their large bodies to charge at the enemies in front of them. Those who couldn't charge at them would raise their thin and long stone spider legs and wave them around nimbly. When they were charging around or engaging in close combat, these gigantic stone spiders would open their mouths wide enough to swallow a sheep at a warrior or mage from time to time. Then they would shoot out stone awls from their mouths. The battle could be said to be extremely chaotic. Some stone spiders were chopped to death or directly smashed to death by a big move. Some stone spiders were smashed into pieces by spells like fireballs, icicles, and wind blades that fell from the sky. On the other hand, the warriors and magicians were not as brave. They also sacrificed their lives. On the ground, some were killed by the rampaging stone spiders, some were impaled by the stone spiders' long legs. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones who were directly hit by a stone awl. Among them, there was even a magician who was standing at the back. Stone spider, level 50, when they saw this information, Wu Yan and the others were stunned. Not for anything else, but because it was too strong. A level 6 stone spider. If there were as many stone spiders as there had been before, would there still be any results to this treasure hunt? Also, if this stone spider was already level 50 and combined with the previous ones, then who could guarantee that there wouldn't be stronger stone spiders? Level 7? Level 8? Or maybe, thinking up to this point, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's face became serious. If that was the case, then this treasure hunt was really dangerous. No wonder even a level 9 powerhouse would run away with heavy injuries and die in the end. If Wu Yan didn't have items that could protect his life, then Wu Yan would have taken the girls and run away. After all, no matter how precious this treasure was, compared to their lives, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know what to choose. Although as long as Wu Yan didn't die, he could use the summoning points to revive Mikoto and the others. But, not to mention that Mikoto and the others were women he liked. Even a man with a bit of heroic spirit wouldn't let a woman stay behind. Wearing a cloak, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and little Liren hid behind a stone spider in the corner and watched the battle. There were a lot of stone spiders. Of course, compared to the previous spiders, it was a lot less. But even so, there were about 100 of them. Against these 100 level 6 stone spiders, there was no doubt that the level 6 warriors would be the main force. They would be fighting in the front while the surviving level 5 and below warriors would be harassing the spiders from the sides, giving the level 6 warriors a chance to kill them in one hit. Under such circumstances, with the support of the group of mages behind them, the number of stone spiders was also decreasing. Originally, the number of rank 6 warriors was less than the number of rank 6 warriors, but now, the number of stone spiders was much lower than the number of rank 6 warriors. It was believed that if the battle continued, the large group would definitely be able to win. Have to say, even if they had the strength of a level 6, the intelligence of these spiders wasn't high. Against a team that knew how to cooperate, it was natural for them to be played around in circles. But this so-called trick of his made Hinajiku and Mikoto burn with rage when they saw it. He looked on helplessly as a tier 6 warrior kicked a tier 5 warrior in front of a stone spider and let the stone spider attack him. When the stone spider attacked the tier 5 warrior, the tier 6 warrior took the opportunity to use a battle skill and killed the stone spider. At this time, the tier 5 warrior was already lying on the ground with his eyes open. Bastard! Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts. They didn't care that they were hiding and directly cursed it out loud. If it wasn't for the soundproofing effect of the cloak, Wu Yan's group would have been discovered. Wu Yan wasn't as impulsive as the two girls, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but have a cold glint in his eyes. He looked at the level 6 warrior who was still fighting and didn't say anything. Those guys, it's fine if they don't help, but they're just watching this happen. Are they still human? Mikoto looked at the dozen or so level 7 warriors behind the battle and clenched her fist in anger. Is this the surname of the people of Silveria that Yen mentioned? The strong are respected? The weak are prey to the strong? If this world is really like this, then what Wu Yan said is right. Some people shouldn't be merciful. The cruel reality and everything that happened here were challenging his heart. At this moment, Kaishisama only felt that he was lucky to not be born in such a world. For the kind-hearted Hinajiku to say something like that, one can only imagine how angry she must be right now. Wu Yen sighed and gently hugged the two girls. Hinajiku and Mikoto flinched at the same time. Their angry faces turned red as they tried to struggle free. But since he's already hugged them, he's not going to let them go that easily. He lightly breathed in their ears. Chuju and Mikoto's body trembled, their ears turned bright red and their strength to struggle weakened. Seeing the two girls like this, Wu Yen secretly smiled. Of course, his face was also smiling, but it wasn't as wretched as the smile in his heart. Chuju, Mikoto, it's better if you don't look. At this point, Wu Yen couldn't help but stop smiling and sighed. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other, lowered their heads and became silent. After a while, Chuju was the first to raise her head. Her yellow-green eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes. She didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding his gaze. She seriously said, "No, Yen, I want to see." Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yen didn't react. Instead, Mikoto looked at Chuju and smiled, as if she knew the reason. But there's no reason. Hinajiku lowered her head again and said, "We'll have to travel to more worlds in the future, not just this world, there's also Mikoto's world and other worlds. These worlds, there's bound to be things that can't be seen by others. When the time comes, Yen, you'll definitely enter and exit these places. So, rather than waiting to get used to it, why not now? Don't look at me, I'm the same. Not to mention, the world I'm in has some shady existences, I need to adapt even more." Seeing Wu Yen looking at her, Mikoto immediately said. After looking at Chuju and Mikoto seriously for a while, Wu Yen sighed and pressed their heads into his arms. Smelling the fragrance in their hair, he softly said, "It's been hard on you too." Chuju and Mikoto smiled and couldn't help but close their eyes, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Chapter 89. The chaotic battlefield did not turn for the better as more and more people were sacrificed. Both sides continued to fight. It seemed that the more lives they lost, the stronger their combat power became. They fought with more vigor. The shouts of the warriors, the roars of the monsters, the muffled sounds of bodies falling to the ground, and the screams of the dying. At this time, almost all the warriors below rank 5 who came to search for treasures were dead. As for rank 5 warriors, although some of them survived tenaciously with their strength, some of them had already started to retreat in their hearts. Not to mention the grade 7 warriors who didn't save them, even the grade 6 warriors are using them as cannon fodder. If it wasn't for survival, who would be able to keep on fighting? The magicians are much better off. After all, they're only supporting from the back and didn't charge into the front lines like the warriors. Other than a small number of unfortunate deaths due to stray bullets, the magicians are basically unharmed. But this situation doesn't make Mikoto and Chuju happy for them. Towards their dead comrades, these magicians didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Instead, they proudly raised their heads and didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. It's like they'll be sullied if they look at them. In the Spalier world, the status of a magician is far higher than that of a warrior. Because to become a magician, not only do you need to have super high talent, you also need to have a little bit of background to support the rise of a magician. That's because magicians are a profession that burns money. In the hands of a warrior, as long as they have 1 or 2 battle skills, they'll be able to keep on fighting. In a normal battle, they only need to wave their weapons and add a bit of do-chi to create a very strong destructive force. However, mages were different. They could only use magic in battle. For them, 1 magic spell was equivalent to 1 more move. They couldn't be like warriors wielding weapons. Therefore, a successful mage had to have at least a certain amount of magic on him. And each of these magic spells is equivalent to the price of a battle skill. One can only imagine how much money it would take to pile up enough magic spells to fight. In addition, to become a warrior, as long as one had a good physical condition and could practice fighting aura, even an ordinary person could become a warrior. Therefore, although there was not much difference in pure strength between a warrior and a magician of the same rank and level, in the hearts of these magicians, most of them looked down on the commoner warriors. Having a good background and talent would naturally make some mages arrogant. They would think that they were the superior species and that the warriors were just servants. Unless the warrior's strength had developed to a certain extent, such as reaching the 7th level, he could be considered a powerhouse. Then, these mages would be intimidated by the difference in strength, and would more or less restrain the arrogance in their hearts and be willing to interact with him as an equal. Of course, there are still some magicians with good character who won't look down on others. However, Wu Yan is sure that this group of people didn't include the mages who are holding their heads up high and thinking themselves to be the most honorable of all. Wu Yan didn't expect that among so many magicians, there wouldn't be a single good person. It's really inconceivable. Birds of a feather flock together. Seeing that the victory of the battle is leaning towards the humans, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He glanced at them again and suddenly frowned. Ikaros, can you sense the surroundings? Wu Yan's sudden voice stunned Ikaros. At the same time, Chuju and Mikoto, who are still angry, were startled. They looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of doubt. Wu Yan didn't explain and signaled to Ikaros. Of course, Ikaros wouldn't go against Wu Yan's words. She opened her eyes and it's already dark red. Ikaros's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, she froze and stopped moving. Did you find someone nearby? Seeing Ikaros's reaction, Wu Yan smiled and said, "Looks like he already guessed the result of Ikaros's scan." "Yes, master." Ikaros's eyes turned back to the indigo color. She looked at Wu Yan and whispered, "Life signature, not far from the other side of the stone path." Wu Yan couldn't help but curse when his guess was confirmed. What a group of insidious people! They even purposely hid themselves. If it wasn't for Ikaros's weak perception, how could she have been fooled by you guys? Good thing we found out, or else we'd be in big trouble. Wu Yan, who said this, apparently forgot that he and the others are also doing what Wu Yan called treacherous people, hiding at the side and watching the show. This made Hinajiku and Mikoto's eyebrows twitch and the corner of their mouths twitch. They couldn't stay calm. If it wasn't for the fact that this isn't the right time, the two girls would have given Wu Yan a good scolding. Hearing Ikaros confirm Wu Yan's guess, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. Then they saw Wu Yan smirk. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked, "Yan, how did you know there's someone hiding nearby? Didn't you guys notice?" As he spoke, Wu Yan's smile gradually disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "The auction house's people aren't here." This. The two girls immediately turned to look at the battlefield. Their little heads swung back and forth to confirm whether or not Wu Yan's words were true. After a while, the two girls looked at each other and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. "You're saying that the other group of people hiding is from the auction house?" Seeing Wu Yan nod, Mikoto quickly asked, "How did you find out?" Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't remind them of his perfect memory ability. That's why he was able to find out that there's no one from the auction house here. He only smiled and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "The auction house's people are really up to something. Good thing we hid in advance." The two girls furrowed their lovely brows and continued to observe the battlefield. They were also on guard against another group of people who were hiding. Their intuition told them that the real purpose of the series of thought-provoking actions of the auction house was about to surface. The people on the battlefield naturally didn't know that they had become the guinea pigs for others to test the waters. They also didn't know that there were two groups of wolves eyeing them covetously, waiting for them to take out the meat. The stone spiders were forced to retreat under their onslaught. Many of them were already lying on the ground, dead. There were only 30 to 40 stone spiders left, and it seemed like they were about to be defeated. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this situation. The warriors in the front row moved faster. The magicians also used all kinds of magic more frequently, hoping to defeat the spiders as soon as possible. But just as the spiders were about to be defeated, the stone spiders that were fighting with their lives on the line suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. "Master, a new life form is approaching." Knowing that she didn't find the other hidden group, Ikaros kept her senses on high alert. When the stone spiders retreated, Ikaros suddenly informed Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto in surprise. The people on the battlefield obviously didn't notice anything strange. Seeing the stone spiders retreating, they thought they were scared and decided to retreat. Like they were injected with chicken blood, they picked up their weapons and prepared to give chase. Even the magicians were no exception. A grade 6 warrior who was laughing heartily and complacently was running at the front. He caught up with a stone spider and planned to kill it to show off his bravery. However, he did not realize that a thin black spear had shot out from the front like lightning. Before he could react, it pierced through his body. A black stone spider that was twice the size of the stone spider slowly crawled out from the darkness in front of them. Chapter 90. Black Stone Spider. Level 60. The black stone spider moved its long, thin legs and slowly crawled out of the shadows. It swung its long, spear-like legs and threw the unlucky person who had been pierced by it to the side before continuing to crawl forward. The warriors and magicians were all stunned by the sudden change in situation. They looked at the black stone spiders, which were twice as tall as they were, and couldn't react in time. They just stared blankly at the black stone spiders that were slowly crawling towards them. The retreating stone spiders acted as if they had seen a terrifying monster. They split into two halves and retreated one after another. As they retreated, another black stone spider crawled out of the shadows and arrived in front of everyone. In the end, 10 black stone spiders crawled out of the shadows. It wasn't just the people on the battlefield. Even Wu Yen and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the tall black stone spiders, they were almost speechless. Just now, a warrior of the same level as Wu Yen was insta-killed by him. Although level didn't represent strength, and that rank 6 warrior was of the same level as Wu Yen, in a real battle, in front of Wu Yen who had 2 rare armaments, he was still nothing. Moreover, that rank 6 warrior had been careless, which was why he died so quickly. But this scene still made Wu Yan's heart go cold. 10 rank 7 black stone spiders. They were like a wall in front of everyone, their long legs swinging impatiently as if they would charge at any moment. Faint roars came from their mouths as they looked at the treasure hunters in front of them, their eyes filled with a berserk red light. Not good, these black stone spiders aren't on the same level as the previous ones. At the back of the treasure hunters, a dozen rank 7 powerhouses who were watching the entire process immediately knew that things weren't going well when they saw the 10 black stone spiders. They could feel the powerful aura and killing intent coming from these black stone spiders. They were on a completely different level from the previous ones. I'm afraid it's at the 7th rank. One bald-headed old man, who seemed to be one of the higher-ups, eyed the spiders and spoke calmly to the rest of the Type 7 experts. The opponent is a 7th grade magical beast. If we let those little fellows deal with it, they definitely won't be a match for it. Then what should we do? One Type 7 middle-aged man looked at the bald old man and spoke coldly. Are you going to send those cannon fodder to their deaths? The Class 7s started to discuss among themselves. They didn't care about the 10 black stone spiders at all. They thought that even if they were of the same class as them, the other party was just a monster with low intelligence. Moreover, they had 15 Class 7s on their side. In terms of numbers, they outnumbered them. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, the outcome of the battle was self-evident with one more helper of the same level. In the end, it was the bald old man who made the final decision. Destroy them. Those little guys are still useful. Don't let them die too quickly. Hearing this, the other Tier 7 powerhouses nodded and charged forward with combat chi or mana. The battle escalated in an instant. The battle escalated. The true danger of this treasure trove is about to appear. Wu Yan's nerves were on high alert. The appearance of the black stone spiders confirmed their previous guess. These monsters that weren't magical beasts had a class system. Level 30 small stone spiders, level 35 stone spiders, level 40 large stone spiders, level 50 rubble stone spiders. At this point, there were already level 60 black stone spiders. Then would there be level 70 stone spiders at the end? If there were, then what about level 80 tier 9 ones? If there were, then it would be too scary. No wonder even a Class 9 powerhouse died here. The battle between the two sides had already begun. When the warriors and magicians saw that the strongest on their side had finally made a move, they were all overjoyed. It was no wonder that the close encounter with the black stone spiders and the instant death of one of their companions had increased the pressure in their hearts. Now that the Class 7 powerhouses had finally made a move, how could they not be happy? Thus, when the 15 Grade 7 powerhouses clashed with the 10 Grade 7 black stone spiders, these people retreated one after another. They knew that from this moment on, this battle was no longer something they could interfere in. If they rashly rushed forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. A battle between 30 Class 7 powerhouses, what kind of scene was that? For those who didn't know, Wu Yan and the others could tell them that it was no different from a tsunami or an earthquake. At Class 7, one already had the qualifications to be called a powerhouse. Before that, even if one was level 59, one could only be considered a cultivator and not a powerhouse. But, of course, it was because the level was different. The difference between the classes was huge, and as the class increased, the gap between the higher classes would also increase. At Class 7, the gap between Class 6 and Class 7 is already very scary. In the Spalier world, Class 1, 3 and 3 are called low class, Class 4, Class 6 are middle class, Class 7, 8 and 9 are high class. From this, you can see the gap between Class 6 and Class 7. One is middle class, one is high class. The gap between Class 6 and Class 7 is huge. That's why a battle between high-class powerhouses is enough to shake the foundation of a small place. Just like this battle, looking at this battle, Wu Yan and the others are still okay. After all, the battle between Mikoto and Orochi was already very scary. The cave almost collapsed, and the scene of Ikaros bombarding the stone room was even more shocking. That's why they're already used to this kind of battle. But the treasure hunters weren't so calm. They were all stunned, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and envy. They wished they were the Class 7 powerhouses in this battle. The 10 spiders weren't as cunning as the 15 Class 7 powerhouses. The 15 Class 7 powerhouses used the same method as before. The warriors would go up and fight while the mages would shoot arrows from the back. The spiders had no choice but to roar in anger and fight the warriors in front of them. But they're all Class 7. Even if they're able to suppress the warriors in front of them, they can't do anything to them in a short period of time. There's also the occasional magic attack from the sky. The advantage the spiders had just gained was severely damaged. As the battle went on, the 15 Class 7 powerhouses took out their armaments. With the help of the armaments, their strength increased greatly. The spiders were howling in pain. Wu Yan is a bit speechless. None of the Tier 7 combatants in front of him have a rare armament. They're doing pretty well with their common armaments. The only bright spot is that they don't just have one common armament on them, they'll change their equipment depending on the situation. But it's not strange. Even though only Class 7 powerhouses have the qualifications to wear a rare armament, they're only qualified. These Class 7 powerhouses are all in their 70s and 80s. They've exhausted their potential and can't advance any further. It's understandable that they don't have a rare armament. Unlike Fei Fei, who's already a Class 7 in her 20s. She has great potential and a bright future ahead of her. She's also the daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family. It's not strange that she has a rare armament. Wu Yan seems to have forgotten that he's an exception. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The more they fight, the angrier the spiders get. The pressure on the 15 Class 7 powerhouses multiplied. One of the weaker Class 7 warriors finally couldn't take the pressure anymore and used a battle technique. Like a chain reaction, the rest of the warriors used their own battle techniques, forcing the spiders to retreat. Chapter 91. Since the warriors were using their battle techniques, the mages at the back had no reason to use their weaker spells. They stopped their continuous spells and gathered a large amount of mana. The incantations they were chanting became longer and faster. It seemed that they were planning to use more powerful spells. The battle techniques of the Tier 7 warriors were undoubtedly very powerful, but the black stone spiders weren't weak either. They didn't have any battle techniques or spells. They only had super strong bodies. Therefore, in the face of the attacks of the Tier 7 warriors, they howled in pain, but on the surface, they didn't seem to be hurt at all. After being hurt, the black stone spiders became even more violent. They couldn't get close to the mages who were constantly hurting them, nor could they force the warriors who were fighting them to retreat. Therefore, they could only open their mouths and spit out stone awls to attack. The stone awls shot out by the black stone spiders weren't something that the stone spiders from before could compare to. The black stone spiders shot out black stone awls, and perhaps because of their body size, the black stone awls they shot out were extremely thick. The attack power wasn't any weaker than that of battle techniques or spells. The Tier 7 mages naturally wouldn't be shot to death by the stone awls like the weaker mages from before. Although it was a little sudden, they were already prepared. They raised their staffs and a magic shield appeared in front of them, blocking all the stone awls' attacks. Were the stone awls of the black stone spiders that easy to block? The answer was of course not. Although the Tier 7 mages didn't suffer much damage, the magic shields that could normally block 2 or 3 attacks from powerhouses of the same level were now shattered by the stone awls. It was obvious how powerful the stone awls were. After all, it was the only long-range attack of the stone spiders. Naturally, it wasn't weak. Seeing that the black stone spiders were about to continue shooting stone awls, the warriors at the front immediately roared and charged at the closest black stone spiders from different directions. Layers of combat energy appeared on their weapons as they slashed at the black stone spiders. The black stone spiders weren't very intelligent, but they knew how to dodge. In the face of the attack, they could only stop shooting stone awls in their mouths and fight with the warriors angrily again. At this time, one of the mages of the 7th step finally finished chanting a long and urgent incantation. He raised his magic staff and in an instant, the temperature in the air rose quite a bit. A huge wave of fire formed and attacked the black stone spiders. At the same time, the warriors of the 7th grade retreated in tacit understanding, arriving in front of the mages. The black stone spiders wanted to chase after them, but the waves of fire forced them back. The black stone spiders could only spit out stone spikes to disperse the waves of fire. The black stone spiders scattered the waves of fire and wanted to continue their pursuit. However, another mage of the 7th step finished his incantation and released a large-scale spell. The ground where the black stone spiders were standing on immediately shook. A few of the spiders seemed to have sensed the danger and loudly cried out. However, this didn't stop anything. A spike suddenly emerged from the ground and cut off a leg of one of the spiders. Then, countless spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed towards the black stone spiders at an incredible speed. The black stone spiders cried out in pain as the spikes mercilessly pierced their bodies. Miraculously, green blood flowed out of their bodies. One had to know that the previous spiders didn't have any blood. The area where the black stone spiders were standing was filled with spikes in just a short while. The black stone spiders were injured and went completely crazy. However, before they could attack, the other mages of the 7th step all stopped their incantations. Several huge bolts of lightning appeared from all directions and blasted towards the black stone spiders. After a few loud bangs, the black stone spiders were heavily injured under the joint attack of the 15 mages. Green blood flowed all over the ground. Under the attack of the spikes and lightning, the black stone spiders lost legs and their flesh was burnt to a crisp. They screamed as if they wanted to leave behind their last cry in this world. Seeing this, how could the warriors not know that this is the best time to beat the black stone spiders up? They all grabbed their armaments and rushed towards the heavily injured black stone spiders and used their battle techniques. After a series of attacks, the 10 black stone spiders finally completed their first and last appearance. Their huge bodies fell to the ground and died one after another. Oh, when the treasure hunting team saw that their strongest members had finally killed these powerful monsters, they immediately cheered. They raised the weapons in their hands and excitedly knocked on the ground to express the joy in their hearts. At this moment, their morale has reached its peak. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto saw the entire battle with their own eyes. They looked at each other and nodded. Wu Yan was the first to break the silence. He said to the two girls, "These 15 mages of the 7th step aren't weak. 10 black stone spiders of the same rank were killed without any injuries. Although there are factors such as numbers, armaments, and teamwork, it's undeniable that they'll be hard to deal with if they become opponents." Wu Yan couldn't help but raise this question. From the battle just now, he can see that these guys are a bit cold-blooded and heartless. They didn't do anything even when their subordinates were injured. If they find the treasure and make a move, they'll definitely be killed without hesitation. Although Wu Yan already exchanged for items that can guarantee their safety, if possible, Wu Yan really didn't want to use them. Because when that time comes, it means that they're already in a very dangerous situation. Chuju and Mikoto nodded, agreeing with Wu Yan's words. Including Mikoto, although she's stronger than any of the 15 mages here, if she's surrounded and doesn't use items, her end won't be any better than the dead spiders. Master, hearing Ikaros's voice, Wu Yan and Ko turned their heads towards Ikaros at the same time. With all their gazes on her, Ikaros felt a bit uneasy even though she has the same personality as Ikaros. "Ikaros, did something happen?" Wu Yan's question isn't without reason. Usually, if there's nothing going on, Ikaros will just stay silent like a loyal bodyguard. "That's," Ikaros said softly to Wu Yan's group. "There's a very strong life signature approaching." "A very strong life signature?" Since it was discovered by Ikaros, that means it's not someone who's hiding like them. That means Ikaros's crimson eyes flashed. "There's 3 of them, 2 of them are A's and 1 of them is S." Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were shocked. Strength A means that it's on the same level as Ikaros. Something that Ikaros thinks can cause her harm is A. S means that even Ikaros would be threatened by it. Such a character is approaching? How can Wu Yan's group not be shocked? Of course, Wu Yan's situation isn't known to the people who are cheering. Because of this, these people who are still in a state of joy don't know that the last moment of their lives is about to arrive. The 15 Stage 7 powerhouses who had been standing there calmly and accepting the crowd's support suddenly felt an aura of death looming over them, causing their bodies to tremble and their expressions to change greatly. One of the Type 7 experts could not help but feel the shadow of death looming over him, as he took 2 steps back in shock, shouting hysterically. This voice not only stunned everyone present, but also caused the other Stage 7 powerhouses to tremble. They exchanged glances with each other, struggling in their hearts. The reason why he was struggling was very simple. He had chosen to give up on the treasure and preserve his life, or he felt that this premonition of death was just a trick from the treasure trove. In just a moment, they all lost their last chance to save their lives. Chapter 92. The people of the treasure hunting team looked at the 15 7th Order powerhouses and were puzzled. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Gradually, the crowd began to stir. The 15 Tier 7 combatants' faces were unsettled, their ears listening to the noise from the crowd. Their hearts were getting restless, but at the same time, they also lost control of their emotions. They didn't know what to do. That aura of death kept coming at them, their hearts started to beat faster and faster. An ominous premonition told them that something terrifying, is approaching. The 15 Tier 7 combatants who were struggling between danger and escape, soon, they didn't have the heart to think about anything else. The crowd gradually quieted down. No matter what, everyone present was quite accomplished in their cultivation. Even if they couldn't compare to the 15 7th Order powerhouses, at this time, no matter how slow they were, they could feel that the situation was not good. A strange atmosphere started to spread in the crowd, the scene became inexplicably quiet, even the 15 Tier 7 combatants couldn't help but stop what they were doing, shrouded in this strange atmosphere. "Master, a strong life force, it's approaching." Other than Wu Yan's group, no one else could hear Ikaros's words. While the scene was quiet, Wu Yan's group was still in shock. Everyone heard a sound. It was the sound of something being dragged on the ground. Following the sound, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto started to get nervous. Some of the people in the crowd started to feel fear, scared by this strange atmosphere, strange aura, and strange sound. The sound is getting closer and closer. Some of the more timid ones already started to tremble. The 15 Tier 7 combatants looked at each other, took out their armaments at the same time, and looked around vigilantly. Their hearts started to beat faster. In the crowd, one of the warriors inadvertently glanced in front, and with that glance, the warrior's eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back in fear. The warrior raised his trembling hand and pointed to the front. His voice was filled with fear. The warrior's voice suddenly rang out in the silent arena. It could be said that it was unusually clear. The warrior's voice was filled with fear, and it also raised the strange atmosphere to its peak. The people heard the voice and looked over. The scene that appeared in front of them finally became the last straw that crushed their hearts. 2 incomparably large and ferocious spiders slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They were 10 meters tall, and compared to them, the black stone spiders from before were like children. Of course, if it were just 2 giant stone spiders, they wouldn't be so shocked. These 2 giant spiders weren't stone spiders, but real spiders. Its entire body was covered in black needle-like hair. Its long legs were filled with barbs. On its huge head, there was a ferocious face, a pair of strange eyes, and 2 stone pillar-like teeth. Its entire body was filled with deterrence. Looking at the 2 terrifying and ferocious giant spider faces, everyone couldn't help but step back in an attempt to distance themselves from these 2 figures that were like death gods. At this moment, fear had already filled their hearts. Hiss! When the entire body of the spiders appeared in front of everyone, the 2 ferocious giant spiders arched their bodies and opened their mouths. 2 powerful roars came out from their mouths, and a strong wind blew towards the crowd. Giant Spider Guard, level 70. Even if the people present didn't have the system's magical sensory ability like Wu Yen and the others, from the terrifying aura and the huge size of the spiders, they realized that the 2 terrifying giant spiders in front of them were definitely not something they could deal with. The aura of death had already completely enveloped them. At this moment, there were no other words that could express their inner feelings better than this. This included the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses who were still awe-inspiring just a moment ago. The 15 Stage 7 powerhouses were also afraid. They had stronger strength than the others, and they could feel more clearly how strong the 2 monsters in front of them were. That irresistible feeling, when they saw the 2 ferocious giant spiders, had already spread throughout their bodies. Among them, any one of them had the confidence that even if they met a peak Stage 7 powerhouse with a rare armament, they would be able to withstand 2 moves. But now, the 2 monsters in front of them gave them an irresistible feeling of fear. Then there was only one explanation: Stage 8. Run. No one knew better than them how terrifying a Stage 8 was. Because they were only 1 stage away from a Stage 8, they knew that if they went up against a Stage 8, even if there were 15 of them, they would only be able to drag out the time of death by a little. In the end, only death would await them. Thus, without hesitation, they used their fastest speed to turn around and run away. Of course, it was all in vain. Almost at the same time when they turned around, a group of stone owls shot towards the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses at a speed faster than anyone could react. When the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses turned around, it just so happened that their backs were exposed to the soul-snatching envoys. The stone owls mercilessly pierced through their skin, piercing through their bodies, piercing through their organs and bringing them to their deaths. In just a short while, the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses were all dead. It was a pity for them. If they had been able to resist for a while, they might have been able to find a sliver of a chance to survive. Unfortunately, they had chosen the stupidest choice. Everyone present cried out in fear at the same time. None of them intended to resist. Even the strongest 15 7th Order powerhouses among them had been wiped out in an instant. How could they resist by themselves? Thus, everyone present followed the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses and chose the stupidest path. At the same time, everyone turned around and fled as if their lives depended on it. The 2 giant spider guards were more than happy to shoot live targets. Stone spikes fell from the sky, shooting down those who were a little slower. Screams, for a moment, spread out in this space. Only the screams of fear and the screams of death spread out in this spacious stone ground. Chuju and Mikoto closed their eyes at the same time when the massacre started. Even with their stubborn personalities, they couldn't bear to watch any longer. They lowered their heads and buried themselves in Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan also bitterly smiled. Just a moment ago, they sacrificed their comrades to obtain victory. They were even cheering and jumping for joy. But in a blink of an eye, they accompanied their cannon fodder to the underworld. Have to say, this is a bit ironic. But Wu Yan also knows that this is just the beginning. With just these 2 level 70 spider guards and Ikaros' strength, Wu Yan doesn't need to be afraid of them. What really made his heart clench was the S-class lifeform reaction that Ikaros mentioned. Under the stone awls of the 2 giant spider guards, people fell to the ground and died. Their bodies were pierced by the stone awls, but the 2 giant spider guards were not satisfied. They continued to shoot stone awls at the densest areas of the crowd. After a series of random shooting, close to 90% of the people fell to the ground and shed their last drop of blood. Perhaps it was because there were too many people, so the 2 giant spider guards couldn't take care of a portion of them. The group of people who ran the fastest had already left the giant spider guard's shooting range and escaped in all directions. Hearing the sound of the stone awls behind them stopping, this group of people couldn't help but feel happy. Feeling that there's hope for survival, they quickly increased their pace and ran towards the other side of the stone path. Just as the spider escorts were about to give chase, Wu Yan saw them suddenly stop, and then, they stopped in their tracks. Chapter 93. Master, not sure if it's just Wu Yan's imagination, but even though Ikaros called out softly and softly, Wu Yan felt a trace of heaviness in her tone. Ikaros, could it be? Wu Yan looked at Ikaros' beautiful eyes, his heart gradually sank. Yes, Master. A very powerful life form is approaching. It will reach here in 10 seconds. It's very dangerous. I suggest Master evacuate. Ikaros raised her head and looked at Wu Yan, as if waiting for Wu Yan's decision. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto also looked at Wu Yan. Even Ikaros used the word very dangerous to describe it and suggested Wu Yan evacuate. That means even Ikaros doesn't have a guarantee of victory. Wu Yan could feel everyone's eyes on him. He pondered for a moment and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There's a life form here that even Ikaros doesn't have a guarantee of victory over. Regardless of how strong this life form is, since it's guarding this treasure, it means this treasure is definitely extraordinary. Wu Yan didn't know if it's worth it to give up this unprecedented treasure. If he's alone, maybe he'll risk it all and take the risk. Since he has the system and his points are enough, Wu Yan has the confidence to escape from here. But no matter how precious the treasure is, can it be compared to the women he loves? The answer, of course, is no. Wu Yan said decisively. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, if I tell you to leave, immediately use that, and we'll leave this place. Chuju, you take the little girl with you. Hinajiku and Mikoto nodded solemnly. Ikaros replied with a, yes, master. She remained silent and continued to observe the scene with her beautiful crimson eyes. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the battlefield. Even if they have to evacuate, Wu Yan wants to see with his own eyes this so-called powerful life form that even Ikaros thinks is dangerous. Then he'll go back and beat it up in his mind. Since Wu Yan has absolute confidence in the escape item he exchanged from the system list, he's not in a hurry. At some point, Ikaros' pupils shrunk. Master, the target has appeared. As soon as Ikaros finished her words, the 2 spiders took a step back to the sides. A gigantic spider that was even bigger than the 2 giant spider guards added together had appeared. Of course, the ones who are running for their lives won't be able to see this. While they're still rejoicing over the fact that they're still alive, death has already crept up on them. Other than being bigger than the 2 giant spider guards, the giant spider's appearance was no different from the 2 giant spider guards. Under the protection of the 2 giant spider guards, it came to the field. Its eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Spider Queen, level 83, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's pupils shrunk, their faces turned heavy. Even though they had guessed beforehand that there might be a level 9 being in this place, they still felt a heavy heart when the other party really appeared in front of them, even though they had a way out. That's an existence that needs to be looked up to, there's no need to question it. Paros is the same. Even if Ikaros doesn't care about anything other than Wu Yen, she wouldn't feel anything. This spider queen in front of them, Wu Yen doesn't know if Ikaros can win if she uses her gold armament. Of course, even with her gold armament, Wu Yen doesn't think Ikaros can fight above her rank. Tier 9, in this world, other than the 5 demigods who are at the pinnacle of combat power, they're the strongest existence. In that case, the gap between the 9th stage and the 8th stage must be boundless. This could be seen from the 15 7th-stage powerhouses who were killed in an instant. Of course, Wu Yen doesn't plan to let Ikaros take the risk. Compared to the treasure, Wu Yen doesn't want anything to happen to Ikaros. Even if there's a possibility, even if as long as Wu Yen doesn't die, he can summon her again, but the light in the Spider Queen's eyes made Wu Yen frown, but it only lasted for a while before he relaxed. No matter what, it's still a Tier 1 existence other than the 5 demigods. A Tier 9 demonic beast already has the intelligence of a human. It's rumored that demigod demonic beasts can transform into benevolence. So, even if Wu Yen can't tell if it's a demonic beast or not, it's a given that it has intelligence. The Spider Queen grinded its mouth, its 2 sharp fangs grinding against each other. Some of its juices dripped down and landed on the ground with a tisk sound. A hole was formed on the hard stone floor. Wu Yen and Ko's pupils shrank at the sight of this. It glanced at the people running away, its eyes flashed with disdain. Among the non-human life forms, Wu Yen has only seen this kind of gaze in the eyes of the Orochi monster. Of course, monsters and demonic beasts can't be compared. After all, even though they're not humans, they're still different life forms. The direction of evolution is naturally different as well. Monsters are more inclined towards intelligence. Spreading its long legs to the sides, the giant spider queen crouched down and opened its mouth slightly, as if it was yawning. After this action, the people who were trying to escape had no way to escape anymore. The entire stone floor shook violently, causing the people running away, including Wu Yan's group, to tilt their bodies. In front of them, the people who were running away happily only felt a chill on their bodies, causing them to stop in their tracks. They looked down and saw that the stone ground under their feet had revealed their bare backs and soil. The stone surface that had disappeared was wriggling and turning into stone spikes. They shot out from the ground and pierced through their hearts. Intense pain spread from their bodies. They didn't even have time to scream before closing their eyes, stopping their breathing and heartbeat, hanging on the stone spikes, fresh blood flowing down the stone spikes. Facing these lives that it personally sent away, the Spider Queen only tilted its head, glanced at them and then looked away, as if it had only killed 2 insects. However, to the giant Spider Queen, they were indeed just bugs. Perhaps, in its eyes, humans were all bugs. Not to mention the giant Spider Queen, some strong humans would also treat the weak humans as bugs, ants. This was a common phenomenon in this world where strength was the most important thing. Following the deaths of this group of people, the group that came to search for treasure, those that were still standing on the field, were all wiped out. The space once again fell into silence. Wu Yen, Mikoto, and Chuju seriously looked at the corpses on the field. They only felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts, even their faces turned ugly. Wu Yen sighed, waved his hand at Chuju and Mikoto, and said with a slightly depressed voice, "All right, let's retreat. That Spider Queen is too dangerous." Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded with a bitter smile. Even Mikoto didn't know what to say at this point. Even someone as strong as her who is ranked in the top 7 of Academy City, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that if she were to go against that Spider Queen, she wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Not to mention the terrifying Spider Queen, Mikoto doesn't even have the confidence to take a few hits from either of the 2 spider guards. Even if they are only 1 level stronger than her, this level is like heaven and earth. Wu Yen also saw Mikoto's expression. He could only rub her hair and look at her with concern. Her face slightly reddened. Seeing Wu Yan's concerned eyes, Mikoto's heart warmed, her unwillingness also lessened a lot. Smiling, Wu Yen looked at the Spider Queen again. This time it made his heart skip a beat. Because the Spider Queen that was lazily lying on the ground was currently looking in their direction. Not good. Wu Yen was shocked. Chapter 94. That glance from the Spider Queen made all the hairs on Wu Yan's body stand on end. The chill in his heart intensified and a drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. I've been discovered. I've been discovered. I've been discovered. Run, 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 run. In an instant, Wu Yan's mind was filled with such thoughts. He grabbed Chuju and Mikoto's hands and held them tightly, planning to use the items he exchanged for to escape. Chuju and Mikoto also seemed to have noticed something wrong with Wu Yen. Seeing Wu Yan's face full of cold sweat, Chuju and Mikoto's heart also flashed a trace of unease. After Wu Yen shouted, "Not good," this trace of unease grew stronger. Master! Ikaros also noticed her master's mental activity. Seeing her master's expression, she looked at Wu Yen worriedly and planned to come forward. Let's retreat. Before Mikoto and the others could ask, Wu Yen immediately said. They didn't notice the Spider Queen's gaze. That's natural because from the moment Wu Yen noticed the Spider Queen's gaze to now when he shouted, "Let's retreat," only a few seconds have passed. Chuju and the others didn't say anything. Since Wu Yen said so, there must be a reason. At that moment, everyone took out something from their bodies. Even the blindfolded little Liren took out something when she heard Wu Yan's words, a scroll made of crystal. Just when Wu Yen and the others were planning to use this scroll to do something, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in this deathly silent area due to the death of the treasure hunters. It was also this sudden whistling sound that made Wu Yen and the others stop what they were doing. The Spider Queen also moved its gaze away, allowing Wu Yen to breathe a sigh of relief. 3 flashes of light came from not far away. Their speed is comparable to Feiyu, flying sound. While they are flying, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. By the time the sound reached Wu Yen and Ko's ears, the 3 flashes of light had already arrived beside the Spider Queen and the 2 spider escorts. Because it was too sudden, even the Spider Queen only reacted when the sound of the wind was heard. Although it lifted its body very quickly, that little bit of time was enough for the 3 streaks of light to arrive beside it. Wu Yen and the others looked towards the source of the sound. The 3 streaks of light had already stopped beside the Spider Queen and the spider guards in a triangular formation, surrounding them in the middle. At this time, Wu Yen and the others finally saw clearly that there were 3 people. 3 very strong people. Momiri, level 72, Jared, level 73, Cullis, level 75. Master, the life forms on the airship. Ikaros's words were a bit confusing, but Wu Yen and the others understood what she meant. The 3 rank 8 individuals that Ikaros detected on the airship were the 3 in front of them. Why did they suddenly appear? Aren't they looking for death by appearing at this time? Wu Yen looked at the 3 rank 8 individuals and frowned. He also signaled Mikoto and the others to wait and see the situation first. Of course, Wu Yen didn't let them put away the crystal scroll. If there's anything wrong, Wu Yen and the others would immediately use it. However, Cullis's actions still made Wu Yen very suspicious. Even if they're rank 8, there's no way they didn't notice that the Spider Queen in front of them is rank 9. At this time, instead of running away, they appeared here. Are they looking for death? They must be hiding at the side like them. They must have seen the deaths of the people before and the strength of the Spider Queen. Could it be that they were really greedy for the treasure and decided to take a gamble? But thinking up to here, Wu Yen quickly shook his head. To be able to become rank 8, they're definitely not idiots. If they chose to appear at this time, there must be a reason. At the same time, Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Of course, he's laughing at himself. He almost forgot that other than them, there's still another group of people hiding, the people from the auction. And these 3 rank 8 individuals who suddenly appeared. It doesn't matter what Wu Yen is thinking. The moment the tier 8 powerhouses surrounded the Spider Queen and her escorts, they took out a bottle of blood-red potion from their sleeves. Quick! Cullis hurriedly shouted and opened the potion bottle. Jared and Momiri also did the same. They opened the potion bottle and poured it on the ground. As the potion in the bottle dripped onto the ground, Cullis, Jared and Momiri took out another item. It was a piece of paper. The paper was instantly slapped on top of the potion on the ground. After this action, the three of them stopped. As if they've completed something, a slight smile appeared on their faces. The giant spider queen looked at Cullis and the other two's actions with cold eyes. Although she had said so much, this series of actions had already been completed by the time the giant spider queen raised her body and the giant spider guards reacted and stood guard beside her. Even Wu Yen, Mikoto and Chuju only felt a blink of an eye before Cullis and the others finished what they wanted to do. Their actions were practiced and fast. Suddenly, under the paper on the ground that came in contact with the potion, a red light suddenly lit up. Looking at this red light, the Spider Queen felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The red light became brighter and brighter until it was as red as blood. At this moment, the unease in the Spider Queen's heart reached its limit, causing it to instinctively want to stop what was about to happen. Thus, the giant Spider Queen roared, and the two giant spider guards flew out as if they had received an order, charging towards Jared and Momiri. As for the giant Spider Queen herself, she opened her mouth, preparing to do something. Unfortunately, before the two giant spider guards could reach them and before the giant Spider Queen could do anything, Cullis and the other two giant spider guards leaped into the air. In a flash, they arrived behind the giant Spider Queen and pulled a long distance away from it. Around the Spider Queen, the three papers on the ground suddenly caught fire and burned to ashes. As the papers burned to ashes, the potion on the ground also disappeared and turned into three blood-red light beams. The blood-red light beams shook slightly and then quickly flew, turning into a trail. As the blood-red light beams moved, they left behind a red line. Seeing the three blood-red light beams flying around it, the Spider Queen was furious. Its gaze towards Cullis and the other two became colder and colder. A strong murderous aura enveloped Cullis and the other two, causing them to take a step back and lower their waists by quite a bit. However, it was obvious that they were afraid of the Spider Queen, but there was no fear. It was as if victory was already in their hands, as if they were sure to eat the Spider Queen. Seeing this, Wu Yen and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled. As the light beams moved, the red line became denser and denser. The Spider Queen finally let out a roar, unable to bear the uneasiness in its heart, and attacked Cullis and the other two. At this moment, the red line on the ground flashed and bounced the Spider Queen's body back, as if there was an invisible wall there. The Spider Queen was enraged and violently charged, but it was constantly bounced back. Seeing this situation, Cullis and the other two's faces relaxed. It seems that they were also afraid that their methods wouldn't work on the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's ramming force was getting stronger and stronger. From the sound of the ramming, it could be heard that every time the Spider Queen rammed, the red line on the ground would flash and the Spider Queen would be bounced back. It seemed that the Spider Queen was really pinned down. However, Wu Yan's heart tightened. He realized that not only did the Spider Queen's ramming force increase, even the distance it was bounced back was getting shorter and shorter. At this point, the Spider Queen was basically not retreating anymore. Cullis and the other two obviously realized something as well. Their faces all changed, and when the red line on the ground weakened, their bodies also tensed up. But then, as if they discovered something again, their originally tense bodies relaxed and their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 95. Within the range of the red line, the Spider Queen and the two spider escorts continued to launch their own attacks at the rebounding barrier. Under that powerful impact, the trap set up by Cullis and the other two seemed to be gradually unable to withstand it. Seeing that the Spider Queen was about to break free at any time, Cullis and the other two also became nervous. It was also at this time that Cullis and the other two's faces suddenly changed. Their originally nervous faces were now filled with joy. Seeing Cullis and the other two's faces, Wu Yen knew that the situation was about to change. Suddenly, the red light expanded and dyed the entire space blood red. The rebounding force of the red barrier also increased greatly. With a muffled sound, the giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards were bounced back, causing them to retreat a great distance and once again enter the center of the red barrier. Wu Yan and the rest who were hiding at the side felt their eyes hurt from the red light. Shocked, they quickly closed their eyes and raised their hands to block the strong light. As the red light expanded, the red line on the ground also flowed like water, as if it was given life at this moment, surrounding the Spider Queen and pulsating. When Wu Yan and the rest opened their eyes, they saw that the red line on the ground had formed a large blood-red magic formation, trapping the 3 spiders in it like a cage, trapping the Spider Queen and the 2 spider escorts. The Spider Queen was furious. He had been living in this space for countless years. In this space, there was no other living being except for the weakened ones that he had produced out of boredom in the endless years. In here it was the king. Not long ago, a powerful human had barged into this place. Not only did he possess the same level of strength as himself, but he was also equally matched with himself in battle. If it wasn't for the stone spider empire that had been born in this place for countless years, he would have had to pay a heavy price to get rid of this human. But even so, under the siege of the entire stone spider empire, this powerful human still suffered heavy injuries, destroyed more than half of its descendants, and escaped. It thought that it was just an accident in the endless years and that it would still be the king of this space in the days to come. But who would have thought that after that, humans would swarm in and break into this place one after another? Unfortunately, those humans were too weak. It only needed to raise its claws to squash them to death. The arrival of those humans was just the spice of life for the Spider Queen. In the beginning, the giant Spider Queen had thought that it would be the same this time. Who knew that there would be so many humans this time? Not only did they kill all of her descendants, leaving only the 2 she had given birth to alive, they even set up this strange area to trap her. If the other party was as strong as that powerful human from before, then he could only admit that he was unlucky. However, this time, the 3 humans who had played him in circles were just 3 weak ants. How could the giant Spider Queen not be furious? Hiss! With a roar full of anger, the Spider Queen used all of its strength to release the roar. The 2 spider guards beside it were shaken by this roar and immediately fell to the ground, trembling. The roar reverberated throughout the entire space. In an instant, the entire space made of stone shook violently. The intensity of the shaking was greater than any of the previous times. Wu Yan pulled the 2 girls into his arms again. He hugged them tightly. His heart was filled with shock, although he didn't know what that blood-red magic formation was, what it did, and how strong it was. Since it could trap the Spider Queen, it proved that it wasn't weak. And under such circumstances, he didn't expect that not only was the Spider Queen not weakened, it was still so strong. With just a roar, it caused a tremor that was comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Just how strong was it to be able to do this? Was this the strength of a 9th rank? With such strength, if he used all of his summoning points to summon a 9th rank character, then on this continent, wouldn't he be able to live a carefree life? But this thought was thrown away by Wu Yan without hesitation when he saw Ikaros' beautiful face. If he could choose again, Wu Yan would still choose to summon Ikaros. Cullis and the other 2 were also forced to retreat a few steps before stabilizing themselves. Looking at the giant Spider Queen, the fear in their eyes became even more intense. This monster, isn't it a little too powerful? Jared swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ever since he advanced to rank 7, he had never lost his composure like today. Jared even thought that in this world, he might not be able to find anything that could make him lose his composure. This thought became even more deeply ingrained in Jared's heart after he advanced again and became a rank 8 powerhouse. Now, he knew that compared to the giant Spider Queen, all his previous arrogance couldn't even withstand a single blow. Is this the strength of a 9th rank? Cullis pondered and couldn't help but mutter. Momiri smiled bitterly, looking at the sorry state around him. Recalling that roar filled with power, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. I must break through the 8th rank and become a 9th rank powerhouse. Their voices weren't loud, but Wu Yan's group heard it clearly. At this time, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the trio. Although these three were intimidated by the Spider Queen's strength, they weren't afraid at all. At most, they were afraid. What was it that gave them so much confidence? But soon, Wu Yan didn't need to think anymore because the answer was already on the table. Master? Ikaros's voice sounded again, making Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto tremble. The way they looked at Ikaros also became strange. Ikaros? Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Ikaros, asking in a weak voice, could it be that there's another powerful life form approaching? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros's eyes flashed, a little confused, but she still said, no master, it's that magic formation, it's gathering a powerful energy. Gathering a powerful energy? Wu Yan's group looked over in confusion, but what they saw made them pale. Inside the magic formation, the Spider Queen looked like it couldn't move, it's shaking its body with all its might, but it didn't move at all. The two spider guards were also doing the same thing. The magic formation was flashing with a blood-red light. The light was getting stronger and stronger, and the reason for it was the blood on the ground that was continuously flowing into the magic formation. Wu Yan's group saw that the blood was all flowing out from the bodies of the dead. Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. The scene of the blood gathering and flowing back once again shook their hearts. At this time, their minds were completely blank. Wu Yan fiercely clenched his teeth. If he still couldn't see anything at this time, then he'd really be an idiot. No wonder the auction house was so generous with the treasure map. No wonder the supply town was wantonly spreading the news of the treasure. All of this was a conspiracy. Everything the auction house did was for this magic formation that could deal with the Spider Queen. Spreading the news in the supply town and the auction house. Attracting those who were greedy for the treasure and gathering enough people. Once they entered this place, they would immediately hide, wait for everyone to be killed, then activate the magic formation, gather the blood of the dead, and use it as the condition to activate the magic formation. Perhaps the auction house had already sent their men of sacrifice here to scout the situation. They knew that there was a rank 9 Spider Queen here, so they arranged all of this. They knew that by themselves, they couldn't do anything to the rank 9 Spider Queen, so they came up with such a sinister plan. They knew that the large group that came to search for the treasure was definitely here to deliver food to the Spider Queen. Once the Spider Queen killed everyone, they would come out and reap the fruits of its labor, gather the blood, activate the evil magic formation, and kill the Spider Queen. This way, the treasure would be theirs. Chapter 96. Not only did they plan to take the entire treasure for themselves, they even used the lives of the treasure hunters as stepping stones. How sinister! Perhaps after they get the entire treasure, they'll claim that the treasure is just a scam, that it's just a nest of 9th-level magical beasts. They'll just make up a lie and deny it even if they die. After all, everyone is dead and they're the only ones left. They can say whatever they want without worrying about anyone suspecting them because there's no witness. All they have to do is to destroy the stone tablet when they leave and then announce that they had no choice but to destroy the stone tablet to prevent the magical beasts from coming after them. This way, there won't be any evidence and they can sit at home laughing and counting everything they got. One has to say, this scheme of the auction house is really vicious. Really vicious. After telling his thoughts to Chuju and Mikoto, the two girls covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief. Perhaps, in their hearts, this kind of scheme is simply unforgivable, so they can't believe it. Looking at Cullis and the other two's face filled with joy and confidence, Wu Yan sneered in his heart. It's indeed a very thoughtful plan. Too bad, you guys probably didn't expect that under the pressure of the Stone Spider Army and the Giant Spider Queen, there would still be people alive, right? You guys probably didn't expect that there would be people like us who weren't part of the plan, right? I can only say that this is all heaven's will. Isn't that so? How could the auction house people know that there's a Wu Yan here with a magical cloak that can perfectly hide at the side and watch the show with them? How could they know that when they were hiding at the side and happily planning to swallow the fruit of victory, there's another existence beside them who's also watching the show? If this isn't heaven's will, Then when Wu Yen and the rest were finally discovered by the giant spider queen and were planning to retreat, the praying mantis that was planning to eat the cicada, appeared and forcibly retained the Oriole. Isn't this heaven's will? That's why, this is all heaven's will. Yen, what should we do now? Wu Yan's thoughts aside, Mikoto on the other hand couldn't hold it in any longer. Lightning flashed on her forehead as she stared at the scene expressionlessly. Her eyes were filled with anger. Looking at Mikoto's current state, it's obvious that everything the auction house has done has made her furious. How could Sis Cannon, who was filled with a sense of justice, not be angry when such a thing happened in front of her? She had a junior who was a member of the Conduct and Discipline Committee and was extremely kind. Although Mikoto's heart had hardened a lot since she was summoned by Wu Yen, her basic principles would never change. She was just a little naive before, but now that naivety was gone, her kindness was still there, and so was her inner heart. This was something that Wu Yen was very happy about. As for the president, she was about the same. If not for her lack of strength, she really wanted to rush up and teach those three evil fellows a lesson. Isn't that obvious? Wu Yen rubbed the back of his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched into a sinister smile. Since they've put on a show to watch a good show, if we don't inherit their spirit, wouldn't we be letting them down? What do you mean? Chuju and Mikoto kind of understood what Wu Yen meant. He wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. Wu Yen didn't care if Chuju and Mikoto understood the meaning of this famous Chinese saying. He smiled and said, "Let them fight among themselves. Just as well, help us get rid of the Spider Queen and let us have a taste of what it's like to be a fisherman." Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Looking at the sinister smile on Wu Yan's face, the two girls remembered how Wu Yen was coquettishly shouting, "Let's retreat." Not long ago, they wanted to give him a few slaps on his wretched face. But after they get rid of the Spider Queen, what about those three Tier 8? Mikoto said with a frown. Even if a Tier 9 super strong enemy was killed by someone else, 3 Tier 8s are still a very strong enemy. On their side, they only have 1 Tier 5, 1 Tier 6, 1 Tier 7, and 1 Tier 8. Against 3 Tier 8, no matter how you look at it, they have no chance of winning, right? Don't worry. Wu Yen of course understood what Mikoto was trying to say. He wasn't that stupid to overestimate himself and think that they're in the bag. If it's the Spider Queen, then we can only scrounge up the points and dig out the system's secret. Otherwise, there's nothing else we can do but, casting his gaze on Cullis and the other two, Wu Yen smiled faintly and said softly, "If it's those 3 Tier 8 with Ikaros, we still have a chance of winning." Ikaros? Chuju and Mikoto looked at the expressionless Ikaros and were surprised. But Chuju thought for a bit and said hesitantly, "Although Ikaros is a Tier 8 and higher than any of the three, but she's only one person against 3 Tier 8, then that's because you guys don't understand Ikaros." When Wu Yen said this, his tone was full of confidence. Rubbing Ikaros' head, Wu Yen smiled. "Ikaros is the king of group battles." King of group battles? Obviously, Chuju and Mikoto didn't understand Wu Yan's words. Looking at Ikaros and the hand rubbing her head, they were a little unhappy and a little envious. "Let's make an example, Mikoto." Wu Yen looked at Mikoto, startling her. "If you and Ikaros are of the same level without taking into account equipment and other factors, based on pure strength, then with your ability, you should be able to beat Ikaros by a notch. But if you were to team up with another person, then the outcome of the battle would be different." At this point, Wu Yen couldn't help but see Chuju and Mikoto's confused expression. Wu Yen shrugged and continued his explanation. "Let's put it this way, if Ikaros is fighting with someone of the same tier, then she can unleash 100% of her strength. But if she's mixed into a group battle, then she can unleash 200% of her strength." At this time, Chuju and Mikoto's expression finally changed. Chuju touched her cheeks and said uncertainly, "According to what you're saying, Ikaros will be stronger in group battles?" "That's right," Wu Yen said without hesitation. Ikaros was originally developed as a strategic all-purpose angel. All her settings are based on group battles. So, in group battles, Ikaros will be stronger. Hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju and Mikoto nodded in understanding. But after a while, Chuju frowned again. But even if Ikaros is stronger in group battles, it can't be that much stronger, right? I reckon Ikaros's limit is to fight against 2 of the same rank, let alone 3. Didn't I say just now? That's just pure strength. The most important thing is Ikaros equipment. 2 rare armaments, one of which is infinitely close to a gold armament, and one of which is a gold armament. Do you think Ikaros can still lose with such equipment? The 2 girls were stunned. Oh right, there's still the armament. Looking at the 2 girls' expression, Wu Yan smiled. A gold armament, that's something only a tier 9 can have. I don't believe those 3 tier 8 guys outside would have a gold armament. So, with Ikaros being stronger in group battles, plus a gold armament and a top-tier rare armament, it's not like Ikaros has no chance of winning against those 3 tier 8. Wu Yan's words made Hinajiku and Mikoto lower their heads. They started thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Wu Yan didn't comment on this and he just smiled. He licked his lips in excitement when he recalled the scene where Ikaros fought against the tier 8 combatants. That's why other people fight while we wait for the loot to drop, that's fine. Chapter 97. Seeing Wu Yan's confidence in Ikaros, the 2 girls couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Mikoto turned her head away in dissatisfaction but still asked with concern. Are you so sure that Ikaros can take on 3 people of the same rank? Even though Ikaros is strong in group fights, but against 3 people of the same rank, won't that be too much? Yeah, Yen, isn't this too dangerous? Chuju looked at Ikaros worriedly. Are you so sure that they don't have a gold armament? What if something happens and Ikaros gets hurt? Whether it's Ikaros' ability to fight in groups or the gold armament, it's all your own assumptions. If your assumptions are wrong and they have the gold armament, or if Ikaros' ability to fight in groups is enhanced, she still can't beat 3 people of the same rank. What will we do then? Ikaros, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head. Her voice was soft but firm. Ikaros can fight. Chuju and Mikoto immediately looked at Ikaros, but all they saw was her expressionless face. They could only helplessly turn to Wu Yan. Wu Yan was speechless. Being stared at by the 2 girls, Wu Yan felt like he did something bad. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. You're right, there's always a what if. That was just a simple calculation. But even if Ikaros can't take them on, as long as she drinks resplendent breath, she'll be invincible for 3 hours. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh right, there's that too. Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at each other, embarrassed. It's obvious that they've forgotten about resplendent breath. Seeing this, Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. With resplendent breath's invincibility for 3 hours, even if Ikaros grinds, she'll be able to grind those 3 to death. So don't worry. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Mikoto lamented. Sometimes, I really feel like having a system is cheating. With such a strong item, whoever goes up against it will be the unlucky one. Listening to Mikoto's mumbling, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. The system is a cheat to begin with. Ugh, it's still a trap. Finally, when all the corpses on the ground were dried up and their blood was sucked dry by the magic circle finally unleashed its full power. The blood-red color that was like the setting sun at dusk, with the last drop of blood flowing into the magic circle, the blood-red color weakened and slowly disappeared. The magic circle also became ordinary, like a decoration. Seeing this scene, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared weren't surprised at all. Instead, the joy on their faces grew. At the same time, they dropped all their defenses, the corners of their mouths twitched and a smile appeared on their faces. In the end, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This can only mean that they've achieved their goal. Everything they wanted to do has basically been declared a success. And the fact is, it's indeed so. The magic circle below lost all its luster. Inside the magic circle, the Spider Queen felt a sense of danger. All the anxiety in its heart turned into a deadly premonition of death, driving it crazy. Taking advantage of the magic circle's disappearance, The Spider Queen let out a loud cry. Its numerous long legs fiercely stomped on the ground, shattering the ground and shaking the space. The Spider Queen nimbly jumped up and left the magic circle on the ground. However, before it could rejoice, an invisible force suddenly hit its body. That huge body that even a 9th-rank powerhouse would not be able to move was like a piece of paper. It was hit by this invisible force and heavily fell to the ground. Back in the original magic array, seeing the Spider Queen struggle, Cullis and the other two revealed a look of disdain. It's completely different from the vigilant and fearful look from before. It also exposed their true colors of vile characters, causing Wu Yen to sneer. Just now, before the magic formation had taken effect, he had looked like he would run away if there was even the slightest hint of danger. Now that he was relying on the power of the magic formation to suppress the giant Spider Queen, thinking that victory was within his grasp, he had started mocking him. He really was a true villain. The giant Spider Queen kept struggling, and its screams echoed throughout the space. However, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't lift its body. It felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on its back. It felt as if its entire body was extremely heavy, and it couldn't move at all. As for the two giant spider guards, they were already lying on the ground. Cullis and the other two looked at each other and laughed even more cheerfully. Who knows if their laughter was a signal, but after their laughter, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from the other side of the stone path. Following that, people from the auction house appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. What made Wu Yan surprised was that it wasn't just the auction house. There were also people from two other forces that came in. Just thinking about it, Wu Yan came to a realization. I was wondering why there were 3 8th-step powerhouses. They couldn't all be from the auction house. Otherwise, the auction house would have already unscrupulously dominated the entire supply town. So it turns out that there are 2 more from other forces. You can't blame Wu Yan for not noticing. Even with his complete memory ability, all his attention was focused on the auction house. He didn't pay attention to the other forces and only paid attention to those above the 6th step. That's why he didn't notice that there were 2 other forces hiding with the auction house. Pathetically defeated. Seeing this situation, the president got angry and said with a cold snort. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with a bit of surprise and said in amazement, "You've learned the idiom quite well." The old man from the auction house walked out from the crowd and came to the side of Cullis and the other 2. He bowed and respectfully said, "3 sirs, did you succeed? Does that even need to be said?" Cullis waved his hand with an insufferably arrogant look, completely lacking the demeanor of a powerhouse of the 8th order. Although his voice sounded calm, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with an indescribable sense of pride. After spending so much effort, if it still didn't succeed, then it really doesn't make sense. Too bad, you're not destined to have the last laugh. The old man raised his head to look at the giant Spider Queen. Feeling the immense aura of death and pressure coming from it, as well as the powerful sound waves coming from its frantic struggle, he trembled a little. "Cullis, let's end it." Momiri noticed that under the pressure of the giant Spider Queen, the crowd stiffened and frowned. Jared also nodded, agreeing with Momiri's suggestion. "Got it." Cullis glared at the 2 of them with dissatisfaction, as if blaming them for not letting him show off in front of his subordinates. However, he still obeyed and took out a small blood-colored stone from his bosom. The 3 of them took a few steps forward and closed the distance between them and the giant Spider Queen. Seeing the giant Spider Queen's abnormally ferocious face and its eyes filled with killing intent and resentment, they all felt their hearts tremble. Cullis snorted coldly. He felt that this monster was about to die under his hands, yet he was still afraid of it and lost face. Thus, he viciously said, "So what if you're a 9th-step monster? You still lost to me, you still died under my hands. Remember my name, Cullis." That pretentious look made Wu Yan and the rest want to vomit. Flicking the small blood-colored stone into the magic formation, Cullis and the other 2 retreated. Under the gaze of the giant Spider Queen, the stone fell into the magic formation and slid in front of it, then it instantly vaporized. Following the vaporization of the stone, the magic formation seemed to have received some kind of order and started to rotate. Complex and hard to understand runes jumped in the air. The blood turned into a fluid that flowed around the giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards. A blood-colored transparent barrier rose from the bottom of the magic formation and then covered the entire magic formation, as well as the giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards. The giant spider queen seemed to have predicted its own outcome and let out a mournful cry that shook people's hearts. Boom! Chapter 98. Boom! A red beam of light shot up to the sky. The magic circle shot it out like a laser cannon and exploded on top of the stone wall. However, the stone wall didn't have the slightest bit of damage. It's like the beam of light was originally there. The beam of light filled the entire magic circle. The screams of the spider queen and the two spider escorts also leaked out from inside. The deafening explosion came out from the magic circle without any warning. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren, who weren't prepared for this, all four of them felt dizzy and moaned softly. Only Ikaros was still as calm as ever. This made Wu Yan wonder if she's a natural or something. As for the people from the auction house, they looked at the magic array indifferently. At this time, the magic array was already in full operation, and the bright red light covered everything inside the magic array. Aside from a loud bang and the occasional miserable howl, no one could see anything inside the magic array. Seeing this situation, Culus and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people behind them also let out a joyful expression, because at this moment, their plan has succeeded. Listening to the laughter coming from the crowd, Chuju and Mikoto clenched their teeth. If they didn't do this, they're really afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold it in and jump out. At this moment, they only felt pity for those who had died. Not only were they deceived, but they were also used after their deaths. Moreover, they were used to such an extent that they were worthless. At least, those who were immersed in the joy of the success of the plan did not care about their value. Wu Yan knows about the anger in the two girls' heart, but he can only stay silent. He's not as kind as Chuju and Mikoto to not care about the people who died. Those people from before also didn't care about the death of their companions. In Wu Yan's view, they deserve to die, so there's no need to care about them. Of course, he also knows that he can't be as kind and forgiving as Chuju and Mikoto. He's just that selfish. No one knew how long the magic circle lasted. It was only when the screams stopped that the magic circle started to slow down. The red light became weaker and weaker. Finally, it stopped and gradually disappeared. The giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards lay quietly in the magic array that had already disappeared. There wasn't the slightest injury on their bodies. However, their originally pitch-black bodies were now deathly pale. There was no light in their eyes. The aura of death that had filled the giant spider queen's body had also disappeared without a trace. All signs of life had disappeared. I've finally succeeded. The treasure belongs to us now. Just like how the people who had died cheered for their victory against the stone spiders, the auction house and the other two minor powers also cheered after seeing the giant spider queen's death. They cheered with a clear conscience. Mikoto couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at the cheering crowd, she couldn't help but feel infuriated, incomparably infuriated. Even in the past, she had never been as infuriated as she was today. Yen, can we go out now? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and then looked at Chuju. He pondered for a moment and bitterly laughed. Well, I originally wanted to let them find the treasure and then go out and give them a good beating. But since you don't want to hide anymore, then I have no objections. Even though the giant spider queen had appeared and was killed, Wu Yan still couldn't be sure if there was only one boss in this place. After all, there's still no sign of the treasure. Who knows if it's already safe in front of them? It was a good choice to let those scumbags above lead the way and let them play a few more minor roles. They could also relieve some of their worries and solve some of their difficulties. But since Mikoto couldn't hold it in and Kaisha-sama even summoned White Cherry, Wu Yan was more or less pissed off at the people on the field. If that's the case, then let's go. At worst, if there's a situation later that they can't handle, they'll just use the item to retreat. Since they can't handle it anyway, Wu Yan doesn't believe that those guys on the field have the ability to handle it. Unless they run back and lure another group of people to their deaths and set up another magic formation. Making up his mind, Wu Yan said, Ikaros, I'll leave those 3 tier 8 to you. If you can't handle it, drink resplendent breath, got it? Ikaros's eyes flashed with an undetectable light. Yes, master. Wu Yan nodded seriously at Ikaros before looking at Chuju and Mikoto. Chuju, Mikoto, I'll leave the little girl to you guys. As for the helpers, leave them to me. But I want to help too. Hinajuku quietly picked up Lirin. She said she would take care of her. Mikoto, on the other hand, isn't happy about this. She was just getting ready to go all out, but who knew Wu Yan would suddenly do something like this? Wu Yan retorted at Mikoto's words. Can you do it? Mikoto choked. She looked at the crowd on the field and weakly said, At least let me help out, I'll just injure them. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry looking at her. Injuring but not killing, that'll take a lot of effort. There's no lack of cockroaches in this world. Even if you knock them down, they'll get back up again. Understanding Wu Yan's meaning, Mikoto paused and mustered up her courage to look into Wu Yan's eyes. Her brown eyes were filled with determination, but there was also a trace of pleading hidden deep within. Let me help out a bit. There are a few tier 7 fighters among them and quite a few tier 6 pinnacle. You're only tier 6, it's too far-fetched for you to fight alone. Let me help, I don't want to watch my companions fight while I watch from the sidelines. Lowering his head, Wu Yan went silent. Mikoto was still looking at Wu Yan with hope and expectation. Chuju nodded silently and went silent as well. Her mission is to take care of little Lirin. There's still a long way to go in the future. She'll have to wait until she gets stronger before she can share his burden. She still has some ideas. After a while, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Fine, I'm afraid. Cullis walked in front of the Spider Queen and kicked it, scolding, Damn it, for a monster like you, I've put in a lot of effort. Now that you're finally dead, it's really satisfying. Momiri coldly swept a glance at the Spider Queen and retracted his gaze. Looking at the stone path ahead, he impatiently said to Cullis and Jared, Now, can we go get the treasure? Hearing the word, treasure, Cullis and Jared instantly became spirited. After spending so much effort, the treasure is now right in front of their eyes. A treasure guarded by a rank 9 Spider Queen, even if one were to think with their knees, they would know that it's definitely not simple. The 3 of them also became a little impatient at this moment. Just as they were about to lift their feet, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Without a sound, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and when they saw clearly that it was indeed a person in front of them, the 3 of them couldn't help but take a step back with cold sweat dripping down their backs. Someone appeared in front of them and they didn't even notice? Just now, if it was a sneak attack? Thinking up to here, plus the fact that there's something on the figure that shouldn't appear on a human, the 3 of them took a few steps back and became alert out of reflex. Of course, it's not that their alertness isn't high, it's just that they didn't expect there to be a survivor here. If it was a sneak attack just now, it would have alerted them. That's why they chose a direct confrontation. For you, Cullis coldly shouted. Momiri and Jared beside him also had the same expression, staring at the figure in front of them with shock in their hearts. Because the figure in front of them is not only unbelievably beautiful, but there's also a halo on top of her head and a pair of wings of light growing out of her back. Staring at the opponent in front of her with her crimson eyes, Ikaros lifted her head. Her face was as calm as an ancient well and her aura was raised to its peak. Ikaros. Chapter 99. An angel. That's the first impression Ikaros gave everyone. Beautiful beyond compare, tall and voluptuous figure, a pair of blue wings of light fluttering behind her back, and a pure white halo covering her pink hair, giving Ikaros a sense of divinity and majesty. But if they knew that this form of Ikaros is unique to combat mode, what would they think? Of course, they won't know because at this moment, if they're not shocked by Ikaros' appearance, then they're mesmerized by her celestial beauty. Ikaros didn't care about how much shock her appearance brought to everyone. Right now, in her mind, there's only the mission Wu Yan gave her. In her eyes, there's only the 3 Tier 8 combatants closest to her. After confirming her target, Ikaros's lips slowly moved under everyone's watchful eyes. Her cold voice traveled into everyone's ears. However, the content once again caused everyone to be unable to help but be stunned. Ikaros. As the voice fell, the space around the angel began to tremble. Unknown metallic objects appeared out of thin air around the angel. Looking at the large amount of unknown metallic objects, everyone was puzzled. Cullis and the other two, however, had a drastic change in expression. At the same time when the unknown metallic object appeared, Cullis and the other two felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was this sense of crisis that caused their expressions to change. With a shift of their bodies, they quickly fled from their original location. Artemis, Permanent Rear-End Missile. This permanent rear-end missile has long been Ikaros' signature move. Maybe even Ikaros didn't know that most of her battles are started with permanent rear-end missile. Today is the same. Permanent rear-end missile signifies the start of the battle. As for Cullis and the other two who reflexively dodged, they naturally didn't know that the unknown metallic object known as the permanent homing missile was unavoidable. The missile moved in an indescribable trajectory in the air, causing Cullis and the other two's faces to change again and again. The three quickly split up and ran in different directions to avoid the attack of the unknown metallic object. Permanent rear-end missile speed is definitely not for show. Compared to a real missile, it's even faster. If it wasn't for the fact that Cullis and the other two aren't normal characters, they would have been hit long ago. When the rear-ending missiles split into several directions and attacked them again, their expressions finally changed from a slight change to one of shock. From the speed of these unknown metal objects, they could tell that if they were hit, it would definitely not be over with just a little injury. Caught off guard by Ikaros, Cullis and the other two were furious after the initial shock. Not long ago, they were the ones who had to watch others dodge their attacks. Now, they're being toyed with by a girl who popped out of nowhere. How can they not be furious? Damn, don't look down on me. Cullis roared. A huge knight's sword appeared in his hand. This sword doesn't look any different from a normal knight's sword. However, if you treat it as a normal knight's sword, you'll definitely die a horrible death. The moment Cullis drew his sword, the homing missile immediately caught up to him. Cullis roared. The veins on his sword-wielding hand bulged out. Cullis fiercely swung his sword. A sword formed from Do Chi flew out from his sword to meet the homing missile. Momiri and Jared also took out their weapons at the same time. Momiri's is a black spear while Jared's is a double-sided axe that's as long as a spear. Rare armament. With just a glance, Wu Yan saw through the level of Cullis and the other two's armaments. With the system's perceptive sensing and the same rare armament, Wu Yan's eyes are much easier to distinguish compared to those so-called discerning people. However, this also allowed Wu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, he hasn't seen a gold armament yet. But why is it a sigh of relief? Wu Yan's only fear is that Cullis and the other two might have some trump cards up their sleeves, but, after a quick glance, Wu Yan didn't have the time to observe any further. Those angry-looking warriors who are pouncing at him like wolves and tigers didn't intend to let him enjoy the show any longer. How can he not be angry? Ever since that beautiful angel appeared, this black-haired, black-eyed man and the short brown-haired girl standing beside him have been staring at the battle between the angel and the three lords. God knows how many times he and the others have asked, "Who are you guys?" But they were all ignored by them. Who can hold back their anger? Please remember to message me. Following the charge of these warriors, the magicians at the back also started chanting their spells, preparing to release their magic. Seeing this, Wu Yan's head started to hurt. What he's most afraid of are these sneak attacks. If he were to get hit by a cannon during the battle, he's afraid he'll be chopped up by a flurry of blades. Even though he has the spiritual dragon armor and can completely ignore attacks below rank 6, but there are still quite a number of rank 6 here. At that moment, Wu Yan could only sigh and say to Mikoto, "Mikoto, a group battle is disadvantageous for us, let's go." Hearing this, Mikoto unhappily glanced at the attacking magicians at the back. She took out a bottle of potion and in a few gulps, gulped it down. With the same action, Wu Yen gulped down the potion wolf in an even swifter manner than Mikoto. Then, he chuckled and tossed away the empty potion bottle in his hand. Exchanging glances with Mikoto, he charged into the crowd. Facing Ikaros who can fly, Cullis and the other two are undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Even though they can also use Do-Chi to fly for a short period of time, but obviously they can't fly as nimbly as Ikaros who has wings. Ikaros's instantaneous change in flying technique gave them a headache. Apart from a 7-step magician who can use flying magic, who else can fly as freely as Ikaros without the use of other tools? Unless it's those demigods who can fly as if they're walking, even a rank 9 powerhouse can't fly as freely as she does. This is something that Wu Yen didn't expect. Being able to fly as freely as she once gave Ikaros an obvious advantage in this battle. Add to that her extraordinary performance in the group battle and her series of armaments. Maybe Ikaros really doesn't need to drink the resplendent breath like Wu Yen and Mikoto. Another homing missile was destroyed by the armaments in Cullis and the other two's hands. Cullis and the other two's faces were as gloomy as water, angry and helpless. That flying ability is really too hard to deal with, and these flying metal lumps, damn it, who the hell is that woman? And wings, is she a demonic beast? Impossible, I've never heard of a demonic beast in human form. Could she be a demigod demonic beast in human form? That's even more impossible. If she's a demigod, why go through the trouble of using so many metal lumps? She could just slap them with her palm. Cullis is getting spun around by the homing missiles until he's dizzy. He couldn't help but curse out loud as he swung the armament in his hand and shot down countless missiles. But very quickly, new missiles came in to replace them and continued their relentless assault. Jared leaped to Cullis's side and Momiri did the same. The three of them gathered together and Jared immediately said, "We can't go on like this. We'll have one person block the flying metal, one person open up a path and the other one attack." Cullis and Momiri thought for a bit and nodded in agreement. There's no choice. If they don't do this, they'll run out of Do-Chi sooner or later and be ground to death by that angel. Jared raised his double-sided axe and with a swing of his axe, all the missiles around him were smashed to pieces. Cullis and Momiri leaped up and attacked Ikaros. Ikaros's eyes widened and another homing missile was fired. Because the distance between them was shortened, it reached the two in an instant. Explosive wind flash. Momiri raised his spear and condensed a large amount of Do-Chi at the tip of his spear. Momiri urged his Do-Chi and a burst of light exploded from the tip of his spear and destroyed the missile. Cullis smiled sinisterly and came above Ikaros and viciously slashed down with his great sword. Chapter 100. The great sword mercilessly slashed towards her own face. The pressure from the great sword caused her hair to swell even more after entering Sky Queen mode. One can see just how strong this blow is. Facing such a powerful attack, Ikaros ignored it like it was nothing. She didn't even bother to lift her head. Her lips parted and she chanted a few more words. Aegis, absolute defense circle. Cullis' greatsword that could split Mount Hua shuddered and stopped right above Ikaros. Cullis was stunned. Even though he pushed his Do-Chi a bit faster, it still didn't budge an inch. Cullis looked down in surprise, only to see a layer of blue translucent shield in front of Ikaros, blocking his armament. Cullis's face changed, he hardened his resolve and raised his greatsword again, slashing down on the absolute defense circle. A crisp sound rang out but it still didn't move an inch. Without waiting for Cullis to attack again, Ikaros dispelled the absolute defense circle and turned around. The wings on her back unfurled and like a giant palm, she sent Cullis flying. Momiri suddenly appeared in front of Ikaros again, thrusting his spear towards her chest while Jared appeared behind her, swinging his great axe towards her back. Ikaros's crimson pupils shrunk and with a flap of her wings, she flew towards the sky, dodging both Momiri and Jared's attacks. Too bad, above her, Cullis was already waiting for her, crazily condensing the Do-Chi in his body and channeling it into the greatsword in his hand like it doesn't cost him anything. The greatsword flashed a glaring red light. Looking at Ikaros, who delivered herself to his doorstep, Cullis grinned sinisterly. "I'd like to see if that shitty shield of yours can stop my strongest battle skill." Blood Soul Slash. Her already crimson pupils were illuminated even brighter by the red light from the greatsword. Left with no choice, Ikaros once again activated her absolute defense circle. Cullis's vicious slash landed on the blue barrier. Against the strongest battle skill of an opponent of the same rank, the absolute defense circle could only hold on for a moment before being chopped into pieces. Cullis's battle skill, however, continued to slash towards Ikaros. However, even though the absolute defense circle didn't block the opponent's strongest battle skill, it did weaken the power of the greatsword by quite a bit. Ikaros raised her hand, condensing a small absolute defense circle in her palm like a shield, blocking Cullis's greatsword. What? He didn't even have the time to celebrate destroying the turtle shell when his attack was blocked by another small turtle shell. Cullis couldn't believe that his strongest attack was blocked just like that. Ikaros's fist landed heavily on Cullis's astonished face. Poor Cullis was sent flying twice by Ikaros. One was a slap, the other was a slap to his face. Jared and Mamira's face darkened at the sight. Among them, Cullis is the strongest, and Cullis's Blood Soul Slash is also the strongest battle skill among the three of them. Even that couldn't do any damage to her. Is she really a monster? Artemis, the missile fired again. Seeing this flying metal that's as sticky as a mosquito, the three of them felt their scalp tingle. It's as sticky as a mosquito, but if you get hit, it won't just be a mosquito bite. They hurriedly evaded the homing missile, and as expected, the homing missile chased after them again. Cullis and the other two quickly used their battle techniques to block the homing missile, and for a moment, they were in a difficult situation. On the ground, Wu Yen, who was in the middle of his killing spree, saw this and was pleasantly surprised. To be honest, Wu Yen really didn't have the confidence to let Ikaros face three of the same rank alone. If it wasn't for the existence of Resplendent Breath and that crystal scroll, Wu Yen really didn't want to let Ikaros take the risk. Who would have thought that Ikaros, who had the advantage in the air, could actually fight 3 Tier 8 and even find a chance to counterattack? She really is the queen of the sky. When we get back, I'll have to reward Ikaros well. Let's do that. Not sure what kind of reward he thought of, Wu Yen grinned. That creepy laughter made one of the warriors who wanted to ambush him shiver and have the urge to run. No choice, fighting her in the air is too disadvantageous for us. Her defense is so strong, let's all attack together. Shouting so loudly, "Aren't you afraid Ikaros will hear you?" Barely able to fly using Do-Chi, Cullis, Jared, and Momiri surrounded Ikaros from 3 different directions and flew towards her. The armaments in their hands buzzed, shattering the missiles and destroying them. When they arrived in front of Ikaros, they immediately used their battle skills. Explosive Gale Flash, Mad Strike, Blood Soul Slash, 3 people, 3 battle skills, 3 different directions, all of them attacked Ikaros. If she gets hit, needless to say, even Ikaros would be heavily injured. With a few flashes of light in her eyes, Ikaros calculated how strong these 3 battle skills are. She instantly activated her absolute defense circle and wrapped herself in it, forming a circle. Bang Cullis and the other two's battle skills also arrived in a blink of an eye. The 3 battle skills hit the absolute defense circle with a loud bang. In an instant, the blue light of the absolute defense circle, the white light of Explosive Gale Flash, the black light of Mad Strike, and the blood light of Blood Soul Slash, all of them came to a standstill in the air with a loud bang. Wu Yen and Mikoto's heart skipped a beat. Their hands moved faster in an attempt to end the battle quickly and help Ikaros. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out. This time, it was Ikaros' absolute defense that was broken. Seeing this, Cullis and the other 2 were overjoyed. They increased the strength in their hands and attacked Ikaros ferociously. Ikaros! Chuju, who was hiding in the cloak and hugging little Liren, watched this scene with worry in her heart. With 3 battle skills on her, Ikaros won't be able to dodge in time. Ikaros's crimson eyes flashed again and the wings behind her flapped. It's no use. Thinking that Ikaros wants to rely on her wings to fly away again, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared laughed without a care in the world. Right now, Ikaros is already surrounded by their attacks. Where else can she fly to? With that thought in mind, the three of them immediately used their armaments to send their battle skills towards Ikaros's hot body. Bang! Hearing this sound, Wu Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan immediately used Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz to blast the three warriors into pieces before looking up at the sky. The scene that entered his eyes stunned him for a moment before he calmed down. Ikaros used her wings to cover her body and used her wings to block the three battle skills. This is impossible. Cullis was in a state of madness. His strongest attacks were blocked one after another. How could the prideful Cullis accept this? Momiri and Jared exerted all their strength to circulate their fighting energy, but the light wings in front of them were like an iron wall. Even when they used all their strength, they still couldn't move them. If this was the moment they used their battle skills, Ikaros's wings of course wouldn't be able to block their attacks. Too bad, Cullis and the other two already used up a lot of energy when they were facing off against Ikaros's absolute defense circle. What's left is obviously not enough to break through Ikaros's wings. Cullis and the other two thought for a moment and understood what's going on. Withdrawing their armaments, they planned to use their battle skills again to take down Ikaros in one fell swoop. Ikaros lifted her head and her wings grew several times bigger. With just a push, Cullis and the other two who were just inches away from her were pushed back by her wings, causing them to fall back. Chapter 101. Artemis. Without waiting for Cullis and the other two to stabilize their bodies, the homing missiles were launched. Before they could react, the homing missiles had already arrived in front of them. Their faces changed. They had no choice but to use their armaments to block in front of them. When the missiles hit their armaments, even though it didn't cause them any damage, it still forced them to back off. Pulling away from Ikaros is definitely not something to be happy about. One must know, Ikaros's long-range attacks far exceed her close-range attacks. Thus, the crowd saw countless homing missiles flying towards Cullis and the other two. Do-Chi flashed continuously in the air as the missiles danced in the air. From time to time, the armaments from both sides would pierce through the air and hit the surrounding stone walls. Seeing this, Wu Yan and company who were still fighting on the ground felt their hearts tremble. Bam 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 bam. The battle between Ikaros, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared was still constantly switching sides. The sounds of battle in the air never stopped. Either Ikaros's homing missiles were blocked or destroyed, or Cullis and the other two skills were mostly blocked by the absolute defense circle. For a moment, no one can do anything to the other. Damn it, even though Ikaros has the advantage of flying in group combat, Cullis and the other two also have the advantage of numbers. After fighting for so long, the three of them could see that Ikaros is only of the same rank as them. Fighting against someone of the same rank, they have three people on their side and yet they can't take her down. Not only that, she would seize the opportunity to attack them from time to time. This made the three of them so angry that they're about to explode. She's obviously someone of the same rank. Other than flying, she has one more armament than them and no other advantages. But even so, she can't possibly go up against three of them of the same rank and not be at a disadvantage, right? However, this angelic girl in front of him had forcefully turned the impossible into a possibility. Cullis, Momiri, and Jared didn't know why, but they could clearly see that this angelic girl's strength was only a bit stronger than the strongest among them, Cullis. What was it that allowed her to not lose against the three of them? After the confusion, what replaced it is a thick sense of jealousy. Why? Why can she go up against three of them even though she's of the same rank as us? We're all of the same rank. Why can she do it? Could it be that being able to fly can really increase one's strength by so much? They'll never be able to figure it out in their lifetime. Under the support of anger and jealousy, Cullis and the other two's attacks became even more ferocious. Instantly, Ikaros felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. She's flustered and in a sorry state. Cullis and the other two thought Ikaros was hard to deal with, but wasn't Ikaros the same? Relying on her superior ability in group battles and the aid of her wings, she's able to hold her own against the three of them. But as time goes by, Ikaros is getting weaker and weaker. No matter what, the opponent has the advantage in numbers. There are three of them of the same rank, and on the surface, it looks like she's on par with them. But Ikaros can't say anything about it. Absolute defense circle shatters the moment it gets hit, and she still has to use her wings to block the attacks. Even though she's doing a good job of blocking them, some of the force from Cullis and the other two's attacks are still transmitted to her body. So even though it doesn't look like much on the surface, it's unavoidable that Ikaros is already injured. As Cullis and the other two continue to attack, Ikaros' internal injuries will sooner or later turn from light to heavy. Only Ikaros knows that battle techniques aren't without effect. Actually, this is also within Wu Yan's expectations. Even though he's confident in Ikaros, the opponents are still three of the same rank as her. Even if Ikaros has the advantage in group battles and flying, at most it'll be a stalemate. It's not going to be easy for Ikaros to defeat them. Originally, Wu Yan planned to let Ikaros use these advantages to deal with Cullis and the other two. After they're done with the small ones, they'll deal with the big ones together. Even though Wu Yan and Mikoto can't compare to the Tier 8 Cullis and the other two, but with the miraculous effect of resplendent breath, it's not like they can't put up a fight against them. But Ikaros didn't think that way. These three are Master's enemies. They're a threat to Master. She must eliminate them. That's what Ikaros is thinking. This is something Wu Yan didn't expect. But even if he did, Wu Yan wouldn't care. After all, Ikaros has resplendent breath as well. As long as she consumes it, she'll win no matter what. Besides, Ikaros hasn't used her full strength yet. Relying on her flying and group battle advantage, she can only fight Cullis and the other two to a stalemate. That's true, but doesn't Ikaros have any other advantages? Wu Yan and the rest know that Ikaros still has a huge advantage. Once again, Ikaros didn't panic in the face of the trio's attacks. Again, she used her absolute defense to block the majority of their power and her wings of light to block the rest of their power. Once again, she sent them flying. Only this time, Ikaros didn't fire any missiles but instead stretched out her left hand and made a grabbing motion. A strangely shaped black bow covered in barbs appeared in her hand. Everyone be careful, that woman took out another armament. Jared's face changed when he saw the armament in Ikaros' hand and yelled at Cullis and Momiri. The three of them looked at Ikaros with vigilance, gritting their teeth. Even if it's them, each of them only has one rare armament. But this winged woman already has an invisible armament that can shoot flying iron and a defensive armament. Now, she even has another armament. Even Momiri, who runs an auction house, doesn't have this kind of treatment. Ikaros doesn't care what they're thinking. Her left hand is holding the bow while her right hand is slowly pulling the string. Purple light slowly condensed on the bow and an arrow appeared in her hand. She knocked the arrow. Purple light flowed on the surface of the bow and black light condensed on the arrowhead. A destructive force filled the arrowhead and pointed at Cullis and the other two. With just this one action, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared shuddered. Their eyes widened and the hairs on their bodies stood up in an instant. The light in Ikaros' eyes condensed and loosened her grip. The arrow turned into a black light and flew towards the three. Apollo. Danger, 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 danger. Their minds were filled with these two words. Cullis, Momiri, and Jared were horrified when they saw the black light flying towards them. A chill ran down their spines. Dodge! Cullis screamed hysterically, and with the fastest speed he's ever had, he dodged to the side. Jared and Momiri were alerted by Cullis' roar. Their complexion changed greatly. At this moment, their do-chi was raised as if they didn't care about their lives. Breaking through their previous limits, they dodged to the side. None of them had the intention to catch it because their instincts told them that even if they used their strongest combat skill with their armament, they would still die. Have to say, this instinct almost saved their lives. The black arrow brushed past the three of them and landed on the ground at an unimaginable speed. Boom! The terrifying power instantly exploded, destroying everything in the surroundings. Nothing was left. The wind was raging, and the ground was destroyed in an instant. Chapter 102. This is really... Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at the scene in front of them. Both of them had the same expression in their eyes. That's luck. Both of them patted their chests with lingering fear. Cullis, Momiri, and Jared also looked at the scene on the ground, their eyes wide open, their eyeballs almost popping out. What kind of scene is that? What they saw was the ground that was only slightly cracked after a few battles. But now the area that was hit by Ikaros Apollo has completely disappeared. Not just the ground, even the people who were fighting Wu Yen and Mikoto were all smashed into pieces. There's not a single trace of them left in this world. The only thing left is a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Gulp. Gulp sounds kept ringing in this silent space. Those were the lucky ones who weren't caught in the shockwave. Of course, that includes Cullis and the other two. Ikaros' move killed at least 70% of the people fighting Wu Yen and Mikoto on the ground. As for the others, they were either injured by the shockwave or blown away by the wind. Even those who were knocked down by Mikoto and lost their ability to fight but were still alive were unlucky enough to die under Apollo's attack. If Wu Yen and Mikoto didn't drink resplendent breath, they would have either died or been injured. Of course, if they didn't drink resplendent breath, Ikaros wouldn't have chosen to use Apollo at that angle. Just thinking about how he was happily hacking away at people from that position, Wu Yen couldn't help but gulp. Ikaros isn't just a natural, there's a possibility that she's also a natural evil. Definitely not to be messed with, definitely. That monster. At this moment, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared no longer have any anger or jealousy in their hearts. Those emotions have been shattered by Ikaros' terrifying attack. Following that, Cullis and the other two's gazes towards Ikaros carried a little bit of fear. One has to know this fear in their entire life. They only felt it once when they faced the Spider Queen. Seeing that her attack didn't work, Ikaros once again placed her jade hand on the bow. Stop her. Don't let her use that armament again. Cullis and the other two were scared out of their wits. They almost threw their weapons away. That kind of destructive power, that bow is definitely a top-tier rare armament. Just now, in order to avoid that arrow, they had used up 50% of their do chi. Using do chi beyond their limits, their bodies were still in pain. They almost couldn't dodge that arrow. If there was another one, Cullis and the other two don't dare to imagine anymore. Ignoring the screams coming from their bodies, the three madly pushed their do chi and rushed towards Ikaros with their lives on the line. Drawing a bow and knocking an arrow also needs time, not to mention Apollo still needs to gather his energy. Even though this period of time isn't that long, it's still enough. If it was Cullis and the other two before, they wouldn't be able to stop this. But now, under the threat of death, the three of them completely exploded. They didn't care about overloading their do chi and rushed towards Ikaros like madmen. So, before Ikaros knocked an arrow, they raised their armament and attacked her. Ikaros could only raise the bow in her hand. Tang. After blocking their attack, Ikaros was pushed back by the huge force. When she looked up, she saw Cullis and the other two once again appear in front of her with bloodshot eyes and continue to attack her. The absolute defense circle instantly expanded, blocking the attacks of Cullis and the other two. The absolute defense circle that required them to use their strongest combat skills to break was obviously not something that could be broken with just a normal attack of theirs. But at this moment, Cullis and the other two couldn't care less. As long as they stop, that terrifying arrow will be shot again and they have no confidence in dodging it. Thus, with twisted faces, Cullis, Momiri, and Jared crazily swung their armaments and attacked the absolute defense circle. Even with the absolute defense circle, Ikaros can't use Apollo. She can't even use her permanent homing missile. She can only use the absolute defense circle to back away and look for a chance to draw her bow again. But Cullis and the other two won't let Ikaros have the chance to use Apollo again. When Ikaros retreated, they pressed forward and continued to attack the absolute defense circle. It's not that they don't want to use their combat skills, but if they do, Ikaros will use Apollo and at that time, they'll be the ones to die. So, even if the situation isn't looking good, they can only hold on, While Ikaros and Cullis and the other two are stuck in a stalemate, Wu Yen and Mikoto already finished off the rest of the people. Looking at the sky, they didn't know what to do at the moment. After all, they don't know how to fly. Even if Wu Yen could exchange for something that allows them to fly temporarily, there's nothing he can do about it in this situation. So all he can do is stand there and stare. Ikaros also noticed that Wu Yan's group has finished off their opponents. Looking at Cullis and the other two who are still attacking the absolute defense circle, she seemed to have made some kind of decision and put away the bow in her hand. Cullis and the other two are stunned. The armaments in their hands also paused. They didn't react. Why did she put away such a terrifying armament? What they don't know is the real terror is yet to come. Ikaros suddenly spread out the light wings behind her back, and with a flash, they turned into 12 light ribbons. Seeing this, Cullis and the other two are even more confused, but this is an opportunity. So, they stopped what they are doing and gathered their do chi, preparing to use their combat skills to break through the absolute defense circle in one fell swoop. But Wu Yan's eyes lit up, because on the screen he's seen this scene countless times. He knows the next Ikaros is the strongest Ikaros in the truest sense. Connect! The light ribbons behind Ikaros spread out and extended backwards. Suddenly, the front end of the light ribbons caused a ripple in space. The light ribbons extended inwards and unbelievably pierced into the void. At the same time, a flash of light came from the void where the light ribbons pierced into. Like electric wires, a shadow extended out from Ikaros' back, and after that, a fighter jet-shaped shadow appeared behind her back. What is she trying to do now? Such a strange scene naturally wouldn't go unnoticed. Having experienced it once before, Cullis and the other two's hearts skipped a beat. A bad premonition rose from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the stunned Cullis trio, Ikaros' expressionless face unnoticeably turned cold. With a wave of her hand, several cannons emerged from the void. Uranus system, what the hell is that? The sudden appearance of the cannons gave Cullis and the other two a fright. They felt like the number of times they've been scared in their entire life wasn't as many as today. Looking at the cannons behind Ikaros, the three couldn't help but take a step back. That's a fighter jet. Mikoto and Chuju, who's hiding on the side, both of them were dumbstruck looking at the Uranus system behind Ikaros. Their jaws dropped and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Compared to a fighter jet, Ikaros' Uranus system looks more like a battle fortress. Wu Yen looked at the Uranus system with great interest. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He's been wanting to see it in real life for a long time now. Mikoto turned around and looked at Wu Yen. Uranus system? That's Ikaros' gold armament, right? After Wu Yen nodded, Mikoto once again looked at the Uranus system. Her mouth twitched. Who would have thought? Chapter 103. Series, Tail-Chasing Missiles. Tiny missiles formed from the huge muzzle and circled around Ikaros for a while before shooting towards Cullis and the other two. Cullis and the other two immediately flew backwards. Could it be that this is the armament that fired these flying iron? Seeing the missiles forming from the huge muzzle, the three of them thought it was the armament that fired the flying iron. Instead, they let out a sigh of relief. They're not afraid of these flying iron. What they're afraid of is the enemy taking out something as scary as the bow armament from before. Too bad. What they don't know is that Ikaros' Uranus system is much scarier than Apollo. Perhaps she sensed Cullis, Momiri, and Jared's lack of concern towards the homing missiles. Ikaros waved her hand and countless homing missiles formed on the Uranus cannons behind her and shot towards Cullis and the other two. Seeing such a terrifying amount of missiles, Cullis and the other two couldn't help but panic. They retreated while destroying the incoming missiles, but very quickly, new ones came in to replace them. The three of them only wanted to curse out loud. The flying iron from before was already annoying enough, but it's only at the level of annoyance. It couldn't do any damage to them who also have rare armament. But a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. The number of missiles increased to such a terrifying level. If they still think this won't cause them any trouble, then they can go have a chat with the Spider Queen, gritting their teeth looking at Ikaros from afar. Cultivation, and the other two could only keep retreating and once again mustering their do chi and channeling it into their armament. It wasn't until they've retreated a distance that the do chi in their hands was fully condensed and they unleashed their battle techniques at the same time, destroying all the missiles in front of them. At this point, they're already panting. Feeling that the do chi in their body has been depleted by quite a bit, the sudden surge of do chi also caused quite a bit of damage to their body. The three of them had a dark face and their gaze towards Ikaros was filled with deep hatred. There's no way they wouldn't hate her. They were so close to getting the treasure, but they didn't expect such a monster to appear and rely on that unknown armament and that pair of wings to take them down. How can they let this go? At first, they suspected that the other party might be the other guardian of this place, but when they saw Wu Yen and Mikoto, as well as the dead bodies on the ground and the subordinates they brought with them, they understood everything. What guardian? She's just another group here to steal the treasure. Under the support of their hatred, the three of them roared and charged towards Ikaros. At this moment, Apollo's existence has already been forgotten by the three of them. Watching the three of them coming at her, Ikaros pointed her finger and the cannons on Uranus' system started glowing. And with a wave of her hand, a few beams shot out. Before the three of them could even get close, the beams exploded on them in a blink of an eye. Being hit by the beams, Cultivation, Momiri, and Jared all spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the ground, calming down their slightly feverish heads. Of course, the price was still a little high. Facing the three figures flying backwards, Ikaros didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on them. As a strategic angel and the Sky Queen who fought her way through the war, the number of lives lost by her hands is at least tens of millions if not hundreds of millions. That's why even though Ikaros is pure and kind, she's definitely not merciful. With another wave of her hand, the homing missiles formed again and shot towards the three figures flying backwards. Before they could land on the ground, the missiles hit their bodies. Boom! 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 A series of continuous explosions sounded from where the three of them were standing. The homing missiles that didn't hit their targets didn't slow down in the slightest as they landed on the ground, adding a few more scars to the already pockmarked ground. Success! Mikoto's face lit up with joy. She couldn't help but shout in excitement. Even her forehead was flashing with electricity, making Wu Yen wonder if she's happy or just itching for a fight. However, Wu Yen isn't as optimistic as Mikoto. Ikaros' homing missiles may have a lot of destructive power, but to say Cultivation and the other two died just like that, Wu Yen wouldn't believe it. No matter what, they're still tier 8, how could they die so easily? Have to say Wu Yan's thinking is correct. The homing missiles hit the ground, creating a thick black smoke. Too bad the smoke didn't last long before it was blown away by a sudden gust of wind. Cultivation and the other two are holding rare armaments with dense do chi, pointing them at Ikaros. Don't think we have to get close to attack you. Their clothes are already in tatters. Traces of blood are flowing out from under their skin. Under the homing missiles attack, the three of them suffered quite a bit of damage. Cultivation laughed maniacally. The three of them shouted at the same time and stacked their armaments together. Suddenly, the three people's do chi began to fuse. Their do chi, which was originally not very strong, was forcefully raised to a new level. A vast aura surged out from the three people's armaments. Originally, as a warrior, they don't have many long-range combat skills, but as a tier 8 combatant, of course they do have some. It's just that this long-range combat skill is a level lower than their strongest combat skill. Against Ikaros' absolute defense that requires them to use their strongest combat skill to break through, what's the use of such a weak long-range combat skill? Now, under the enemy's strange attacks, it's not going to be easy to get close to her. That's why the three of them came up with this idea, to fuse their combat skills together. Of course, not just any combat skill can be fused together. The price is that their already injured bodies will get hurt again. But if they don't do this, they'll die sooner or later. Rather than that, they might as well take a gamble. A huge amount of do chi condensed on the three's armaments. An aura leaked out from the armaments, creating a small gust of wind on the ground, blowing away all the pebbles on the ground. Wu Yen and Mikoto retreated to a safe distance. Even though they drank resplendent breath, they still instinctively left the danger zone and looked at the battlefield. Wu Yen and Mikoto's actions, at this moment it's like a gunshot at the start of a long run. As the two retreated, Cullis and the other two's aura and Do Chi were raised to the max. Glancing at each other in tacit understanding, the three of them raised their arms, raised their armaments and slashed towards Ikaros' direction. A powerful Do Chi wave shot out from the three's armaments towards Ikaros. Looking at the trajectory of the Do Chi wave and the suppressive sound of the wind, this attack is definitely stronger than their strongest combat skills from before. Too bad, Ikaros didn't care about it at all. The Do Chi wave coming towards her was a very dangerous moment for anyone, but Ikaros just stood there quietly. Her expression didn't change at all, and she didn't express anything either. Seeing this, Cullis and the other two's faces lit up. They're even more confident in the damage this attack can cause. When the Do Chi wave was right in front of her, Ikaros finally made a move. She slightly lifted her head and a few small machines flew out from the Uranus system and stopped in front of her. They lightly moved in front of Ikaros and a light screen formed in front of her, intercepting the Do Chi wave. There was almost no time for the light screen to shake and the Do Chi wave was reflected back. Impossible! Just as he shouted, Cullis and the other two were hit by the Do Chi wave. With a boom sound, the three of them fell to the ground, puking out blood. Ikaros extended her arms and swung them downwards. The light screen trembled once more and aimed at the direction where Cullis and the other two fell. A gigantic beam of light shot out from within. Cullis, Momiri, and Jared had just started to feel the pain on their bodies when they were shot by the laser beams and turned into ashes. Chapter 104. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto, all three of them fell into a state of stupor. Even Wu Yen, who had full confidence in Ikaros, was the same. How could what he saw with his own eyes be compared to what he saw on the screen? That terrifying beam that came down from the sky, not only did it turn Cullis, Momiri, and Jared into dust, it also penetrated deep into the hearts of Wu Yan's trio. Recalling that powerful beam in a daze, Mikoto suddenly felt that the railgun she was so proud of might not be that great after all, but the moment this thought arose, Mikoto instantly cut it off. She still has to save her sisters. How can she admit defeat here? Disheartened thoughts were tossed aside, replaced by a burning flame in Mikoto's heart. One day Misaka Mikoto's railgun will be as powerful as that beam of light. No, it will surpass that beam of light. Suddenly, bluish-white electric current flashed wildly on Mikoto's body. The electric current flowed through Mikoto's body, faster and faster, faster and faster, and finally, it shined brightly. The sudden change on Mikoto's body gave Wu Yen and Chuju, who came to their side, a big fright. The strong light suddenly increased, the electric current raged wildly and even flowed into the ground, aimlessly attacking Wu Yen and Chuju. Wu Yan's face changed. He quickly raised his hand and blocked the electric current. Originally, Wu Yen, who has the same ability as Mikoto, should have no problem blocking the electric current. But what surprised Wu Yen was that the electric current became so strong that he couldn't even control it. The electric current flowed through his body. Even though Wu Yen didn't get hurt because of the same ability as Mikoto, his body was numb from the electric current and he couldn't move. This time, Wu Yen was really shocked. This is something that has never happened before. This electric current is clearly several times stronger than Mikoto's strongest electric current. Moreover, looking at Mikoto's bewildered expression, it's likely that all of this wasn't her doing. What's going on? Hiding behind Wu Yen, Chuju still couldn't react. Why did Mikoto suddenly go crazy? Wu Yen furrowed his brows as he looked at the increasingly powerful aura emanating from Mikoto's body. His eyebrows suddenly twitched as he came to a realization. Oh, I think Mikoto has leveled up. Promotion? Chuju and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Trying her best to control the electric current in her body, Mikoto's computing power was fully activated. She slowly controlled the electric current in her body and tried to absorb it back into her body. And reality proved that Wu Yan's guess was correct. Soon, the electric current was under Mikoto's control. Little by little, it was absorbed into her body. Closing her eyes and feeling her body's condition, Mikoto happily opened her eyes and said happily, "It's true. I feel that even though my ability is still LV5, it's gotten a lot stronger. Looks like you've successfully leveled up to tier 8. Looking at Mikoto's happy face, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy for her. Even though in his opinion, as long as there are monsters to fight, leveling up is only a matter of time. But Mikoto herself was very concerned because according to her calculations, Accelerator is already tier 8. And leveling up to tier 8 also means that Mikoto has the power to fight Accelerator. This made Mikoto, who thinks about saving her sisters every day, how can she not be happy? Not only Mikoto, Yen, you leveled up too, and so did I. Holding little Lirin in her arms, Hinajuku activated her system perception and scanned everyone before focusing back on herself. She then smiled and said, hearing this, Wu Yen quickly checked his own level. Indeed, he leveled up to tier 7. Not only him, even Kaisha-sama leveled up to tier 7. This is a huge harvest. 3 tier 8, close to 10 tier 7, and a bunch of tier 6 and below. Wu Yen leveled up to tier 7 and Mikoto leveled up to tier 8. This isn't anything strange. As for Chuju, her level wasn't that high to begin with. This bunch of big monsters was a great supplement for her. Leveling up to tier 7 is nothing strange. Now Wu Yan's group has 2 tier 8, 2 tier 7, and 1 lucky mascot. If they walk out, their jaws will drop to the ground in shock. Of course, that is if those people can sense Wu Yan's strength. Reality has proven that this treasure hunting trip, even if there's no treasure, was worth it. But what made Wu Yan a little sad was that Sis Cannon leveled up with the help of lightning and blue light. That was so amazing, it was as if she was afraid that no one would know about her leveling up. But he leveled up and didn't even let out a fart. People, master. Returning to her normal state, Ikaros flew towards Wu Yan's group and landed in front of them. Wu Yan patted her head and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Ikaros." Indeed, this time, if it wasn't for Ikaros, Wu Yan's group wouldn't have had such a smooth journey. It can be said that Ikaros's contribution is at least 80% to be able to reach this stage. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros lowered her head and felt the hand on her head giving her an unimaginable warmth. Even her heart warmed up. She couldn't help but close her eyes to enjoy this rare warmth. After that, Wu Yan's group cleaned up all the corpses on the scene and helped little Lirin remove the handkerchief from her face. The usually cheerful and lively little Lirin is finally back. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Yan's group also left behind all the useful items. Have to say, this is another surprise. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments from Cullis, and the other 2 were all taken by Wu Yan. Other than that, there were also some miscellaneous items such as gold coins. Wu Yan of course took these and stuffed them all into his space ring. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments were quickly exchanged for equipment points by Wu Yan, earning him 50,000 equipment points. Other than that, Wu Yan wanted to give it a try, so he handed over the Spider Queen and Spider Guards to the system and actually got 600,000 equipment points. This is also a surprise. One must know that the stone spiders from before cannot be exchanged for equipment points. Wu Yan thought that these 3 bosses would be the same. After checking all the loot, Wu Yan's mouth is about to become a hippopotamus. Not only did he level up, he also got so many resources. Have to say, in Wu Yan's heart, Cullis and the other 2 have already become good people. Opening the system list to check the character's status, character, Wu Yan ability, sword mastery, cooking mastery, complete memory, chaotic return to horizon dance, electromancer, LV4, equipment, Shana of the Holy Temple, C rank, dragon armor, C rank, summons. Misaka Mikoto, Goei Chuju, Ikaros equipment points, 71,000 item points, 88,000,000 ability points, 10,10,000 summoning points, 12,000,000 level, 65 character, Misaka Mikoto ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, B Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, Equipment, None Level, 70 Character, Gui Chuju Ability, None Strength, B Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, B Equipment, White Cherry Blossom, C Rank, Level, 60 Character, Icaros Ability, Sky Queen, Mode Strength, Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, A Equipment, Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, C Rank, Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, C Rank, Apollon, Apollo, C Rank, Uranus System, B Rank, Level, 78, all in all, ignoring the series of B that made people ridicule endlessly, this trip could be considered to be a happy one. The only question was, how did the president's White Cherry Blossom level up? It was clearly only D rank before. After the system's explanation, everyone finally understood. Because Chuju did not have any ability and her strength was too low when she was first summoned, the system modified White Cherry Blossom into an equipment that can level up. This is another surprise. Chapter 105. After asking the system said that because Hinajiku's strength was too low, she didn't have the ability to protect herself, so the system modified her White Cherry into an upgraded version. However, Wu Yan's first reaction was not joy like Chuju and Mikoto, but caution. His countless experiences told him that the system was a scam. It would not be so kind. Thus, a conversation that appeared to be very retarded in the eyes of the bystanders began. System, are you sure it's because Hinajiku's strength is too low that you decided to modify her equipment? Yes. I don't need to pay anything? Like points or something? This is the system's own judgment and action. There is no need for the user to pay any points. What about the other costs? None. Are you sure? Yes. No conspiracy? Please do not slander the system or the system will sue you. F*CKU. A system will sue people for slander? I want to know who you are going to sue me to. Please do not slander the system or the system will ban your account. No one to sue and you want to ban my account? F*CKU. What account do I have for you to ban me from? Character, Wu Yan. No way? Ban myself? What will happen if you ban me? The user will not be able to use the summoning system again. About that, I was wrong. Of course, it was impossible for White Cherry to level up endlessly. After the system prompt, everyone understood that White Cherry could only level up to B rank, which was the level of a gold armament. If they wanted to level up after that, they would have to pay points to exchange for the upgrade conditions. Although it could only be upgraded to gold armament level, Wu Yan and the rest were still very satisfied. After all, it was a free upgrade. Chuju liked White Cherry very much. Even if she could not upgrade it, she would not want to change it. So, this was not a bad thing. Wu Yan couldn't help but want to do this a few more times. He didn't even find the treasure and he already got such a good harvest. Unfortunately, reality was not a game. Monsters would not respawn, and treasures would not respawn. The revolution had not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Aye, big brother, let's go find the treasure. Knowing that the enemy had been eliminated, little Liren couldn't wait to go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting, these two words, to a child, the attractiveness is not just ordinary. That's right. We haven't gotten the real treasure yet. Lifting his head, Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto, Chuju, Icaros, and Liren, smiled and waved his hand. Go. Walking along the stone path, Wu Yan's group of 5 walked rather cautiously. After all, no one can be sure that there's no danger in this place. It was necessary to be cautious. Along the way, although no more stone spiders jumped out, and there were no other guardians, the number of traps made one's hair stand on end. If one was not careful, one could step into a magic formation. When that happens, the magic formation's effect can be unimaginable. There are all kinds of magic formations. It's a good thing that the ones leading the way are Wu Yan and Mikoto who drank resplendent breath. If it was anyone else, they would have died without even knowing how they died. Of course, the result of this is that Wu Yan and Mikoto became the target of everyone. Walking in front of the group, Wu Yen and Mikoto attracted no less than 100 traps. Seeing Wu Yen and Mikoto fall into the magic formation's effect, Chuju distanced herself from them with lingering fear. For the first time, she was glad that she was still weak at that time. She didn't need to fight, didn't need to drink the resplendent breath and suffer this kind of torture. Don't talk about Chuju, Wu Yen and Mikoto are almost hysterical from the torture. Even if they didn't suffer any physical injuries, their mental state has been tormented to the point of no return. At this moment, Mikoto is a little regretful. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken care of those people so quickly. It would have been better to let them step on the landmines and attract the traps. Walking in front dejectedly, Wu Yen and Mikoto are about to cry. Finally, the end of the stone path appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a stone room like the stone path from before. It's completely made of stone. The only difference is that this stone room is very wide and the stone walls are very smooth. In the stone room, there's a round table made of stone. On the round table, there are 3 boxes and a crystal ball. Other than that, there's nothing else. Yes, nothing else. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto were all stunned at the same time. As for little Liren, she almost had disappointment written all over her face. You say, after going through untold hardships to find the treasure, along the way, meeting the dead, meeting monsters, encountering conspiracies, encountering traps, and finally eliminating all obstacles to arrive at the final location of the treasure. In the end, what they saw, forget about the treasure, there's only an empty stone room, 3 boxes that don't seem to have any bright spots, and a crystal ball. Other than that, there's nothing else. He had risked his life, and in the end, this was all he got. Anyone would feel like going crazy, right? Luckily, it's Wu Yan's group. Although they were interested in the treasure, they didn't care too much about it. If it was Culus and the other 2, they'd probably kill everyone they brought to vent their anger. The reason why he wanted to come here was because of the crystal that gave Wu Yen 200,000 summoning points. He heard that the Tier 9 powerhouse got it from here, so Wu Yen wanted to try his luck. As for the treasure, of course he wants it, but if there's nothing to be sad about. Of course, there's bound to be disappointment. After all, it wasn't easy to get here. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like there's a treasure here. Looking at the empty stone room, Hinajuku didn't pay much attention to it. This time, she went from a 4th order to a 7th order. The harvest was quite bountiful. Plus, she didn't care much about the treasure, so she quickly got over it. Mikoto, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. After all, she was looking forward to seeing what the treasure would be like. Plus, she fell into so many traps along the way, how could she be satisfied with nothing? From this point, it seems that Sis Cannon is still a child. As for Wu Yen, well, he's calm. After being tricked so many times, he's more or less used to it. Although Wu Yen would rather not have this habit. Looking at the box and crystal ball on the stone platform, Wu Yen thought for a while and said, "It's not like there's nothing. Aren't there 3 boxes? Let's go take a look, maybe we'll get something?" The more Wu Yen said, the more he felt that it was possible. A treasure guarded by a Tier 9 Spider Queen couldn't be empty. It didn't look like anyone else had been here before. The 3 boxes must have something else. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto and Chuju also felt that the 3 boxes might be a surprise. The 3 of them came to the round platform and looked at the 3 boxes. The 3 boxes were very ordinary. There were some words engraved on them, and it was these words that made Wu Yen and the rest excited. The disappointment from before completely disappeared. The first box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's gold coins." The second box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The third box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The 3 boxes were almost the same except for the 2 words at the back. But now, these 3 boxes, in the eyes of Wu Yen and the rest, no one dared to treat them as ordinary boxes. Of course, no matter who it was, it would be the same. If what was written on the box was true, then these 3 boxes would allow one to obtain everything. Gold coins, power, strength. What else could be more attractive than these things? Maybe there are some extraordinary people who would ignore this, but unfortunately, Wu Yen can't do that. Gold coins, he loved them. But it didn't matter even if he didn't have them. He was no longer the otaku from before who needed to worry about a meal. So gold coins and whatnot weren't as important as before. It was fine as long as he had enough. Power, to Wu Yen, is something that he can do without. He doesn't have any ambition, he only has a heart that loves anime. Is power more important than girls? But strength, this was the thing that really attracted Wu Yen. Chapter 106. As a proud transmigrator, Wu Yen has read countless transmigration novels. He understands one thing. Transmigrating is a good thing. Transmigrating means you're the main character. To become the main character, you have to have strength, or you can only play a small role. No matter if it's soul transmigration, random transmigration, rebirth transmigration, body transmigration, chrysanthemum transmigration, or whatever, in the end, strength is strength. Of course, that doesn't include some exceptions. Transmigrating to a world where strength is everything, Wu Yen is obviously not an exception. That's why strength is a must. Wu Yen can also obediently earn summoning points and summon a bunch of strong girls to support him from behind, letting them topple the world while he reaps the fruits of their labor. But forget about the difficulty of earning summoning points. In terms of a man's dignity, relying on women and eating soft rice, I'm sorry, Wu Yen can't do it. That's why, whether it's money or authority, none of them can compare to the temptation of strength for Wu Yen. Of course, there's temptation. Wu Yen won't make the mistake of pursuing strength. If that box is a trap, Wu Yen will cut it in half regardless of whether he can get strength or not. Aside from Wu Yen, Mikoto and Chuju also looked at the strength box after looking at the 3 boxes. Needless to say, Mikoto was someone who didn't want to be outdone. She was LV5 in Academy City, and she often challenged others to duels. Although she didn't pay much attention to the issue of strength, compared to gold and authority, strength attracted her more. This is the old Mikoto, but now she has the responsibility of saving her sisters. Her pursuit of strength has become more urgent. After all, only with strength can she save her sisters, right? As for Chuju, her reason is more or less the same. Compared to money and authority, she cares more about strength. That's why the 3 of them are looking at strength. Karos, on the other hand, is standing beside Wu Yen in a daze. To her, other than watermelon, there's nothing else that can pique her interest. As for little Liren, well, she's not interested in treasure hunting. This hard box, to her, isn't as interesting as that beautiful crystal. Open it, Yen. Mikoto looked at the 3 boxes with a bit of eagerness. Electricity even appeared on her hand. Hey, it's just opening a box. Is there a need to electricity? Of course, even though he's grumbling inside, he's still looking forward to the 3 boxes. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yen opened the strength box. What appeared in front of him? A ring? Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at the simple black ring in the box and said with uncertainty, "It looks like..." Picking up the ring, Wu Yen tossed it around in his hand and said with uncertainty, "It looks like... let's see what's inside." Mikoto is really curious. What's inside that could make the owner of this ring right? Strength comparable to the whole world, on the box. Wu Yen got the gist of it. When it comes to increasing one's strength, it's nothing more than increasing one's cultivation speed, increasing one's do-chi and the like. Or maybe it's combat skills that increase one's strength, or maybe it's armaments that directly increase one's strength. So, inside this ring, there should be treasures, battle techniques, armaments, and the like. To be able to say, strength comparable to the whole world, this really piqued Wu Yan's interest. What kind of treasures, battle techniques, armaments can give a person this level of strength? But soon, Wu Yan's face froze. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, hiding his expression. But from the rolling resentment behind his back, Chuju and Mikoto know that it's not a good expression. Yen. Even the strong Kaishisama and Sis Cannon couldn't help but speak carefully. They have to admit, this is the first time they've been so afraid of Wu Yen. The resentment was swept away in an instant. Wu Yen raised his head and looked at the ring in his hand, his face expressionless. Of course, they ignored the string of words above his head. What's wrong? Is it empty? Chuju and Mikoto, who are familiar with Wu Yen, immediately knew that Wu Yen must have suffered some kind of blow. That's why he's acting like this. It's nothing. Wu Yen took a deep breath and calmed down. He casually held the ring in his hand and said in a low voice, I don't know if it's empty or not, because I can't open it. You can't open it? At this moment, the two girls finally understood why Wu Yen had so much resentment. Why can't you open it? Yeah, I really want to know too. Why can't I open it? Wu Yen gritted his teeth and said this sentence. Looking at his expression that looked like he couldn't wait to swallow the ring, Chuju and Mikoto decisively fell silent. Panting heavily, Wu Yen resisted the urge to throw the ring away. Looking at the other two boxes, Wu Yen immediately had a bad feeling. The ring that represents strength can't be opened. Then, what about authority and gold coins? No way. Thinking of this, Wu Yen opened the other two boxes with trembling hands. As expected, a white ancient ring and a gold ancient ring appeared in front of Wu Yen. Looking at the two rings, Wu Yen gently picked them up. After a while, he fell silent. Don't tell me this is another space ring that can't be opened. As soon as Chuju finished speaking, a stronger resentment came from Wu Yen. She immediately shut her mouth and obediently stood behind Mikoto. Mikoto smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything. Wanting to cry but no tears came out, say, it's fine if you don't put anything in the stone room, we can accept it, but you clearly put something that can make people go crazy and snatch it, but you can't open it. What are you trying to do? Are you flirting with people? Wu Yen looked up at the sky and sighed. He really wants to drag out the owner of the treasure and shoot him to death. Of course, after a long time, he'll completely change his mind. He'll want to drag out the owner of the treasure and kiss him. Wu Yan's speechless expression really makes people sad. Chuju and Mikoto whispered to each other, trying to turn Wu Yen into a normal person. In the end, they decided to let Mikoto electrocute him. They nodded to each other. Mikoto was about to electrocute him when Chuju inadvertently glanced at the box on the table. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted at Wu Yen. There are words in the box. Words? Finally, Hinajiku's words pulled him back from his self-tragic state. He took a look at the words in the box and froze on the spot. Successor, this is just an indestructible ordinary ring, not a space ring. However, with this ring, the entire Ailu Empire is yours. You have the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire. Wu Yen, Mikoto, and Chuju looked at each other. It's obvious none of them believed that with a ring, the entire Ailu Empire is theirs. Since there are words in this box, there should be words in the other boxes as well. Let's see. Wu Yen couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. Helplessly, he gave up on wasting his brain cells and turned to the other boxes. First, he looked at the power box. Successor, this is indeed a space ring. As long as you can open it, you will be able to rule the entire Spalier world. Do you want to open it? Go find the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything. Find the king. Wu Yen couldn't find the right words to express his feelings at this moment. He could only mutter and complain in his heart. Then he looked at the gold box. Successor, do you want my treasures? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find the key. I have placed all my treasures in this ring. System, are you sure there won't be any other transmigrators other than me? User, there is only one system. Only the system can provide transmigration. Therefore, other than the user, there won't be any other transmigrators. Then please tell me, why did Roger transmigrate to the Spalier world? Chapter 107. It doesn't matter if what's inside the box is true or false. Wu Yen still kept the ring. If it's fake, it's fine to keep it, but what if it's real? So, it's better to believe it's real than not. After sorting out the 3 rings, Wu Yen wanted to throw them into the space ring, but then he thought of something and sighed and put them on his hand. 3 rings, plus a space ring, 2 rings on his left hand, 2 rings on his right hand. Fine, if this is back in Wu Yan's world, then this image, if it's not bad, it's flaunting his wealth. After all, these rings, gold, white, black and so on, even his hand is about to turn colorful. Why do I feel like I've been cheated again? Mama, our harvest isn't small, don't be so discouraged. Perhaps feeling that Wu Yan is too pitiful, Kaisha-sama patted his shoulder and said with a heavy heart, hinting to Wu Yan to be content with what he has, "Fine, I admit I'm greedy." Although that's what he said, but with Kaisha-sama's consolation, Wu Yan's mood improved quite a bit, making Mikoto a bit confused. It was unknown when little Liren had climbed onto the round platform. She looked at the crystal ball on the round platform and curiously looked here and there. Finally, she reached out her hand and touched the crystal ball. At the same time little Liren touched the crystal ball buzzed and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The sudden change made little Liren shrink back with an sound, falling off the round platform. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were shocked, ignoring the change in the crystal ball and hurriedly rushed forward to catch little Liren. Luckily Wu Yan's group wasn't too far from the round platform. Little Liren avoided the fate of eating dust. "Are you okay?" Seeing little Liren's frightened face, Chuju, who's always with her, quickly took her from Wu Yan's hands and comforted her. Little Liren lightly shook her head, indicating she's fine. Wu Yan and Mikoto saw this. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief, looking at the strange crystal ball. At this time, the light on the crystal ball had begun to condense slowly, giving people the feeling that something was about to come out. At a certain moment, the light on the crystal ball changed, shooting upwards, forming a screen in front of Wu Yan's group. "This isn't a projection, is it?" Mikoto looked at the screen in front of her, surprised. In this world, Mikoto's considered to have seen crystal balls many times. The use of a crystal ball, it's mostly used for communication, projection. Wu Yan didn't speak, staring at the screen on the crystal ball. Seeing this, Mikoto resentfully looked at Chuju, then everyone looked at the screen together, not saying a word. The screen flowed like water, then Wu Yan's group saw, an image began to appear. It really is an image. Under everyone's gaze, the image began to change in front of everyone's eyes. A person, a very ordinary person. He was born in a very ordinary family, living a very ordinary life. However, this person wasn't satisfied with such a life, so he left home and embarked on the road of travel. Along the way, he saw warriors, magicians, dochi, and magic. He seemed to be envious of them, so he worked hard to gain the recognition of a warrior, becoming that warrior's disciple. Thus, his journey turned into cultivation. He cultivated dochi and he succeeded. He cultivated battle skills, and he excelled at them. He exceeded everyone's expectations. He was actually a super genius. Under his master's guidance, he grew rapidly, very quickly. He learned everything his master knew, and he succeeded in surpassing his own master. However, he wasn't satisfied with that, so he once again embarked on the road of travel, but this time, it wasn't just for travel, it was for cultivation. He made a lot of friends, he communicated with them, they improved together. He also made a lot of enemies. He fought with them to the death. The first time he got a good armament, he took it from an enemy's corpse. The second time he got an even stronger armament, he also took it from an enemy's corpse. Because he wasn't rich, he could only rely on himself. He killed soldiers, he cut through thorns. Every enemy standing in front of him was successfully eliminated by him, and during the battle, he continued to break through. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. He became a strong person in the eyes of countless people. People from big clans invited him, but he refused, because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. People who couldn't get him tried to assassinate him, but he killed them, because he felt that if he showed mercy, those people would take advantage of him. No one could stop him, not even those beautiful women, because in his heart, there was only the thought of becoming stronger. His do-chi continued to improve, he continued to cultivate battle skills, he continued to break through, he became stronger and stronger. He became so strong that no one dared to provoke him anymore. He became so strong that all the big clans started to invite him to be their guard. They even begged him to be their teacher. However, he still refused because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. One day, a person appeared. Maybe he shouldn't be called a person because that person descended from the sky. One punch could collapse a mountain, one kick could crack the earth, one palm could seriously injure him. That was the first time in countless years that he was defeated. Once again, he made up his mind that he was still not strong enough. In order to become stronger, he decided to go into seclusion. He wouldn't come out until he was strong enough to defeat that person. After an unknown period of time, he finally came out of seclusion. On this day, he smashed his seclusion room with a punch and flew into the sky. He found that person again, and a great battle broke out between them. That battle, it was earth-shattering. It broke the mountains and split the seas. That battle, it resounded in the sky. Blood spilled on the earth. That battle, he was defeated again. At the moment of his defeat, he was lying on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood. In a daze, that person told him that if he wanted to defeat him, he had to go one step further. Thus, he dragged his broken body to his seclusion room again, and rebuilt the seclusion room that he smashed. He knew that he would have to stay here for a long time. He treated the seclusion room as his home. He rebuilt it with stones, and seriously polished it until it was smooth. Then he started to cultivate again. Another unknown period of time passed, and on this day, he came out of seclusion. He found him again, and the second battle began. This battle, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky turned into a tsunami. This battle, his fists shattered and his bones shattered. His body was drunk. This battle, a draw, no victory, no defeat. However, this time he was perfectly satisfied, because from that day onwards, no one could be stronger than him. He no longer pursued victory, no longer pursued defeat. He knew that at this moment he was a true expert. Thus, he returned home, found his home, but his family was no longer there. Emptiness and loneliness filled his heart. At his home, he established a force, and began to recruit soldiers and buy horses, fighting all over the world, and using this to fill the emptiness in his heart. With him around, it was no surprise that his faction would become the strongest faction in the entire continent. Of course, it was only temporary. Later, there were still two new forces that caught up with him. They made an agreement to not invade each other, divide the continent equally, and mind their own business. Their forces finally welcomed peace. However, this was only temporary. One day, an item appeared, and it completely shattered the state of peace. In order to fight for this item, he started a war with the leaders of the other two forces. It couldn't be helped. This item was simply too attractive. Later on, even the person who fought with him twice also joined the battle. However, their strength was almost the same, and no one could do anything to the other. In the end, everyone was like a lamp that ran out of oil. Dragging his dying body, he once again came to the seclusion room. Here, he left behind a small magical beast that he subdued, 3 boxes and a crystal ball. Then he turned into dust and drifted with the wind. Chapter 108. Flabbergasted. There's no better way to describe Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto's expression. Only Liren and Ikaros, who didn't understand what's going on, had a look of confusion on their faces. The video is very blurry, so blurry that they couldn't even see the face of the main character. There's no sound in the video either, so they can only get a rough idea. And this rough idea is enough to make everyone who saw it, just like Wu Yen and the other two, flabbergasted. If the footage in the video was real, then Wu Yen and the other two didn't dare to think about it anymore. The screen turned back into a ray of light and returned to the crystal ball. But none of them recovered from their shock. Chujijejia, what's wrong? At this time, Wu Yen and the others recovered from their shock. They didn't answer Liren's question. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the same meaning, that's disbelief. After a while, Wu Yen bitterly smiled and touched the 3 rings on his hand. If all of this is true, then the origin of this treasure is truly incredible. We just came to this world. It's only been a few days and we've already come across such a treasure. Who knows how many years ago this video is from? Looks like we're destined to be the main characters. Wu Yen said this with a smile. but anyone with a discerning eye can see how forced his expression is. His heart is still a little shaken. After all, they might have gotten their hands on an ancient secret. At the same time, Wu Yan realized that the 3 rings on his hand, not only are they real like what the box said, they might be a death sentence. Combining the information in the video and the message on the box, Wu Yan already had a guess in his heart, towards the ancient, towards the rings. I definitely can't let anyone know about the origin of these 3 rings. Rubbing the rings on his hand, Wu Yan inadvertently said this thought out loud, and it's undeniable. But at this moment, Chuju and Mikoto nodded seriously, agreeing with Wu Yan's words. Yan, do you want to take the rings back? Chuju's meaning is obvious. She's afraid someone will recognize the 3 rings, but Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Although I don't know how long ago the video was recorded, but first of all, I'm not sure if anyone knows what these 3 rings are for. Secondly, I don't think many people will pay attention to these simple and unadorned designs. Plus, he still needs to use it to confirm one thing, of course. Wu Yan didn't say that, but after thinking, Wu Yan took the black strength ring and removed the gold ring on his hand, leaving only the white ring. Well, but it's better to be safe. 1 ring is enough. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Even if they're familiar with Wu Yan, they can't completely guess what Wu Yan is thinking. But soon, the 2 girls turned their heads away. Anyways, Wu Yan must have his reasons for doing this. Chuju and Mikoto still trust Wu Yan on this point. After putting the 2 rings into the space ring, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and looked at the box and crystal ball on the round table. Alright, let's go back. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Mikoto rubbed her shoulders and said tiredly. Even though the time in the demon cave was longer than this time, but for some reason, Mikoto felt that this time was even more tiring than this time. Hinajiku nodded as well. Since Hinajiku and Mikoto want to go back, there's no reason for them to stay here any longer. Wu Yan nodded as well. Then let's go. Chuju brought Liren, Mikoto brought Ikaros out of the stone room. Wu Yan, on the other hand, looked at the 3 boxes and crystal ball with a serious expression. He lowered his head and thought for a while. When he looked up again, Wu Yan's eyes sharpened. The Nether Temple Shana appeared in his hand and slowly pulled it out. These 3 boxes and this crystal ball, it's better not to keep them. With a wave of the Nether Temple Shana, a bright sword light was released from the blade and blasted towards the 3 boxes and crystal ball on the round table. Who knows how Wu Yan did it? The boxes and crystal ball turned into ashes, but the round table is still intact. Let's call it a day. Sheathing his sword, Wu Yan smiled and chased after Chuju and Mikoto. Standing in front of the stone tablet, Wu Yan's group of 5 looked at the empty space and fell silent. How are we going to go back? Hinajiku was the only one who voiced out everyone's thoughts. When they came here, they came with the rest of the group. There were people from the auction house who came out of the floating ship to lead the way. But now, forget about leading the way, they're still waiting for someone to lead the way. That's why they're troubled. They don't know how to go back. Even though the floating ship the auction house brought is still here, they don't know how to drive it. Even if they walk, they don't know how to get back. Wu Yan's expression became very interesting. Of all his calculations, he didn't expect that they don't know how to get back. Sighing, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan and said softly, Yan, do you think we should drive the floating ship? If only we knew how to drive. Wu Yan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hinajiku chuckled dryly and looked straight ahead. Why don't you, Yan, learn how to pilot an airship? Wu Yan was silent. He stared at Chuju until Chuju turned her head away with a hot face. Wu Yan forced a smile and said, if I have those points, I might as well get something more useful. I don't know how many times I can drive a floating ship in my lifetime. Don't even mention the fact that it would be a waste. Even if it wasn't, Wu Yan had so many points he wouldn't have chosen to fly the airship back. One must know that in this treasure hunt, everyone had died here. If they were the only ones who made it back alive, anyone would be suspicious. It's fine if they go back quietly. After all, no one noticed them in this treasure hunt. They're like a drop of water in the ocean, no one would recognize them. But driving a floating ship back? In this case, he would definitely be noticed and investigated. Then he would be found out and beaten up. Then what do you think we should do? Chuju was also angry. If they don't do this, how are they going to get back to the supply town? One should know that this place is in the middle of nowhere. It's also a desolate area on the map. Wu Yen cried when he heard Chuju's words. He took out a crystal scroll from his pocket. It's the scroll Wu Yen said to use to escape. He said helplessly, "We can only use this." Hinajiku and Mikoto seemed to have thought of something as well. They clapped their hands and took out the scroll with a chuckle. "I almost forgot about this." Wu Yen rolled his eyes when he saw the "we're saved" expression on the two girls' faces. He cursed in his heart. This is something Wu Yen exchanged for to save his life and escape. In the end, he used it to rush back. I have to say, the result is a scam town portal scroll, an item that instantly teleports the user to a designated location. The location is set by the user in advance. It's a one-time item. 10,000 item points. That's right, it's a town portal scroll. No matter what game it is, there's always a town portal scroll. This is the item that Wu Yen exchanged for to save his life. He has to admit that this is a good item for saving his life and escaping. As long as he is in danger, he can use it to teleport back to the designated location. What else could be better than this item for saving his life and escaping? Before they left, Wu Yen had already exchanged for 5 town portal scrolls. He gave one to each of them and set up a return point at the supply town. This way, as long as there's danger, they can instantly return to the supply town. Wu Yen had thought that they might use the return scrolls to escape. Maybe they won't need to use them in the end when they find the treasure. Who would have thought that they would end up using them to rush on their journey? What else could be more tragic than this? Wu Yen felt weak all over. He didn't even have the strength to crush the scrolls. Chapter 109. Good morning. But while he's still in a daze, he heard this voice. Opening his eyes in a daze, he saw a pair of abnormally large breasts swinging back and forth in front of him, 10 centimeters away from his face. Am I dreaming? If so, please don't wake up. His eyes are still half open. Looking at her voluptuous breasts, the first thought that came to mind is that he's dreaming. Ikaros was lying on top of Wu Yen, looking at her master strangely. She felt her master was awake, that's why she said good morning, but her master's reaction was a bit strange. Was it because she said it too softly? Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. She looked at Wu Yen seriously to make sure he's awake. Ikaros decided to repeat what she said one more time. Good morning. But actually, Wu Yen already knew he was awake after muttering those words. But looking at the pair of large breasts in front of him, Wu Yen was stunned and didn't react at all. It wasn't until Ikaros called him again that Wu Yen snapped out of his daze. He knew Ikaros came to his room again. The pair of large white rabbits in front of him, without a doubt, belongs to Ikaros. Gulp. Uncontrollably, Wu Yen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the silence of the room, the sound was particularly ear-piercing, making Ikaros confused. Wu Yen laughed dryly. Resisting the urge to turn into a wolf, Wu Yen pushed Ikaros away with difficulty. Panting heavily, he smiled embarrassedly. Ikaros, next time, can you not wake me up like this? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Can't hold back. Tilting her head, Ikaros looked at Wu Yen. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes revealed clear doubt, as if she was wondering why Wu Yen couldn't hold back. Wu Yen choked, unable to speak. All right, where's Chuju and Mikoto? Wu Yen had no choice but to change the topic. At the same time, he pulled the blanket over his body in an attempt to cover a certain naughty part. They were fine. A voice that clearly didn't belong to Wu Yen or Ikaros rang out, interrupting Ikaros's words. Wu Yan's forced smile froze on his face. Slowly turning his head like a machine, he saw Hinajiku standing at the door with a smile on her face and a gloomy Mikoto with her head lowered and her bangs covering her expression. Yo, good morning, Chuju, Mikoto. Wu Yen raised his hand and greeted them with a smile. Everything looked so normal except for the waterfall of sweat on his face. Too bad Kaisha-sama and Railgun weren't in the mood to greet Wu Yen. They stood at the door, their beautiful eyes staring at Wu Yan, completely ignoring Ikaros. I was wondering why I didn't see Ikaros every morning when I woke up. She was sleeping in the same room. No, please listen to my explanation. His face is drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto, Wu Yan forced out a smile that's uglier than crying and said. After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju and Mikoto went silent. This made Wu Yan even more uneasy. He'd rather the two girls beat him up, at least then it'd be normal. But now Wu Yan was really scared. Chuju, Mikoto, Yan, you big idiot. Chuju and Mikoto roared at the same time and turned to leave, leaving behind 2 small teardrops on the floor. This is going to be a big deal. His heart sank. Wu Yan's mind was in a daze. Looking at the situation, Chuju and Mikoto are obviously sad. It's no wonder, seeing the person you like in the same room with another woman and that woman wasn't in the room for the whole night, anyone would misunderstand. Master, is this Ikaros' fault? Ikaros, who watched from the beginning to the end, twisting her body uneasily. This is the first time Wu Yan saw Ikaros have any expression on her face. Taking 2 deep breaths, Wu Yan rubbed Ikaros' head and said in a low voice, Ikaros, this isn't your fault, so you don't have to blame yourself. Yes, master? Even though she said yes, her face was full of uneasiness. Anyone could see that Ikaros was blaming herself. Wu Yan sighed and looked at Ikaros. Thinking about the sad eyes of the 2 girls before they left and the tears that they left behind, his heart suddenly felt very pained. Chuju and Mikoto, will they ignore me after this? The more Wu Yan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. His heart started to feel uneasy. It should be said that Wu Yan's heart was a little sensitive because it was the first time he saw Chuju and Mikoto with that kind of expression. He didn't think that as long as he explained it to them, everything would be fine. It's just that because of this, that kind of thing happened later. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Right now, Wu Yan's body is here, but his heart is with Chuju and Mikoto. He has a strong urge to see how Chuju and Mikoto are doing right now. But he's afraid that if he went to them now, it would only make them more sad. Wu Yan clenched and unclenched his fists, then he looked at Ikaros' sad expression and made a crazy decision in his heart. Ikaros. Yes, master? Ikaros looked at Wu Yan. She saw Wu Yan's face was very firm, as if he made a big decision. She couldn't react in time. Ikaros, don't blame yourself. I will solve everything, will you help me? Staring blankly at Wu Yan, who seemed to have thought of something, Ikaros' expression returned to normal and she softly said, Yes, master. Standing in front of Chuju and Mikoto's room, Wu Yan lightly knocked on the door. Chuju, Mikoto, it's me, open the door. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After a while, a small voice came out. The voice was a little choked with sobs. Go away, I don't want to see you. Showing an expression that said he expected this, Wu Yan grabbed the door handle and with a flash of his power, the door was opened by Wu Yan and pushed in. What entered his eyes were 2 girls, each lying in their own bed, staring at him blankly with tears in their eyes. After cursing in his heart, running back to the same room to cry, Wu Yan casually walked in. When the 2 girls reacted, they saw Wu Yan walking in and angrily said, Get out. Wu Yan smiled brightly at them. His smile was so cheerful, but Chuju and Mikoto felt a bad premonition. What do you want? Feeling something bad, Chuju and Mikoto shrunk back into the bed and stuttered. For a moment, they actually forgot that they were angry at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a small bag and blew on the 2 girls' faces. A cloud of powder floated towards Chuju and Mikoto and landed on their faces. What are you doing? Chuju and Mikoto touched their faces and angrily shouted at Wu Yan. Then they suddenly felt powerless and laid down on the bed. What's going on? What did you do? What are you doing? 3 questions jumped out of Chuju's mouth. In exchange, Wu Yan's footsteps came in. At this time, Chuju and Mikoto were really panicking. They couldn't muster up any strength in their body. Whether it's Esper ability or White Cherry, the 2 girls couldn't use any of it. Plus the strange development of the situation, They really didn't know what to do. Hearing the footsteps, the two girls knew that Wu Yan was slowly approaching them. At the same time, they felt uneasy and at the same time yelled in their hearts. Things didn't develop like this. Unfortunately, what happened next was really out of their expectations. Wu Yan picked up Mikoto. Under the girl's panicked expression, he put her beside Chuju. Looking at the two girls' faces, Wu Yan sighed and then his face became serious. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chapter 110. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chuju was stunned. Mikoto was stunned. Following Wu Yan's shocking statement, the small room fell into silence as if time had stopped. Only Hinajiku and Mikoto could clearly see that they couldn't react to what just happened. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Wu Yan, after making such a declaration and seeing the expression on the two women's faces, he had the urge to run away. After all, Wu Yan was just hot-headed and did something like this, take down Kaishisama and Railgun, and then have sex. How wicked and how exciting it was. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire himself. How could he be so reckless? Do you know what you're saying? If it wasn't for the fact that she was so weak that she couldn't even move, Mikoto would have gone crazy and electrocuted everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Not just Mikoto, even Chuju's face was burning hot. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. In front of two women, he said that he wanted them to be his women. Any normal person would want to give him a slap. Kaishisama really wanted to pull out her white cherry and give Wu Yan a chop. She wanted to let him know that if he didn't seek his own death, he wouldn't die. That's why Wu Yan wanted to take them down, right? I have to say, he's pretty good at foresight. I just don't know if he'll be able to live past tomorrow. Hearing Mikoto's words, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. Looking at the two women's red faces, Wu Yan didn't know if they were embarrassed or angry. After a moment of silence, he reached out and caressed Chuju and Mikoto's faces. I know what I'm saying is a bit too much. No, it's very much too much. But I have no other choice. With a bitter face, he ignored the reddened faces of the two girls and continued in a low voice. But I have no choice. I can't give up on one of you. I can't watch you two be sad. I can't ignore your feelings. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Looking up, Wu Yan said with determination. No matter what, you can hate me, hit me, or scold me. I don't plan to give up on any of you. After that, Wu Yan waved his hand and closed the door. Then he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. What are you doing? The sound of the door closing was unusually loud. Hearing this sound, Chuju and Mikoto's originally weak body trembled. A very bad feeling arose from the bottom of their hearts. It's like something important is about to leave them. Wu Yan took a deep breath, hoping to ease the tension in his heart. But the more he tried, the more nervous he got. There's no other way. Looking at Wu Yan's life, for more than 20 years, Wu Yan has always been a sorcerer. Now, he's about to change class, and his targets are the 2D girls he used to like. And two of them at once. The first time is already so exciting. As a virgin, how can Wu Yan not be nervous? With trembling hands, Wu Yan put his hands on Chuju and Mikoto's body. Then, with a look of desperation, he quickly took off their clothes. You, what are you doing? Stop it. You pervert. Don't take it off. Don't take it off. Don't. Ignoring the two girls' pleas, Wu Yan used the fastest hand speed in his life to strip Chuju and Mikoto naked. Soon, two naturally beautiful and delicate bodies appeared in front of Wu Yan. Staring blankly at the two beautiful bodies in front of him, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But more saliva was secreted, filling Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan swallowed again and again, but he couldn't swallow the saliva in time. A trace of saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Of course, Chuju and Mikoto saw Wu Yan's perverted appearance. But they didn't care. Their heads were already dizzy when their bodies were exposed in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a certain part of his body so hard that it's a bit unbearable. It's so unbearable that his pants almost couldn't hold it down. Without thinking, he stripped off his clothes as well. Their eyes bulged as they watched Wu Yan's every move. Smoke was already coming out of their heads. But this still couldn't alleviate the shame and anger in their hearts. Especially when Wu Yan's disgusting body parts appeared in front of them, everything happened too fast, so fast that the two women didn't have time to talk to each other. Finally, the condition to be honest with each other was met. Wu Yan took a deep breath and pounced on Chuju. Feeling the weight on her body, Chuju finally panicked. She wanted to push Wu Yan away, but her body couldn't exert any strength. Even the insides of her body felt powerless. Without any other choice, Chuju could only plead. Yan, no, no, Wu. Leaning down, Wu Yan blocked all of Hinajiku's pleas for mercy. With lightning speed, he opened her mouth and stuck out his tongue to suck on Kaisha-sama's little tongue. Then, the two of them started making love. Their saliva intertwined. Chuju was completely immersed in the pleasure of tongues intertwining. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Vithi. Sounds came from their lips, endless. After entangling with the president for a while, Wu Yan felt unsatisfied. He stretched out his wolf claws and pressed on the president's small breasts. Chuju suddenly opened her eyes and recovered from her dazed state. She felt Wu Yan's movements and the strangeness of her body. Her face turned red and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Wu Yan's first thought was that it was so soft. His second thought was that it was so small. After all, the president could be considered as a member of the flat-chested group. Well, it's fine if it's small. It's better to have something to touch than nothing. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. I'll slowly explore it in the future. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan grabbed the president's two little white rabbits. His mouth didn't stop moving, but his hands also began to knead. Following Wu Yan's movements, Chuju's body became more and more sensitive. An unusually strong pleasure came from inside her body. Under the control of pleasure, Chuju's eyes became more and more blurred. It was obvious that the president was aroused. Wu Yan wasn't satisfied with just occupying one place. After he was satisfied, he began to change his target. He pulled out a hand and moved down. Chuju didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly arched her body and then fell down heavily. The feeling in her body became more and more intense, and she became more and more unable to control herself. She could only immerse herself in it, unable to extricate herself. At a certain moment, Wu Yan left Chuju's lips. Looking at her aroused appearance, he smiled in satisfaction and withdrew his hand that was touching her thigh. At the same time, he returned with a liquid that carried a strange smell. It's time? Wu Yan stopped all his movements and placed Chuju's body properly. Then he focused all his strength on his waist. Then he slowly rubbed against Chuju's body until there was a layer of obstruction. Only then did Wu Yan take a deep breath and exert force. A sharp pain came from below, and Chuju painfully groaned. Her body tensed up, and she didn't know when the strength in her body came back. She hugged Wu Yan tightly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Pain, so painful, Wu. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The pain took away the pleasure. Hinajiku also realized, from now on, everything that belongs to her will belong to this young man in front of her. Wu Yan also panicked. Looking at Chuju's tear-stained face, he hurriedly helped her wipe away her tears. Then he directly kissed her, trying to kiss away her pain. Feeling everything Wu Yan did for her, Chuju's heart finally flashed with a trace of happiness. The pain also gradually faded, and in its place was an electric current flowing from inside her body, making Chuju feel unusually empty. Therefore, she couldn't help but twist her body a little. Receiving Chuju's signal, Wu Yan also understood something. He smiled slightly and his body began to exert force. Chapter 111. Groans, gasps, the sounds of flesh colliding, and the sounds of liquid flowing continuously resounded throughout the entire room. Not long after, Chuju's beautiful body was covered in fine beads of sweat. Some of it flowed down her body and dripped onto the bed, while some remained on her body, adding a bit of charm to her body. Her long pink hair spread over 1/3 of the bed, moving up and down with his movements. Hinagiku shyly raised her hands to block the spring scenery in front of her chest. She closed her eyes, and every time he exerted force, she would moan. In an instant, the moans that escaped from Chuju's mouth formed a beautiful melody, and the only audience was Wu Yen, no matter if it was now or in the future. In an instant, the fragrance from Chuju's body formed a delicious dish, and the only one who tasted it was Wu Yen, no matter if it was now or in the future. At this moment, Chuju was undeniably the most attractive. So much so that Wu Yen almost gave his first time to her. No, his first time was already given to his left hand. The first time was undoubtedly short, and Wu Yen felt the same for himself, so he kept his mind clear and didn't completely immerse himself in the pleasure. He adjusted his movements so that he could last as long as possible. After all, if he gave it up just like that, what would happen to Sis Cannon? Of course, he didn't know that at this moment, Mikoto had completely lost her ability to think. She stared blankly at the moaning Chuju. Her mind was blank. When had she ever experienced such a situation? In the past, she hadn't even read a book that was slightly impure. It could be said that her whole life was white, and the only stain was that she had a perverted roommate, but now, such a live show was being put on right in front of her. How could she react to this? However, although her brain didn't react, her body reacted very strongly. In the midst of Chuju's seductive moans, Mikoto felt her body become unfamiliar, and a wave of desire came from within, causing her body to turn pink. Mikoto's existence had been forgotten by Chuju. Under Wu Yan's assault, she couldn't pull herself away, and could only be like a candle in the wind, flickering, and could be extinguished at any time. Soon, the moment of extinguishment arrived. Suddenly, Chuju opened her eyes in a panic, and her body tensed up. She frantically pushed Wu Yan on top of her and moaned, "Wait, fuck, stop." Seeing Chuju's actions and her pink skin, how could Wu Yan not know what was going on? So, not only did he not stop, he increased his speed. Slow down. Slow down. Do. Chuju panted heavily, and as Wu Yan increased his speed, she became more and more panicked, and her body started to tremble until, don't. Her body tensed up to the extreme. Chuju raised her head and let out a long moan. At the same time, Wu Yan also felt a large amount of water erupting from Chuju's body. Desperately suppressing the feeling, Wu Yan persevered. He still has another mission to complete. Finally, at a certain moment, Chuju's body went limp, and her face was flushed red, and her eyes were half closed, and she was panting at this time. Wu Yan finally turned his gaze to Mikoto, whose face was also flushed red. Putting down the panting Kaishisama, Wu Yan reached out his evil claws towards Mikoto. Dong! When Wu Yan pressed his hand on Mikoto's body, a loud sound came from her heart. Mikoto also realized something, and looked at Wu Yan in panic, not knowing what to do. "I'm warning you, don't mess around," Mikoto said fiercely. Of course, that's what she thought. At least, in Wu Yan's eyes, that red face, that soft voice, no matter which aspect, doesn't look fierce at all. Chuckling, Wu Yan ignored Mikoto's threat and pounced on her delicate body, causing her to cry out in alarm. She wanted to push him away, but she quickly realized that she still couldn't muster up any strength. Looking at Mikoto's panicked expression and pink cheeks, Wu Yan impatiently moved his mouth over and kissed Mikoto's lips. Boom! Mikoto's head exploded, and she became muddle-headed. Her first kiss was shamelessly taken away by Wu Yan just like that. This made Mikoto, who didn't have much interaction with other men besides her dad, unable to react no matter what. And because of this, Wu Yan took advantage of the opportunity. He opened Mikoto's mouth, and her small tongue fell into his grasp, and began to move with Wu Yan's tongue. Enjoying the sweetness of Mikoto's lips, Wu Yan tasted it with relish, and completely conquered the first territory on Mikoto's body. Then he began his conquest. The same action, the same place. Wu Yan stroked and kneaded it, and it was about the same size as Kaishisama's. At this moment he enjoyed it so much that he forgot to go back. His hands slid over one territory after another. Wu Yan declared strongly that this place, from today onwards, belonged to him. Mikoto also let out sounds of panting, and Wu Yan's appetite was greatly stimulated. Perhaps it was because she had watched a live show for quite some time, but Mikoto's body was already feeling it. When Wu Yan's hand touched her thigh, there was already a flood that couldn't be stopped, and was waiting for someone to resist the flood. This was also good. He didn't have to waste so much time to provoke, and could directly start. After all, Kaisha-sama still hasn't satisfied Wu. Finally, the soldiers arrived at the city, and the city gate was right in front of him. With a fierce thrust of his spear, he broke through the city gate, broke through the wall, and went straight into the depths. But the sound of pain came out of Mikoto's mouth as expected. Tears also came out of Mikoto's eyes as expected. Just like how he treated Chuju, Wu Yan kissed away the tears on Mikoto's face, comforting her and alleviating her pain. This step is a step every girl must go through. After what happened with Chuju, Wu Yan didn't panic anymore. He just let Mikoto feel his presence. When the pain passed, pleasure followed. Almost like how it was with Chuju, Mikoto couldn't help but twist her body, showing her current body, and anticipating Wu Yan's comfort. Wu Yan smiled faintly, and once again began to work hard. Accompanied by another melodious symphony, echoing in the room. Outside the room, in the living room, Ikaros is hugging little Liren, sitting on a chair, listening to the sounds coming from the room without saying a word. Only Ikaros knows that her heart isn't as calm as it seems on the surface. Even Ikaros herself doesn't know why her body would feel warm and itchy when she hears the sounds coming from the room. It's like she's looking forward to something, longing for something. Only little Liren would be able to maintain her perfect condition without any abnormalities. Liren sucked on her finger, looking at the room in confusion. The sounds coming from inside made her curious, so she pulled on Ikaros' clothes and asked, "Ikaros Nason, Chuju Nason, Mikoto Nason and Oniai-san, what are you guys doing? Why do Chuju Nason and Mikoto Nasan's voices sound so weird?" Little did they know, Ikaros was also wondering why the sounds were so weird. It made her body heat up. "I don't know, but Master said to leave everything to him. My job is to take good care of you, don't let you run around." No wonder Wu Yan asked for Ikaros' help, so it's to take care of little Liren. Don't let the naughty brat ruin things. How evil, oh? Nodding her little head, Liren said in a childish voice. "I know, Ikaros Nason, Liren will be a good girl. I won't run around." Okay. The living room fell into silence again. The sounds coming from the room continued to echo in the room. Chapter 112. Hinajuku pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and remained silent. Mikoto pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Wu Yan calmly stood in front of the two girls. He looked at them with an awkward smile and didn't say anything. Ignoring everything that happened before, just looking at the scene in front of them is enough to trigger endless imagination. Not to mention, the ambiguous smell that has been spreading in the room since just now hasn't completely dissipated. The sun has already climbed to the top of their heads. Originally, when Wu Yan woke up, it was already morning. When he came to find Chuju and Mikoto, it was also morning. So, after the life and death battle, just now, who knows how much time has passed in the morning. The intense battle has come to an end. When the rice is cooked, this scene has been maintained until now. Almost half an hour has passed and it hasn't changed at all. Following that, the entire place fell into an eerie silence. Chuju and Mikoto didn't do anything. Wu Yan of course didn't dare to do anything. Remember, this time he forcefully pushed them down. It's already good that they didn't kill him with a knife or an electric shock. That's why this eerie scene has been maintained. Carefully glancing at Chuju and Mikoto, seeing that they still don't want to say anything, Wu Yan can't stand this eerie atmosphere anymore. Chuju, Mikoto, you two should say something. Even though Wu Yan was so righteous when he pushed them down, saying things like, "You can hit me or scold me," when it really came down to it, he has to admit that he's scared. Seeing that the two girls didn't say anything, Wu Yen is like a prisoner on death row waiting to be executed. He can't sit still. Silence, more silence. But Wu Yen felt that after he spoke, the atmosphere changed again. After who knows how long, Wu Yen heard a soft murmur. Get out, Wu Yen froze. What? Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yen with a blushing face. Her eyes were watery as she pointed at the door and said loudly, Get out. Wu Yen also went silent. After who knows how long, he said in a small voice. Beep beep beep. Before Wu Yen could finish, a crackling electronic sound rang out. Wu Yan's body trembled. Wu Yen didn't even need to use his knees to think to know where the sound came from. Dryly laughing, he didn't say anything else. He looked at Hinajiku and Mikoto and saw that there's only embarrassment and no anger on their faces. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly nodded and picked up his clothes before exiting the room. After Wu Yen left, the room became silent again. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with the same complicated emotions in their eyes. After a while, both of them sighed at the same time. The same thought flashed across their minds. Consider me unlucky. When Chuju and Mikoto walked out of the room, they saw the silent and expressionless Ikaros sitting in front of the table. Liren had a smile on her face as she knocked on the table non-stop. Wu Yen was busy placing plates on the table. Chuju Jieje, Mikoto Jieje, you guys are up? Seeing Chuju and Mikoto, Liren happily waved at them. If it wasn't for Wu Yen telling her not to ask about Chuju and Mikoto in the room, Liren would have asked them what they were doing in the room. Ikaros also looked at Chuju and Mikoto. But there was a strange look in her eyes because of Chuju and Mikoto's weird walking posture. Are their feet uncomfortable? A few question marks appeared in Ikaros' mind as she thought blankly. Chuju and Mikoto squeezed out a smile and greeted them. Then they staggered towards the table and sat down very carefully. Come out. At the same time the voice sounded, the smile on Chuju and Mikoto's faces disappeared. Their faces darkened, they turned around and froze. Wu Yen was holding a tray in one hand, his face had an unusually sunny smile. His eyes were squinted into a line, the whites of his eyes couldn't be seen. Combined with his chef attire, he looked unusually fresh and sunny. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Looking at Wu Yen, who turned into a housewife, they looked at him strangely, as if they wanted to see if he was faking it or not. Just as they were about to say something, they remembered something and turned their heads away with a humph. Wu Yan's sunny smile collapsed. He couldn't keep up the act anymore. Originally, he wanted to get away with it. Sure enough, having a threesome is a dream. Even if the dream comes true, there's a price to pay. Little did he know, he only has himself to blame for this. With a sigh, Wu Yen adjusted his expression and put on a sunny smile again. He walked to the side of the two women and put 2 plates in front of them with a smile. Chuju, Mikoto, you must be hungry as well. I made this especially for you, have a taste. Silence. More silence. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched twice. Looking at the 2 women who didn't even look at him, he chuckled and said again, well, you too must be hungry. Hurry up and eat. This is very nutritious. It's just right for you two to nourish your bodies. Towards the end, a pair of exceptionally sharp gazes shot out from Chuju and Mikoto's eyes, causing Wu Yan's tone to become weaker and weaker. Even his heart felt a little guilty. If it weren't for the redness on their faces, Wu Yen might have already run away. Swallowing hard, Wu Yen turned to look at Mikoto and laughed dryly. Hey, Mikoto, why don't you eat first? I can guarantee that you'll definitely like it. As he said that, Wu Yen opened the lid and gestured for Mikoto to take a look. When Mikoto pretended to look disdainfully at the thing on the plate, she couldn't move her eyes away. Good. Clenching her hands into fists, Mikoto placed them on her right cheek. Her eyes stared at the plate and instantly turned into cat eyes. Yes, the thing on the plate was Wu Yan's specially made, the goodish-shaped dessert. A victorious smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan smiled proudly, of course. His face didn't look that proud. How is it? Do you like it? Mikoto didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Mikoto! Chuju shouted loudly. Her tone had a hint of disappointment, but in Mikoto's world, there was only Gouda left. This made Chuju's face contort in anger. Wu Yen was also speechless. Even though he hoped that Mikoto wouldn't be angry anymore, he didn't expect that one Gouda dessert would solve the problem. This made Wu Yen think of the formula, Mikoto's first night is equal to Gouda. But at least one of them was taken care of. Turning to look at the angry Chuju, Wu Yen put on a smile again. He walked in front of Chuju and said, "Chuju, you try it too. I also specially made your favorite hamburger for you." Lifting the plate in front of Chuju, Wu Yen smiled. "Look, this is specially made. Hurry up and try it." Wu Yen looked at Chuju with hope. Looking at Wu Yan's hopeful eyes and the so-called special hamburger on the plate, Chuju's expression changed. She hesitated for a moment before picking one up and taking a big bite. This bite made her eyes light up. She raised the hamburger in her hand and ate faster. Wu Yen let out a big sigh of relief and smiled. This time, it wasn't a fake smile, it was a genuine smile. This means that the two of them have forgiven me, right? Wu Yen thought to himself as he looked at Chuju who was eating the hamburger and then at Mikoto who was staring at the Gouda dessert. Maybe she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Chuju stopped eating the hamburger and turned her head away with a humph. While eating, she said to Wu Yen, "Don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this." Yeah. Mikoto also woke up from the Gouda heaven. She stared at Wu Yen and said hatefully, "You want us to forgive you? It's still too early. You'll suffer from it later." Wu Yen immediately cried. Well, this kind of result is worth celebrating. Chapter 113. Supply Town, Floating Plaza. This is the plaza where airships come and go from the supply town. It's similar to the train station or airport in Wu Yan's world. The only difference is that it's not a car or a plane that's parked here, it's an airship. Since the supply town was a supply station set up by the Ailu Empire in the giant beast forest, the airships here came from all over the Ailu Empire. Since there were airships coming from all over the Ailu Empire, it was only natural that there would be airships heading to all over the Ailu Empire. Airships were coming and going, and there was a sea of people here. Normally, this was the supply town's most visited place. Originally, the floating plaza was operating normally, but today, there's a small change. Well, it's not really a change, it's just that there's a small group of people, or more accurately, men, who are constantly looking in one direction. What could it be that attracted the attention of so many men? It's none other than a beautiful woman. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a very ordinary pale yellow dress with a small white jacket. Hinajiku used her hand to rub her hair that was fluttering in the wind. A faint smile hung on her lips. Beautiful. Charming. Her brown shoulder-length hair swayed gently. Unlike Chuju's fresh outfit, Mikoto is wearing a small black shirt with white trim. She's not wearing a skirt but a pair of denim shorts. She's not very tall, but her smooth and beautiful legs are exposed. Her arms are crossed in front of her chest, and she's wearing an impatient expression. Heroic. Carefree. Her shoulder-length pink hair fluttered softly. Her two long ponytails are hidden behind her back with a red hairband. Her short-sleeved white shirt and pleated skirt look very homely. Even though she's expressionless, one look and you'd want to protect her. Beautiful. Noble. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind due to Liren's movements. Her small body was wrapped in a pure white dress. She's always happy no matter when or where she's running around in this small place. Cheerful. Cute. It was this charming, heroic, beautiful, and adorable quartet that attracted the gazes of the men in this corner of the floating plaza. Compared to this group of four, the one standing behind them in a black shirt, black trousers, black hooded jacket, black hair, black eyes and a lazy expression on his face, Wu Yen is the most inconspicuous of them all. Of course, Wu Yen is well aware of this point. If it were him, compared to men, he would be more than willing to look at beautiful women. That's why, in order to avoid being stabbed to death by the envious and jealous gazes of the other men, Wu Yen stood behind them from the start, playing the role of a bodyguard. It's not that Chuju and the girls need his protection. After all, other than Liren, The other 3 are all Tier 7 fighters. Whoever messes with them is looking for death. Wu Yan's bodyguard is only doing the job of chasing away those arrogant, rich, and handsome men who came to hit on them. He only showed a little of his skills, and those who came to hit on them left dejectedly. A beautiful and cute girl with a Tier 7 fighter as her bodyguard. No matter how you look at it, she must be a disciple of a big family, right? That's why they imagined Chuju and the girls to be disciples of a big family who brought a Tier 7 bodyguard out for fun. It's this setting that made those who wanted to hit on them stop in their tracks. They could only look at them blankly from the side and satisfy themselves with their gazes. If they knew that Chuju and the girls weren't disciples of a big family and that Wu Yan wasn't a bodyguard but the core of this group, they would definitely kill Wu Yan first and then devour the 4 girls. Of course, by then, they wouldn't be far from death. It has been 3 days since Wu Yan ate Kaishisama and Sis Cannon alive. During these 3 days, Wu Yan was very depressed. He was so depressed that he wanted to shout, "Why are you doing this to me?" It hadn't been easy for him to change his profession and eat meat. Wu Yan had thought that his days of happiness would be coming soon. However, he didn't know if there would be any. These 3 days, Wu Yan's life had been extremely miserable. Wu Yan believed that his willpower was pretty good. Although he couldn't become Lu Xiaohui, it wasn't that easy to seduce him. Nowadays, the so-called good willpower is a thing of the past. After tasting meat, he naturally wants to taste it a few more times. How else would he be able to live up to his reputation? Who would have thought that after he pushed her down that day, the president and Sis Cannon would keep rejecting him? Was there any justice in this world? Therefore, during these 3 days, Wu Yan lived a life where he could see but couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and could only eat himself. He had lost a few kilograms. Every morning when he wakes up, he would find Ikaros lying on top of him, looking at him as he slept. That figure that's even more voluptuous than Kaishisama and railguns, how could he hold himself back when he couldn't get rid of the fire in him? However, every time Wu Yan couldn't hold himself back and wanted to push Ikaros down, the president and Sis Cannon would jump out from some corner and extinguish all of Wu Yan's desires. During these 3 days, Wu Yan cried. He also knows that Hinajiku and Mikoto are doing this to get back at him for forcing himself on them. That's why he can only accept it. He's just thinking about finding a time to get back at them. Yep, he'll use a special method. Fortunately, after these 3 days, Chuju and Mikoto's anger had subsided a lot. The 2 women didn't fight with each other because Wu Yan pushed them down at the same time. Instead, their relationship got better. It could be said that they silently agreed with Wu Yan's fickle behavior. After all, even their lives were intertwined. They were fated to be together forever. Instead of fighting each other and not living happily, it was better to get along with each other freely and live a more comfortable life. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about how to get along with each other. Furthermore, Hinajiku and Mikoto felt that Wu Yan's words before he pushed her down made sense to them. If one of them gets together with Wu Yan while the other can only be sad, the 2 kind-hearted girls couldn't bear to see that happen. They also understood that even though they couldn't stand Wu Yan's fickle behavior, they knew that he was sincere towards them. The 2 women who were familiar with Wu Yan could still feel it. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted this fact. Of course, they were still angry. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Yan cried again. In these 3 days, Wu Yan didn't know how many times he secretly shouted, "I'm going to restore my position as the husband," but he could only treat it as fantasy. After all, he was the one who let Chuju and Mikoto down first. He felt guilty that he couldn't give them all his love, so he could only give them the perfect love. At the same time, Wu Yan despised those who openly opened their crystal palace. Even though his crystal palace was already in its embryonic form, as for why Wu Yan's group of 5 appeared in the floating plaza? It's actually very simple. They decided to go out. Always staying in the supply town isn't the way to go, right? Going to the behemoth forest to level up? That's nonsense. They're all high tier now. How could it be that easy to level up? This time, if it wasn't for the treasure hunt that brought them more and stronger monsters than the one they encountered in the Yama cave, it's hard to say whether or not Wu Yan could have reached tier 7. Not to mention, Kaisha-sama was only tier 4 at that time. And if they go out, where would they go? In the Spalier world, the 5 of them were unfamiliar with the place and people. Even Liren, who was born and raised in this world, didn't go out much. In the end, the 5 of them decided to send Liren home, which is to go to Liren's home, Behurl. But Behurl was very far from the supply town, even further than the small Ring Mountain range. So, naturally, they could only choose to take the floating ship. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.